Introduction. Love's bitter revenge. A tale of vengeance, she returns from the brink of death, fueled by an overwhelming thirst for vengeance and a heart full of hatred, drawing closer once more to the cold and calculating man who was once her beloved, now her adversary. With each calculated step, she sets traps, yet finds herself gradually lost between love and hatred. Will her quest for revenge ultimately bear fruit? Chapter 1. Rebirth and Heartache. Moonlight cascaded over the tranquil courtyard, imbued with a chill. Xiali awakened upon the frigid floor, her body shivering slightly from the sudden cold. Instinctively, she touched her chest, only to find the blade that had pierced her heart was no longer there, replaced by unblemished skin and a rapidly beating heart. "Am I still alive?" she murmured, disbelief etched across her features. Everything around her felt both foreign and familiar, as if she were ensnared in a complex dream. Surveying her surroundings, she realized this was her boudoir from her previous life. The familiar folding screen, the blue and white porcelain vase, and the osmanthus tree outside the window all instantaneously made her comprehend that she had returned to the past, to the most significant year of her existence. "This cannot be." Xiali inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Her trembling fingers grasped the copper mirror atop the vanity, revealing a youthful visage, unmarred by the scar left from her desperate flight. She had been reborn. A torrent of memories surged into her mind. In her former life, her profound love for Su Yuchen led her to trust him unreservedly, sacrificing everything for him, including her family's resources and her father's support. Yet in the end, she faced the ruin of her family. Her father perished in an accident. Their family business was devoured by enemies, and the man she adored coldly watched, even fanning the flames, ultimately driving her to despair. She had once believed that was the cruelest conclusion of love. Yet now, fate had bestowed upon her a chance at rebirth, returning her to a time when her father was still alive and her family thrived. Xiali clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, bringing forth a sting that jolted her from her confusion. No longer clouded by doubt, her eyes now burned with fierce hatred and determination. "Since fate has granted me this return, I shall never tread the same path again. Su Yuchen, what you owe me, I shall demand back 1,000-fold." Rising to her feet, she straightened her disheveled attire and strode towards the window. The cold moonlight reflected in her eyes, igniting them like a blazing fire. The past was no longer her shackle, but had transformed into a weapon in her grasp. The following morning, a servant knocked upon Xiali's door. "Miss, the master is awaiting you in the hall," the maid spoke softly. Xiali nodded, donning a light purple robe, and slowly made her way to the hall. Upon opening the door, she beheld the long-missed face of her father, Xia Qingtian. It was a countenance she remembered as both benevolent and commanding. "Lear, did you sleep well last night?" Xia Qingtian inquired, concern evident in his eyes. Father Xia Li's voice quivered slightly as she endeavored to mask her emotions, offering a faint smile. "I am well. Today marks the banquet of the Su family, and your mother has been diligently preparing," Xia Qingtian stated with a calm demeanor, yet his tone bore an unmistakable hint of insistence. "This event is of paramount importance to our Xia family. You must muster your spirits and not allow outsiders to perceive us as a laughingstock." A sudden heaviness gripped Xia Li's heart. The Su family banquet was an occasion she could never forget. In her previous life, it was from this very gathering that her fate became irrevocably entwined with Su Yuchen, propelling her existence into the abyss. As dusk fell, Xiali donned an exquisite long gown adorned with cloud patterns, her hair elegantly pinned with silver hairpins, exuding an air of grace and poise. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her youthful visage, silently vowing that this time she would not become a mere pawn in another's game. "Miss, the carriage is ready," the maid softly reminded her. "Understood," Xiali replied with a slight nod, draping a cloak over her shoulders as she strode towards the main hall. The banquet was held in the floral hall of the Su estate. The Su family stood as the pinnacle of the business world, while Su Yuchen was the eldest son and future heir. In her past life, she had been captivated by his striking features, unaware of the machinations and indifference concealed beneath that handsome facade. Upon arriving at the gates of the Su estate, Xiali inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she stepped into the floral hall. The hall was ablaze with light, teeming with guests. Xiali's entrance immediately attracted numerous gazes, her beauty and grace impossible to overlook. Among the crowd, Su Yuchen also took note of her. His was a familiar yet alien visage, tall and imposing, with a severe countenance and profound eyes. The man who had once ensnared her heart now appeared as a serpent, exuding an aura of danger. Su Yuchen approached, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Miss Xia, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Xiaoli returned a faint smile, her heart unwavering. "You flatter me, young Master Su." Her tone was courteous yet distant, a stark contrast to the warmth of her previous life. Su Yuchen clearly sensed the shift in her demeanor, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. Yet, from that moment onward, Xiaoli began to scrutinize Su Yuchen's every move. She understood that this man was a pivotal figure on her path to vengeance, and she must tread carefully to draw him gradually into her intricate scheme. As the banquet concluded, Xiaoli sat in the carriage, her gaze drifting toward the window. "Su Yuchen, you once brought ruin upon my family and subjected me to the trials of this world. In this life, I shall ensure that you experience the depths of despair firsthand." Her voice was low, yet it carried an unmistakable chill. The carriage rolled away, the night deepening around them. And thus, Xiaoli's journey of retribution had only just begun. Chapter 2. The beginning of revenge in the stillness of the night. Xiaoli sat solemnly in her study. A map of the Su family's influence spread out before her. The gentle candlelight illuminated her grave expression, her gaze sharp as it methodically traversed the names inscribed upon the map, finally settling on the three words that pierced her heart: Su Yuchen. "To win this game, one must first uncover your flaws," she murmured softly, her finger delicately tracing the name, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and a maid entered, holding a letter with reverence. "Miss, young Master Zhao has sent word through a messenger," she announced respectfully. Xiaoli lifted her gaze slightly, accepting the letter. As she unfolded it, her brow furrowed at the succinct yet profound warning it contained. "The Su family's financial activities have been unusually volatile. Proceed with caution." She refolded the letter and placed it back on the table, a smirk of cold mockery gracing her lips. Zhao Qingyang, the ally she had previously overlooked in her past life, indeed possessed more value than she had initially perceived. "The Su family, unusually volatile?" she whispered to herself, her mind racing with various possibilities. "It seems time is more pressing than I had imagined." At dawn the following day, Xiaoli arrived early at the Xia Corporation, boldly presenting a daring plan to her father, Xia Qingtian. "Father, the Su family has been frequently reallocating their funds. I propose we increase our controlling stake in their cooperative projects." Standing before her father's desk, her voice was calm yet resolute. Xia Qingtian looked up in surprise, his gaze fixed upon his daughter. "When had Li become so decisive?" "Li, how did you come by this information?" "Father, I have my own channels," Xiaoli replied with certainty, withholding the source of her information about Zhao Qingyang. "You have always taught me the importance of preparing for the future of our family. I believe the current situation of the Su family is far from optimistic." Xia Qingtian fell into deep contemplation. His experience indicated indeed that the Su family's recent behavior was unusually frantic. However, the fact that Lear had brought this to his attention made him somewhat wary. "Are you certain that this is in the best interest of the Xia family?" His voice was low, tinged with scrutiny. Xiaoli took a deep breath, fixing her steadfast gaze upon her father. "Father, I only wish to protect the Xia family." Memories of past suffering surged within her heart, yet her voice remained unwavering. "Only by taking control can we ensure our survival amidst future storms." After a moment of silence, Xia Qingtian nodded. "If you're confident, I shall entrust this matter to you. But remember, should anything go awry, inform me immediately." "Yes, father." Xiaoli bowed slightly, secretly relieved. As she exited the study, her steps remained measured, though the weight of her every decision pressed heavily upon her heart. In the dead of night, the maid returned to the study, gently placing an invitation upon the table. "Miss, this is an invitation sent by young Master Zhao." Xiaoli picked up the invitation and opened it, revealing only a few bold words: "Meet tomorrow, do not miss. Zhao Qingyang." She stared at the words, a flicker of cold light glinting in her eyes. Zhao Qingyang, an intriguing one. She placed the post under the candlelight, the flickering flames casting a cold smile at the corners of her lips. Zhao Qingyang might prove to be an admirable ally. "Su Yuchen, in this lifetime, I shall make you regret ever knowing me." She murmured softly, imbued with a chilling resolve. Instead of extinguishing the light, she retrieved a document chronicling the movements of the Su family and returned to her desk, resuming her analysis of the turbulent currents behind that estate. The night outside deepened, and her plans for vengeance began to crystallize step by step. Chapter 3: Allies and Temptations. The morning sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains, illuminating the room as Xia Li opened her eyes. The banquet felt akin to an intricate chess match, continually swirling in her mind. Su Yuchen's probing and Zhao Qingyang's subtle hints made her realize that this quest for vengeance was far more complex than she had initially imagined. She had to tread carefully with each step. Otherwise, not only would she fail to achieve her goals, but she might also drag the Xia family into a quagmire. Xia Li turned over and sat up, a glimmer of cold determination in her eyes. She understood that to defeat Su Yuchen, her strength alone would not suffice. Zhao Qingyang might prove to be a worthy ally worth investing in. In the afternoon, Xia Li arrived at a discreet tea house to meet Zhao Qingyang. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, she found Zhao already seated, holding a cup of steaming tea, his demeanor warm and gentle, adorned with a faint smile. "Miss Xia, it is delightful to see you here today." Zhao Qingyang set down his teacup and rose slightly in greeting. "Mr. Zhao is too kind. I have come today to seek your counsel," Xia Li replied with a subtle smile, cutting straight to the point. "At the banquet, you mentioned that the young master of the Su family holds an extraordinary status. I must confess, I am quite perplexed and wonder if you could enlighten me on this matter." Zhao Qingyang responded with a gentle smile. "Miss Xia, you are indeed astute. On the surface, Su Yuchen is the master of the Su family. However, his cunning and depth of character far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Over the years, he has navigated the business world with great strategic acumen, and many significant projects have come to fruition through his planning. He can be regarded as the core of the Su family, yet he is also the most formidable adversary." A slight tension gripped Xia Li's heart. She had sensed Su Yuchen's complexity, but had not anticipated his commercial prowess to be so formidable. "Why do you share this with me, Mr. Zhao?" Xia Li raised her gaze, her eyes now scrutinizing. "Miss Xia need not harbor suspicions. I share a profound friendship with your esteemed father. Moreover," Zhao Qingyang paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I too do not wish to see the Su family monopolize power." Xia Li felt a stirring within. Zhao Qingyang's words made her realize that his motives might also be driven by familial interests. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative aspect. After all, in this game of strategy, she required a companion who could stand alongside her. Xia Li was immensely grateful for Zhao Qingyang's candor. She nodded slightly, her tone imbued with newfound trust. "In that case, I would like to request your assistance, Mr. Zhao, as we confront the Su family together." Zhao Qingyang raised an eyebrow. "Miss Xia appears to be even more astute than I had anticipated. Cooperation is certainly possible, but I have one condition." "Please do tell." Xia Li replied with a slight smile. "I need to know what Miss Xia's true plan entails." Zhao Qingyang's gaze was piercing, as if he sought to see through her very soul. Xia Li did not respond immediately. Instead, she lowered her head to sip her tea. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, her tone calm yet resolute. "Mr. Zhao, you need only be aware that my target is Su Yuchen, and I will not allow the Xia family to suffer even the slightest harm. As for the rest, there is no need for further inquiry." Zhao Qingyang pondered for a moment, then revealed a faint smile. "Very well. Since Miss Xia is so confident, I shall await the unfolding of events." The two exchanged smiles, silently sealing their collaboration. Upon returning to the Xia residence, Xia Li was preparing to outline her next steps when the butler informed her that her father was awaiting her in the study. As she pushed open the door to the study, Xia Qingtian sat behind his desk, holding a document, his expression somewhat grave. Upon noticing Xia Li's entrance, he lifted his gaze, an air of scrutiny in his eyes. "Lear, there is something I must inquire about." Xia Qingtian spoke with a steady tone, laced with authority. "Why have you approached Zhao Qingyang?" A tremor ran through Xia Li's heart. Her father's perceptiveness exceeded her expectations. She recognized that no deceit could mask the truth before him, and she could only choose to be partially candid. "Father, young Master Zhao is an important partner of the Xia family. His understanding of the Su family is profound. and engaging with him will only be advantageous for us, Xia Li replied gently, attempting to offer some reassurance. Xia Qingtian's brow furrowed slightly. Lier, I know you are intelligent, but remember, the business world is akin to a battlefield. Each step must be taken with utmost caution. Though Zhao Qingyang may appear reliable, you must not place complete trust in him, nor allow the Xia family to fall into peril. The daughter understood. Xia Li lowered her head in acknowledgement. Yet a flicker of complexity passed through her eyes. Xia Qingtian sighed, rising to stand before her, his tone earnest. Lia, the Su family has grown increasingly powerful in recent years, and Su Yuqing is a man of considerable depth, not someone you can easily contend with. If you truly wish to assist me in shouldering the family's responsibilities, you must heed my counsel. Father, I will exercise caution. Xia Li lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Please rest assured. Xia Qingtian nodded, his tone softening. I know your intentions are for the family, but one must always think thrice before acting. Xia Li cast her eyes downward, yet her heart had already resolved. She would not disclose her plans for vengeance to her father. For the sake of the family, she must bear this burden alone. A few days later, Xia Li received an invitation from the Su family. The letter was succinct, extending an invitation from Su Yuqing to join him for lunch. As she gazed at the letter in her hand, a cold smile emerged in her eyes. Su Yuqing, you have finally lost your restraint. Dressed in a light blue gown, simple yet elegant, she arrived at the Su manor, where Su Yuqing had been waiting for some time. Miss Xia, you are indeed punctual, he remarked with a slight smile as he rose to greet her. Young Master Su's warm invitation leaves me no room for negligence. Xia Li rapidly calmly. After taking her seat, she looked up at him, curious about the purpose of his invitation. Su Yuqing lifted his glass, gently swirling the amber liquid. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Miss Xia, there is no need for apprehension. I merely wish to learn more about you. About me? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in her tone. I am but an ordinary woman. What is there to know? Ordinary? Su Yuqing regarded her with a penetrating gaze, his tone now tinged with amusement. Your wisdom and courage were evident at the banquet. I would argue that you are far from the ordinary you profess to be. You flatter me. Young Master Su, Xia Li replied with a serene smile, gently setting her teacup down. If there is no other matter at hand today, I shall take my leave. As she stood to depart, Su Yuqing observed her retreating figure, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Miss Xia, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. I have long anticipated our collaboration. Xia Li turned around, her gaze as serene as still waters. Thank you, young Master Su, for your kind intentions. Should I require anything, I shall certainly inform you. Once home, Xia Li sat alone by the window, lost in the contemplation of the night. She was aware that Su Yuqing had begun to harbor doubts about her, but this was not necessarily a disadvantage. The more focused an opponent's attention became, the easier it was to lead them astray. The collaboration with Zhao Qingyang, Su Yuqing's probing, her father's warnings. Xia Li murmured to herself, a complex light glimmering in her eyes. All of this was merely the opening act of a grand game. She gently folded the letter in her hand and placed it in the drawer of her writing desk. In the darkness of the night, her gaze resembled a sharp blade, piercing deep into the shadows. Chapter 4. Temptation and Strategy. In the early morning, Xia Li sat in her study, her fingers gently tapping against the desk, her gaze fixed upon the documents before her. This was a contract recently signed by her father, Xia Qingtian, regarding a collaboration with the Su family. Yet, she understood that hidden beneath this contract lay Su Yuqing's intricate schemes. Is this your test, Su Yuqing? Xia Li scoffed softly, closing the document delicately and turning her gaze to the outside world. The sunlight poured in radiantly, yet could not dispel the chill that gripped her heart. A few hours later, Xia Li entered her father's office. Xia Qingtian was engrossed in reviewing documents, and upon seeing her, a gentle smile graced his face. Lier, is there something on your mind? Xia Li returned a slight smile as she settled into the chair opposite him, picking up the document to peruse a few pages. With an unruffled tone, she inquired, Father, was this collaboration with the Su family personally facilitated by Su Yuqing? Xia Qingtian set down his pen and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the young master of the Su family proposed several intriguing collaboration ideas, demonstrating considerable sincerity. Have you considered, Father, that within his sincerity may lie ulterior motives? Xiaoli placed the document down, her tone now tinged with vigilance. At her words, Xiao Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Lier, what do you mean by that? The Su family's expansion tactics have been aggressive in recent years. Any enterprise that collaborates with them ultimately finds itself facing the fate of being consumed, Xiaoli stated steadily, her gaze unwavering as she met her father's eyes. I am merely concerned that this collaboration might be yet another of their strategic moves. Xiao Tian fell silent for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. He was well aware of Lier's intelligence since childhood, yet he pondered whether her judgment was overly sensitive this time. Your concerns are not without merit, but if the Su family truly intends to target us, we too possess means of counteraction, he reassured, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. However, I will remain vigilant, and you need not worry excessively. Xiaoli lowered her gaze, nodding gently, yet within her heart, she resolved. Even if her father did not believe her, she would personally unveil Su Yuchen's schemes. Days later, Xiaoli received a letter from Zhao Qingyang, inviting her to meet at a restaurant. Upon entering the private room, she found Zhao Qingyang standing by the window, his gaze directed outside, seemingly awaiting something. Mr. Zhao, Xiaoli softly called, bringing his attention back to her. Miss Xia, please have a seat, Zhao Qingyang responded, turning with a smile as he pulled out a chair for her. Once seated, Zhao Qingyang presented her with a document, his tone imbued with gravity. This contains recent commercial activities of the Su family. You might find it of interest. Xiaoli accepted the document and flipped through a few pages, discovering that the Su family's expansion was progressing at a pace far more rapid than she had anticipated. The document even suggested their intention to gradually erode the Xia family's equity through capital maneuvers during the collaboration. Su Yuchen certainly will not let any opportunity slip by, Xiaoli remarked with a cold smile, placing the document aside. Mr. Zhao, your provision of this information cannot merely be for my amusement, can it? Miss Xia, you have misunderstood, Zhao Qingyang replied, lifting his teacup for a sip, his gaze steady upon her. I merely wish to alert you that Su Yuchen's test has already commenced. Test? Xiaoli raised her gaze, curiosity flickering in her eyes. The collaboration between the Xia family and the Su family was spearheaded by Su Yuchen himself. He not only aimed to undermine the Xia family's influence through this partnership, but also sought to test you. Zhao Qingyang set down his teacup, his tone resolute, eager to discern the role you played in this collaboration. Thus, he was observing me while orchestrating his strategies? Xiaoli murmured softly, her expression gradually cooling. Indeed, Zhao Qingyang nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. However, I firmly believe that Miss Xia will not easily fall into his trap. Xiaoli smiled slightly, expressing her gratitude to young Master Zhao, assuring him that she would exercise caution. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, yet Xia Li's mind was already devising her next move. She resolved to take the initiative. Days later, during a business conference, Xiaoli proposed a seemingly insignificant suggestion to relocate the preliminary pilot project of the collaboration between the Xia and Su families to a peripheral market. On the surface, this proposal appeared reasonable, yet it would grant her greater leverage from the project's inception. After the meeting concluded, Su Yuchen approached her, his tone laced with playful sarcasm, complimenting her innovative suggestion. You flatter me, young Master Su, Xia Li replied with tranquil composure, adding that such an arrangement aligned better with the interests of both parties. Interests? Su Yuchen raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Miss Xia seems particularly attuned to the nuances of profit distribution. I wonder why? Shouldn't I, as a daughter of the Xia family, consider the family's interests? Xiaoli met his gaze, her eyes calm, yet sharp. Su Yuchen was taken aback, then chuckled, acknowledging her point. Indeed, it seems I underestimated you. If young Master Su is genuinely earnest about collaboration, it is only natural that we seek a mutually beneficial outcome with the Xia family, Xia Li stated gently, her tone leaving no room for contradiction. Their eyes locked, silently engaging in a battle of wits. Ultimately, Su Yuchen smiled slightly, affirming, Miss Xia is indeed astute. May our collaboration be fruitful. May it be fruitful. Xiaoli responded with a subtle nod before turning to leave. Upon returning home, She promptly summoned a few trusted confidants to conduct a more thorough investigation into the Su family's probing actions. She was acutely aware that every move she made was under Su Yuchen's watchful eye, yet she needed to seize the initiative with greater swiftness. That night, Xiaoli received an anonymous letter. Chapter 5. Under currents, the night breeze rustled through the bamboo forest outside the window as Xiaoli stood before her study, tightly clutching the anonymous letter. The brief lines within it struck her heart like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unease through her soul. The message revealed that the Su family had ulterior motives. She must be wary of her father. The handwriting was meticulous, seemingly crafted to conceal the writer's identity. Who was warning her from the shadows? An adversary or a potential ally? Carefully, she folded the letter and concealed it within her drawer. Regardless of its origin, it signified that her father was in peril. She had to prepare for the storm ahead. The following morning, Xiaoli arrived at her father's office to find Xia Qingtian furrowing his brow as he pored over a document. Upon seeing her, he set down his pen, fatigue evident in his voice. "Lear, what brings you here today?" "Father, you seem rather fatigued lately." Xiaoli offered him a cup of hot tea, concern lacing her tone. "Is there an issue with the collaboration?" Xia Qingtian let out a sigh as he accepted the tea. "Lear, your proposal was indeed effective, but the Su family seems to have raised their demands concerning the project. They have begun to impose more stringent conditions, catching me somewhat off guard." "What conditions have they proposed?" "They seek greater authority in the pilot area, including direct control over the financial flows." A hint of helplessness seeped into Xia Qingtian's voice. "If we acquiesce to these terms, we may completely lose control over the pilot." "We cannot acquiesce," Xiaoli exclaimed, her voice betraying her urgency. "This is Su Yuqing's scheme. He intends to gradually erode our authority over the project through the pilot." Xia Qingtian nodded. "I am well aware of that, which is why I have refrained from directly agreeing. However, I still need to deliberate on how to respond." Drawing a deep breath, Xiaoli sought to steady herself. "Father, please allow me to handle this matter. I will find a way to thwart Su Yuqing's plan." Xia Qingtian regarded her, a mixture of complexity in his gaze. "Leah, you have always been astute, but the business world is far from simple calculations. If you insist on proceeding, you must exercise caution." The daughter understood. Xiaoli nudda, her gaze resolute. As she exited her father's office, a preliminary plan began to form in her mind. She promptly dispatched individuals to investigate the specific financial flows in the pilot area, aiming to uncover any vulnerabilities within the Su family's operations. However, just as she set her plan into motion, an unexpected message from Zhao Qingyang arrived. "Miss Xia, could we meet?" His tone was calm, yet tinged with urgency. Realizing that Zhao Qingyang might hold new clues, she arranged to meet him at a secluded tea house. Within the tea house's private room, Zhao Qingyang's gaze was profound as he slid a document across the table. "Miss Xia, this is the intelligence I have recently gathered." Xiaoli opened the document, revealing a detailed account of the Su family's recent financial maneuvers. Notably, it appeared that they had discreetly transferred a portion of funds for the pilot project through a third-party company. It seems Su Yuqing not only sought authority, but also aimed to acquire greater benefits through intermediaries. Xiaoli smirked, realizing his appetite was far greater than she had anticipated. Zhao Qingyang nodded, and not only that, I have discovered that Su Yuqing may be orchestrating other collaborations, attempting to expand the pilot project scale and ultimately absorb the entire initiative. Thus, this issue extends beyond mere pilot concerns. It strikes at the very heart of our cooperation. Xiaoli spoke softly. Herr Gazet gradually, turning EJA. "Young Master Zhao, this intelligence is immensely beneficial to me. How might I express my gratitude?" "Miss Xia, you are too kind," Zhao Qingyang replied with a faint smile, raising his teacup. "However, I do have a suggestion." "I am eager to hear it." Xiaoli set aside her documents, her eyes calmly fixed upon him. "If you can bring the issues surrounding the pilot region to light and publicly expose the unusual financial flows of the Su family, not only could you thwart Su Yuqing's plans, but you would also enable the Xia family to seize the initiative." Zhao Qingyang's tone was resolute, though he acknowledged the risks involved. Xiaoli pondered for a moment before lifting her gaze. "Young Master Zhao, this indeed is a viable strategy, but to execute it, I will require your assistance. Simply give your instructions. Zhao Qingyang's lips curled into a smile. Upon returning to the Xia family, Xiaoli immediately set her plans into motion. She resolved to mention the Su family's financial issues at the upcoming business alliance meeting next week, while leveraging the Xia family's resources to firmly grasp the lead on the pilot project. However, as she was orchestrating her strategy, an elderly family steward discreetly summoned her aside. "Miss, I have something to convey," the steward said, his expression grave. "In recent days, someone has been covertly investigating the master's past." Xiao Li's heart raced. Investigating? Who are they? Their specific identity remains unclear, but it appears they are targeting the master's business plans. The steward's tone was laced with concern. "Miss, please exercise caution." Xiao Li nodded, then inquired, "Is father aware of this?" "The master is not informed." The steward shook his head. "I believe it prudent to first notify you." "Very well, I will handle this matter. Do not alert father." Xiao Li's voice was steady, though a glimmer of vigilance shone in her eyes. A few days later, the business alliance meeting was held as scheduled. Xiao Li, clad in a dignified white gown, attended alongside her father. The conference hall buzzed with representatives from various enterprises, the atmosphere both fervent and tense. Su Yuchen was also present, dressed in a black suit, seated in the prominent position representing the Su family. Occasionally, his gaze flickered towards Xiao Li, laden with a hint of probing curiosity. Midway through the meeting, Xiao Li requested to speak. She stepped forward, her gaze unwavering, her voice clear and powerful. "Esteemed representatives, I have some findings concerning the pilot collaboration project between the Xia and Su families that I must share." Her opening statement captured the attention of everyone present. Placing the documents on the table, she continued, "Based on our internal investigation, we have discovered irregularities in the financial flows within the pilot region. These funds have not been entirely allocated to the project itself, but have instead been funneled into a third-party company." At this revelation, the room erupted in uproar. Su Yuchen's eyes momentarily flashed, yet his expression remained composed. He slowly rose to his feet, his tone gentle yet imbued with a trace of coldness. "Miss Xia, might I suggest that such an accusation is rather hasty? The Su family has always prided itself on integrity. I wonder if the evidence you speak of is indeed sufficient to convince those present." "Rest assured, Mr. Su." Xiao Li offered a slight smile as she handed the documents to the host. "These are detailed records of the financial transactions. You may verify them independently." The host accepted the documents and quickly perused them, nodding in acknowledgement. "There are indeed some discrepancies in this data that warrant further verification." Su Yuchen narrowed his eyes, a flicker of danger crossing his gaze. He understood that the focus of the meeting had slipped from his control. After the meeting concluded, Xiao Li stepped out of the venue alone, standing on the steps as she took a deep breath. She realized that although her actions today had achieved a temporary victory, they had also exposed her vulnerabilities. "Miss Xia, your performance tonight was truly remarkable." A deep voice resonated from behind her. Turning around, she saw Su Yuchen standing a short distance away, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Su," Xiao Li replied calmly. "I merely acted out of necessity to safeguard the interests of the Xia family." "You truly dedicate yourself to your family." Su Yuchen up go lao, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. "However, I am quite curious. What will your next move be?" "Why must you inquire so directly, Mr. Su?" Xiao Li smiled, though her tone bore a hint of sharpness. "You initiated this game. I am merely responding." For a brief moment, their eyes locked, as if silent sparks ignited in the air between them. Ultimately, Su Yuchen chuckled lightly and turned to leave, leaving behind a final remark. "Miss Xia, I look forward to our next encounter." Xiao Li watched his retreating figure, her expression gradually turning icy. Chapter 6. The Truth in the Maze as the night deepened. Xiao Li sat in her study, restless and devoid of sleep. The butler's mention of a clandestine investigation, along with Zhao Qingyang's actions, stirred an unsettling feeling within her. What troubled her even more was the peculiar silence maintained by Su Yuchen following the business alliance meeting. He seemed to be biding his time, or perhaps orchestrating something. Xiao Li murmured to herself, her fingers gently tapping the desk, lost in contemplation. The following morning, as Xiao Li rose, she received an anonymous letter. The envelope bore no signature, yet the handwriting was identical to that of a previous anonymous correspondence. The investigation into your father is being conducted by a hidden faction within the Su family. Their target extends beyond the Xia family. A weight suddenly settled in her heart. She immediately dispatched someone to trace the origin of the letter, but to no avail. This missive not only amplified her concerns regarding her father's predicament, but also illuminated the fractures within the Su family, which were not as harmonious as they appeared. The hidden forces within the Su family, Xiaoli whispered, a glint of coldness in her eyes. It seemed the situation was far more intricate than she had anticipated. Rather than act impulsively, she chose to probe the authenticity of this lead through Zhao Qingyang. The two met at a clandestine establishment, where Zhao Qingyang appeared to have anticipated her arrival, greeting her with a smile. "Miss Xia, you seem somewhat fatigued today. Is it due to the recent complexities?" Zhao Qingyang inquired, his tone laced with concern. Xiaoli nodded and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Mr. Zhao, I have received an anonymous letter mentioning a hidden faction within the Su family that is investigating my father. Are you aware of any such developments?" Zhao Qingyang's smile faltered slightly, and his voice turned somber. "Indeed, such rumors do circulate. Although Su Yuqin is at the helm, several elders within the family harbor dissatisfaction towards his leadership. Notably, his second uncle has been covertly maneuvering to usurp Su Yuqin's position. Thus, this investigation into my father is likely connected to this second uncle." Xiaoli probed, her brow furrowed in thought. Zhao Qingyang nodded. "It is quite probable. This second uncle holds a portion of the family's resources. While he outwardly supports Su Yuqin, he consistently undermines him. If you wish to safeguard the Xia family, you must tread carefully. Mr. Zhao, from where did you acquire such intelligence?" Xiaoli's gaze sharpened, seeking more clues. "Rest assured, Miss Xia, my channels are reliable," Zhao Qingyang replied with a placid smile. "However, I must caution you, Su Yuqin is no easy adversary, and his second uncle is equally formidable. If you can incite conflict between them, perhaps you may avert disaster." Xiaoli nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for your counsel, Mr. Zhao. I shall proceed with caution." Upon returning home from the establishment, Xiaoli immediately commenced her strategizing. She understood that to instigate a rivalry between Su Yuqin and his second uncle, she needed to identify a point of leverage. She resolved to utilize her father's collaborative project to delve deeper into the internal discord of the Su family. Days later, Xiaoli uncovered a suspicious financial flow within the Su family's financial reports. Through meticulous analysis, she discovered that the destination of these funds was surprisingly linked to Su Yuqin's uncle. Even more astonishingly, it appeared that these funds were supporting a new business initiative aimed at competing with the Xia family. Indeed, their targets extended beyond Su Yuqin. They encompassed the entire Xia clan. Xiaoli chuckled coldly as she placed the report into an envelope, preparing to deliver it to Su Yuqin's office. She understood that this was a perilous move, yet it was also the key to igniting internal strife within the Su family. Days later, Su Yuqin received the anonymous report. Sitting in his office, he scrutinized every line of text with piercing intensity, a chill evident in his gaze. His uncle. He could no longer restrain himself. He murmured softly, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk as he contemplated his next course of action. His assistant stood nearby, cautiously inquiring, "Young master, should we investigate this report?" "There's no need," Su Yuqin replied, setting the report aside with a cold smirk. Since someone had identified his uncle's vulnerabilities for him, he would simply ride the wave of opportunity. Meanwhile, Xiaoli was closely monitoring the movements of the Su family. She was acutely aware that this report would compel Su Yuqin to act, and all she needed to do was patiently await the escalation of the situation. However, just as she believed her plan was progressing smoothly, her father, Xia Qingtian, suddenly encountered a commercial crisis. "Miss, this is bad." The butler rushed in, visibly flustered. Several key partners of the master have suddenly announced their withdrawal of investment, and the project is at a standstill. Xiaoli's heart sank as she hurried to her father's office. Xia Qingtian sat behind his desk, his expression grave as he perused documents scattered across the table, which included several termination agreements. "Father, what is happening?" Xiaoli asked urgently. "Several partners have unexpectedly chosen to withdraw their investments, claiming they lack confidence in the project's prospects." Xia Qingtian replied wearily. "Lear, This situation is likely more complex than it appears. Do not worry, father. I will handle this matter, Xiaoli asserted firmly, swiftly seizing the documents to investigate the root of the problem. Upon investigation, Xiaoli uncovered that the withdrawal of these partners was indeed connected to the Su family, specifically to Su Yuchen's uncle. It truly was him. Xiaoli clenched her teeth, quickly convening her father's core team to replan the flow of project financing, ensuring the project's continued operation. Simultaneously, she reached out to Zhao Qingyang, hoping he could assist in mobilizing external resources to fill the void left by the partners' withdrawal. Zhao Qingyang's response was swift and effective. Leveraging his connections in the business world, he secured an emergency loan for the Xia family, temporarily alleviating the project's crisis. Young Master Zhao, thank you for your assistance this time. Xiaoli expressed her gratitude sincerely. Miss Xia, you flatter me, Zhao Qingyang replied with a slight smile. I merely acted appropriately at the right time. Though the crisis had been temporarily averted, Xiaoli understood that this was merely the beginning. Su Yuchen's uncle would undoubtedly not relent easily, and Su Yuchen's counterattack was soon to unfold. A few days later, Xiaoli received a formal invitation from Su Yuchen. He invited her to dinner and subtly hinted at a desire to discuss some significant matters of collaboration. He had finally taken action. Xiaoli murmured softly to herself, her gaze revealing a hint of coldness. She understood that this dinner was not merely a simple meeting, but rather a psychological duel, and she was already well prepared. Chapter 7 Dinner Game. In the serene embrace of night, the city's neon lights cast a cold glow through the window. Xiaoli sat in the study, perusing a hefty dossier she had retrieved from her father's office. This compilation of early transaction records between the Xia and Su families concealed complexities far beyond her initial expectations. One entry, seemingly innocuous in its financial dealings, piqued her interest. It detailed a substantial sum that, on the surface, appeared to be an investment from the Xia family in a project with the Su family. However, upon meticulous tracing of the fund's trajectory, she discovered it ultimately funneled into an account associated with her father's second uncle. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. This capital represented critical evidence of clandestine machinations orchestrated by her uncle, yet why was her father so reticent about it? The final page of the dossier vaguely noted an undisclosed emergency meeting, coinciding with the period when relations between the Xia and Su families began to fray. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoli closed the file. This evidence could serve as a double-edged sword, an instrument to suppress her uncle's schemes. It could also ensnare her father in a deeper quagmire. Caution was imperative in her approach. The following day, the butler presented her with an unsigned letter. The content was unequivocal, revealing that someone was exploiting her father's old transaction records in an attempt to stir a public uproar against the Xia family in the business community. A cold smile crept across her face. Her uncle had finally made his move. The name Zhao Qingyang surfaced in her thoughts. As a master of manipulating commercial narratives and dynamics, his assistance would be the most potent catalyst at this juncture. She swiftly contacted Zhao Qingyang, sharing pertinent details from the dossier. They convened at a CF, where Zhao Qingyang, clad in a dark trench coat, exuded a composed demeanor, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Miss Xia, the transactions you mentioned are indeed intricate. Your second uncle possesses evidence that could easily incite discord between the Xia family and Su Yuchen. I require your assistance in two matters, Xiaoli stated, her gaze steady and her tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. First, further ascertain the ultimate destination of these funds to identify vulnerabilities within my uncle's covert network. Second, leverage your connections to transform this evidence into a weapon for our counterattack. Zhao Qingyang raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips. Miss Xia, you are as astute as I had anticipated. In that case, I am willing to lend you my support. After departing the CAF, Xiaoli returned home and began orchestrating her counteroffensive against her uncle. She understood the urgency. Her adversary's next move could very well be to publicly tarnish her father's reputation, and she needed to reverse the tide before that occurred. Days later, whispers of the Xia family's alleged improper dealings began circulating within the business sphere. Numerous companies exhibited hesitance, even reluctance, regarding collaboration with the Xia family, while media reports targeted Xia Qingtian's managerial acumen directly. In Xia Qingtian's office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. He surveyed a pile of contract termination notices on his desk, his expression growing increasingly grave. Standing beside him, Xiali gripped a counterattack strategy tightly in her hands. "Father, we must clarify these rumors without delay," she asserted, her voice resolute. "Yet our resources are insufficient to quell the rumors while simultaneously maintaining normal project operations," he replied. Xia Qingtian's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Liu, I hope you do not involve yourself too deeply in this matter." "Father, I am already involved," Xiali responded, locking her gaze with his, her eyes reflecting determination. "Behind these rumors lies the machinations of the second uncle of the Su family. He not only seeks to ruin the Xia family, but also aims to suppress Su Yuchen. I shall not allow his plans to succeed." Xia Qingtian fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well, I trust you, but do exercise caution." That evening, Zhao Qingyang relayed news. He had confirmed through internal channels that the second uncle of the Su family was not only orchestrating a smear campaign against the Xia family in the business world, but was also planning to further undermine the Xia family's influence through Su Yuchen's pilot project. It seemed he had long regarded the Xia family as his prey. Xiali scoffed. "In that case, he should not blame me for repaying him in kind." She and Zhao Qingyang devised a counterattack. Through meticulous analysis of the flow of funds, they uncovered a significant flaw in the second uncle's operations. He had fabricated a financial transaction through a company that had declared bankruptcy a year prior. This oversight provided them with a vital opportunity for retaliation. Days later, at a public business conference, Xiali presented the media with evidence of the second uncle's financial misconduct, exposing the fabricated transaction to the public. The revelation sent shockwaves through the business community, plunging the Su family's reputation into turmoil. Partners who had previously harbored doubts about the Xia family began to shift their stance. However, Xiali understood that this victory was merely transient. The second uncle of the Su family would not easily relent, and Su Yuchen would undoubtedly take notice of her actions. The following day, Xiali received a dinner invitation from Su Yuchen, who expressed a desire to have a serious discussion with her. As the evening breeze carried a hint of chill, Xiali sat in her car, gazing at the brightly lit skyscrapers ahead. She took a deep breath and murmured, "Su Yuchen, this time, I will not allow you to easily seize control of the situation." Chapter 8. Emotions and games. The night enveloped the city, with neon lights adorning the towering buildings like a dream. Xiali sat in the car, gazing out at the scenery, her heart a tumult of emotions. Su Yuchen's dinner invitation made her realize that this game was entering a more perilous phase. She composed herself, reminding herself that no matter how concealed Su Yuchen's sharpness was, she must not reveal any vulnerabilities. The restaurant was located on the top floor of the city, overlooking the dazzling lights below. Upon entering the private room, Xiali's eyes were immediately drawn to Su Yuchen. He was dressed in a deep black suit, quietly seated at the table, a glass of untouched red wine before him. He lifted his gaze, his penetrating eyes resting on her, and then offered a slight smile, his tone calm yet warm. "Miss Xia, it is an honor to have you here tonight." Xiali returned the smile and walked gracefully to the table, politely responding, "You flatter me, Mr. Su. I wonder if there is something special you wish to discuss this evening?" Su Yuchen poured her a glass of red wine, his movements elegant and unhurried. "Miss Xia need not feel anxious. I simply find our recent collaboration intriguing, and I thought it a good opportunity to learn more about one another." Xiali accepted the wine glass, taking a delicate sip, her tone remaining neutral. "Your proposal is indeed interesting. However, I believe that business should remain business, and our understanding in that regard is already sufficient." Upon hearing this, Su Yuchen chuckled lightly, his gaze unwavering. "Miss Xia has always been cautious. Yet sometimes the lines between business and personal matters are not as clear-cut. For instance, regarding the recent turmoil surrounding the pilot project, your performance impressed me. Mr. Su, you flatter me." Xiali raised her eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them. "However, you should be aware that some of the turmoil was not instigated by me." "Oh." Su Yuchen set down his wine glass, his tone inadvertently laced with a hint of probing. "Might I inquire if Miss Xia has heard about my uncle's recent activities?" A pang of tension gripped Xia Li's heart, yet her expression remained unperturbed. What do you mean, Mr. Su? I'm not quite clear. Su Yuchen's gaze sharpened slightly before he chuckled softly. Miss Xia is indeed modest. My uncle's recent maneuvers are not solely directed at the Xia family. They also test the boundaries of my Su family. I simply did not anticipate that someone would act as my assistant in this process. Your words leave me somewhat perplexed. Sally set down her wine glass, her tone calm. Do you believe that I have any connection with your uncle? Of course not. Su Yuchen's gaze held a profound significance. However, it seems that each of your steps guides the situation towards a certain outcome, and I cannot help but admire your intellect. The exchange between the two resembled a silent chess match, with subtle moves and countermoves. Xiaoli understood that Su Yuchen had begun to suspect her plans, yet he lacked concrete evidence. Meanwhile, she endeavored to glean more about her uncle's movements from his words. As the dinner progressed and the conversation deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. Su Yuchen appeared to be attempting to bridge the gap between them, while Xiaoli maintained her restraint, neither completely distancing herself from him nor revealing excessive emotional vulnerabilities. As parting drew near, Su Yuchen suddenly remarked, Miss Xia, if one day you find yourself in a position where a choice must be made, I hope you will remember this glass of wine from tonight. This statement momentarily startled Xiaoli, yet she quickly composed herself, offering a faint smile as she replied, Thank you for your reminder, young Master Su. However, I have always preferred to control my own choices rather than be swayed by circumstances. Upon returning home, Xiaoli found her heart restless. Su Yuchen's probing had not ceased. It hinted at further unknown dangers. What troubled her more was the faint, ineffable emotion she seemed to harbor for this man. The following morning, the butler delivered a new dossier. It contained evidence gathered by a private investigator, pointing towards the recent financial maneuvers of Su's second uncle. Even more shocking was the revelation that a portion of these funds appeared to have been allocated to manipulate media relations, further intensifying the public pressure against the Xia family. Xiaoli promptly contacted Zhao Qingyang, entrusting him with the documents. As he reviewed the files, his tone grew serious. It seems the second uncle not only aims to undermine Su Yuchen's authority, but also seeks to completely dismantle the Xia family's reputation. We must accelerate our efforts. Xiaoli responded coldly. Since he employs the media, we can reciprocate in kind. Zhao Qingyang nodded. I will arrange for personnel to expose the second uncle's financial discrepancies through appropriate channels while reaching out to discontented insiders to undermine his foundations. Simultaneously, Xiaoli began preparations for a pivotal press conference. At the event, she publicly addressed the false rumors surrounding the Xia family, presenting evidence of the second uncle's financial dealings while maintaining a remarkably restrained demeanor that redirected the focus towards internal issues within the Su family. In the aftermath of the conference, public opinion gradually shifted. The crisis facing the Xia family was temporarily quelled, while the discord within the Su family became increasingly pronounced. Su Yuchen's demeanor grew ever more complex. He refrained from openly countering Xia Li's statements and instead initiated contact, expressing a desire to meet soon. Gazing at the text message on her phone, Xia Li felt a tumult of thoughts. Su Yuchen's silence only deepened her conviction that his stance was not entirely opposed to that of his second uncle, but rather entangled with a web of interests and emotions. Chapter 9. The truth revealed. The night was as dark as ink, and the gentle breeze outside caressed the curtains, as if whispering hidden secrets. Xiaoli sat in her study, her hands resting on a document she had just unearthed from her father's bookshelf. The aged handwriting clearly chronicled a transaction between the Su family and the Xia family from years past. These dealings had long been obscured by the passage of time, yet she sensed that they might hold the key to her uncle Su's counterattack. A bold note within the document caught Xia Li's attention. The source of project funding must remain confidential, relating to family matters. She furrowed her brow, for such ambiguous phrasing seemed deliberately designed to conceal certain truths. What troubled her further was her father's reticence regarding past events during this period. She realized that she needed to delve deeper. Closing the document, she picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. Zhao Qingyang's voice soon came through the line. Miss Xia, what brings you to call at this late hour? Mr. Zhao, I have found some records concerning the early transactions between the Su and Xia families, but certain details appear to have been deliberately obscured. Xiao Li's tone was low, tinged with uncertainty. Could you assist me in uncovering whether there are deeper secrets behind this funding? Zhao Qingyang pondered briefly before responding. I have several channels I can explore, though this may take some time. Additionally, your Uncle Su has been unusually active lately. He might be attempting to relocate the core evidence of these records. We must act before he does. Sally replied resolutely. Whatever resources are needed, I can provide. On the other end, Zhao Qingyang chuckled softly. Miss Xia, your decisiveness is truly commendable. Very well, I shall endeavor to provide you with answers post-haste. After hanging up, Xia Li's gaze returned to the document on the table. She had a vague sense that these transactions were not merely linked to the business collaboration between the Su and Xia families. They also intertwined with her parents' past. The circumstances surrounding her mother's passing might be far more intricate than she had previously imagined. The following morning, Xia Li resolved to probe her father. Armed with the document, she entered Xia Qingtian's study and feigned casualness as she inquired, "Father, what is the meaning of these records?" The cooperation with the Su family appears to be more complicated than the rumors suggest. Xia Qingtian, engrossed in his paperwork, paused momentarily upon hearing her words. Raising his gaze to meet hers, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. These matters are in the past. You need not concern yourself with them any longer. But father, the flow of funds in these transactions is evidently problematic and even implicates Uncle Su. I must uncover the truth. Otherwise, it will be challenging for us to prevail in this battle of public opinion. Xiao Li's tone was respectful yet insistent, laced with a hint of pleading. Xia Qingtian remained silent for a moment, finally setting down his pen with a sigh. Li, some things cannot simply be unraveled by your desire to investigate. The relationship between the Su family and us is far more intricate than you perceive, especially regarding your mother's affairs. It involves more than mere family interests. Mother? A jolt of realization coursed through Xiao Li. She instinctively felt that this statement concealed a secret that longed to remain buried. Indeed, your mother. A hint of helplessness permeated Xia Qingtian's tone. Years ago, she had shared a bond with an elder from the Su family, and it was this very connection that ensnared our family in an inescapable vortex. Xiao Li vaguely sensed that the truth was gradually unveiling itself, yet her father seemed unprepared to disclose everything. She resolved to refrain from further inquiries for the time being, choosing instead to focus on uncovering other leads. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyang brought forth new intelligence. He had unearthed a concealed clue within the financial network of the Su family, an overseas company ostensibly lacking direct ties to the Su family. Yet in reality, it was under the dominion of the Su family's second uncle. Even more shocking was the revelation that this company was involved in illicit transactions, with timelines closely aligning with the period surrounding Xia Li's mother's demise. When Zhao Qingyang shared this information with Xia Li, his tone bore a note of caution. Miss Xia, I fear the matter at hand transcends mere commercial interests. I suspect that your mother's death may have been orchestrated by your second uncle from the Su family. Xia Li's hand trembled slightly, a surge of astonishment and indignation swelling within her. She endeavored to compose herself and replied coldly, Mr. Zhao, is this evidence sufficient for him to face consequences? Currently, it is inadequate, but I shall delve deeper. Should we establish a direct connection between him and these illicit transactions, we could ultimately bring him down. Zhao Qingyang asserted with conviction. On this day, Xiao Li experienced for the first time that her struggle was not merely for her family's interests. She bore the weighty mission of seeking justice for her mother. Moreover, it seemed that this entire affair was intricately linked to Su Yuchen's family. That evening, Xiao Li's phone unexpectedly rang, the screen illuminating with Su Yuchen's name. She answered the call to hear his deep yet composed voice. Miss Xia, we need to converse. I may have some truths to share regarding your mother. This statement caused Xia Li's heart to tighten abruptly. How could Su Yuchen possibly know about her mother? What role did he play in this intricate web? Suppressing her inner turmoil, she responded calmly, Very well. When shall we meet? Tomorrow evening. I will send someone to escort you, Su Yuchen concluded before abruptly ending the call. Xiaoli gazed at the darkened screen of her phone, her mind swirling with questions and unease. She understood that the upcoming meeting could irrevocably alter her understanding of the entire situation, and she must prepare herself to confront more hidden truths. Chapter 10. The rift of truth. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, gently swaying the curtains. Xiaoli sat before her vanity, her mind replaying Su Yuqing's somber words from their phone conversation. He had mentioned her mother, stirring a sense of unease within her, yet tinged with a vague anticipation. Her mother's passing had occurred many years ago, shrouding that chapter of her life in a thick fog. She had never imagined that the key to unraveling the truth might lie within Su Yuqing's grasp. The following evening, a black sedan arrived punctually at the entrance of the Xiao residence. The driver respectfully opened the door, and Xiaoli stepped inside. Settling into the back seat while gazing out the window, the vehicle glided toward a private villa on the outskirts of the city, a clandestine meeting place for Su Yuqing. An undercurrent of tension permeated the air, as if each moment was pregnant with the promise of an impending storm. Su Yuqing had been waiting in the villa's living room, clad in a dark trench coat, standing by the window with a gaze fixed upon the night sky. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Miss Xiao, welcome." Xiaoli nodded slightly as she entered the room and took a seat on the opposite sofa. Tea had already been prepared on the table, yet she remained still, locking her gaze onto Su Yuqing. "Mr. Su, regarding what you mentioned about my mother yesterday, I believe it is time for you to share the details." Su Yuqing did not respond immediately. Instead, he regarded her in silence, as if weighing his words carefully. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh and began, "Miss Xia, do you know why your mother suddenly passed away all those years ago?" These words struck Xia Li like a thunderclap. Her fingers tightened slightly, but she endeavored to maintain her composure. The doctor said it was due to a serious illness, that the treatment was ineffective. Was it not so? On the surface, that was indeed the case, yet the underlying truth was likely far more complex. Su Yuqing's expression bore a hint of intricacy. "Your mother was entangled in certain clandestine transactions involving the Su family, and these dealings were closely associated with my second uncle." Xiaoli felt a shiver run down her spine, her intuition sensing the emergence of a deeper, darker secret. Suppressing her emotions, she pressed further. "What specifically do these transactions entail?" Su Yuqing retrieved a document from a folder on the table and presented it to her. The dossier meticulously detailed several significant financial transactions involving the Su family from years past, with one entry glaringly linked to the company where Xia Li's mother had once worked. Even more shocking was the revelation that the flow of funds ultimately led to an overseas account controlled by none other than Su's second uncle. "The company your mother was associated with was used by my uncle as a conduit for money laundering," Su Yuqing spoke in a low tone. "However, when the company was audited, she assumed part of the responsibility to protect the Xia family. Following that incident, her health deteriorated rapidly, and she soon passed away." Xia Li's heart plummeted, her fingertips trembling. She had never fathomed that her mother's demise could be connected to the Su family's sordid dealings. As she stared at the cold figures and records in the document, her eyes began to well with unshed tears, though she fought to keep her emotions in check. "So, my mother was made a scapegoat for the Su family?" Xia Li's voice trembled, laced with unmasked fury. "Yes, and yet not entirely." Su Yuqing's expression was intricate. She had indeed protected the Xia family, yet in that transaction, she had also acquired a portion of funds as compensation. However, most of that money had been utilized to mend the Xia family's financial deficits at the time. "Did father know about this?" Xiaoli inquired through gritted teeth. "He ought to be aware, yet he has never mentioned it." Su Yuqing replied slowly. "Perhaps he believes some truths are better left buried." Xiaoli closed her eyes, striving to quell the tempest of anger and sorrow within her. The sacrifice of her mother, the silence of her father, the manipulation by her uncle from the Su family, all of it ensnared her like an impenetrable web. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, her tone icy and resolute. "Mr. Su, what do you wish me to do with this information?" "I hope you could discern who your true enemy is." Su Yuqing gazed at her earnestly, a note of gravity in his voice. "Your uncle is a perilous man. He will not easily spare you. nor will he spare me. If we can join forces, perhaps we can make him pay. Join forces? Xiaoli scoffed. On what ground should I trust you? Because I share your hatred for him. Su Yuchen's voice lowered, a flicker of suppressed pain crossing his gaze. He not only caused your mother's demise, but also destroyed mine. Xiaoli was taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. She had never considered that Su Yuchen's mother was also ensnared in this turmoil. Your mother, she whispered. She attempted to expose my uncle's illicit dealings and was subsequently framed and imprisoned, ultimately succumbing to despair. Su Yuchen's fist tightened slightly, his voice imbued with a hint of restrained anguish. Thus, I must seek justice for her. In that moment, Xiaoli's emotions were profoundly convoluted. She looked at Su Yuchen, as if for the first time truly seeing him. He was not a heartless titan of commerce, but a man burdened with enmity and obligation. Mr. Su, if we are to collaborate, I require more evidence. She spoke solemnly. Only by unveiling all of your uncle's criminal deeds can we utterly dismantle him. I will assist you in finding that. Su Yuchen nodded. But the condition is that you must trust me. Xiaoli did not respond immediately. Instead, she rose and gazed out at the profound night. She understood that this collaboration would place her and Su Yuchen on the same battlefield, a path fraught with thorns. As she departed the villa, the night breeze brushed against her cheek, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Xiaoli resolved within her heart that regardless of the challenges ahead, she would unveil all truths and seek justice for her mother. Chapter 11. Crisis Resurgence. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the study, where Xiaoli sat at her desk, her gaze fixed upon the documents laid before her. The evidence provided by Su Yuchen was both comprehensive and direct, sufficient to instigate an investigation into the illegal dealings of Su's second uncle. Yet, she was acutely aware that this alone would not suffice to dismantle her adversary. The second uncle had, over the years, established intricate defenses within the Su family and the business realm. Any hasty action would not only miss its target, but could also alert the enemy. She picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Qingyang's number. After briefly outlining her plan, she inquired, Mr. Zhao, can your connections assist me in tracing the ultimate destination of this financial chain? On the other end, Zhao Qingyang's voice remained characteristically composed. Miss Xia, this financial chain involves numerous intermediaries. Although it is well concealed, give me 3 days, and I shall have results. Very well, Xiaoli replied before ending the call, a twinge of anxiety stirring within her. She was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Simultaneously, the second uncle's sense of crisis began to manifest. Through his own channels, he learned of the frequent private meetings between Su Yuchen and Xiaoli, leading him to suspect a possible alliance between the two. He covertly summoned his trusted aides to conduct comprehensive surveillance on their movements and initiated the formulation of a counter-strategy. That day, while Xiaoli was engrossed in her office duties, she received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number. The voice on the other end was deep and laced with menace. Miss Xia, knowing too much about certain matters is not a good thing. Taken aback, Xiaoli quickly adjusted her tone and countered, May I ask who you are? Do not inquire about my identity. Simply remember that the affairs of the Su family are beyond your purview. The voice replied coldly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. As the call ended, Xiaoli tightened her grip on her phone, an icy chill creeping into her heart. She immediately accessed the surveillance system in an attempt to trace the call's origin, but the results indicated that the caller had employed special encryption, rendering her efforts futile. Realizing that this confrontation had escalated beyond a mere battle of evidence and public opinion, now threatening her personal safety, Xiaoli resolved to inform Su Yuchen. They arranged to meet at a discreet CF, the atmosphere palpably tense. Su Yuchen occupied a seat by the window, rising to pull out a chair for her as she approached. His expression bore an unusual gravity, and concern tinged his voice. What has happened? Xiaoli succinctly recounted the threatening call, concluding with a cold smirk. It seems your second uncle has caught wind of our plans and is resorting to desperate measures. Su Yuchen's gaze darkened as he clasped his hands on the table. This is not unexpected. The second uncle excels in intimidation and threats, but he has evidently underestimated you. He indeed underestimates me. Yet this also signifies that our time is running short, Xiaoli asserted, her tone resolute. We must acquire more critical evidence swiftly, or we risk being suppressed by a counterattack at any moment. I have already expedited the investigation. Su Yuchen paused, fixing his gaze upon her. However, you must exercise even greater caution. He will not only exert pressure on you, but may also directly target the Xia family. Xia nuda inalingdaepli. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not retreat. This endeavor is not solely for the Xia family, but also for my mother. As the words left his lips, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Su Yuchen's eyes. He spoke softly, Miss Xia, I promise you, I will ensure that the truth is revealed. In the following days, tensions escalated. Zhao Qingyang's investigation made some headway. He discovered that the financial flows of Su's second uncle ultimately pointed to an overseas company named Tianhui International. Ostensibly engaged in real estate development, the company served as a crucial stronghold for the second uncle's money laundering operations. Concurrently, the internal conflicts within the Su family began to surface publicly. Su Yuchen started to leverage family meetings, applying pressure on his second uncle under the guise of financial issues. Although both parties outwardly maintained the decorum of elder and junior, the undercurrents had reached a point that was difficult to conceal. At this critical juncture, the Xia family faced a sudden setback. A long-term partner unexpectedly announced the termination of their collaboration, citing a misalignment in project direction. However, Xiali was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by the second uncle. That company would not terminate the agreement without reason. Someone is undoubtedly exerting pressure from behind, the steward reported to Xiali, his expression fraught with anxiety. If other partners follow suit, our project may be in jeopardy. After a calm analysis, Xiali promptly convened the core management team of the Xia family to devise countermeasures. She resolved to adopt a dual approach. On one hand, she would reach out to other partners to stabilize the situation, and, on the other, she would pursue legal avenues to hold the terminating company accountable for breach of contract, thereby deterring other potential defectors. Simultaneously, she sought Zhao Qingyang's assistance, requesting him to utilize media channels to release parts of the investigation results concerning Tianhui International, capturing public attention. Once the news broke, a wave of public outcry ensued, once again undermining the Su family's credibility. However, this counterattack evidently provoked an even greater crisis. That evening, upon returning home, Xiali discovered that the window of her study had been pried open from the outside. Instantly alert, she called the police and personally inspected the critical documents within the study. Fortunately, the documents remained intact, but it was clearly a blatant warning. After a preliminary investigation, the police stated that this was a planned attempted break-in, potentially involving a highly skilled professional team. Yet they found no concrete leads. That night, Xiali tossed and turned. Unable to sleep, she understood that every subsequent step would be fraught with peril. Gazing at her mother's portrait, she whispered, "Mother, no matter how difficult it may be, I will ensure they pay the price." The next day, Su Yuchen unexpectedly visited the Xia family in person. Standing at the doorway of the study, his gaze swept over the damaged window from the previous night, his brow furrowed. "Miss Xia, your situation is more perilous than I had imagined." "I'm not afraid." Xia li raplia firmly. Their urgency indicates that we are close to the truth. "But you must protect yourself," Su Yuchen added, concern seeping into his tone. "For the upcoming actions, I will arrange for additional personnel to assist you. We must strike with full force." Xia li nudda. Though her heart was tinged with a complex emotion, she recognized that Su Yuchen's support was not merely for the sake of familial strife, but also bore the weight of his own resentment towards her mother. Yet she could not allow herself to be distracted, for this battle had long transcended personal grievances, evolving into a decisive confrontation that would determine the fates of two families. Chapter 12. The Game of Life and Death in the Dead of Night. Zhao Qingyang transmitted a message. After several days of relentless investigation, he had finally secured the pivotal evidence regarding the financial maneuvers of the second uncle from the Su family. An encrypted electronic document meticulously detailed the illicit transactions orchestrated through Tianhui International, revealing the flow of funds. More critically, these dealings implicated various interest groups and even entangled some clandestine high-ranking individuals. This evidence was sufficient to cripple the second uncle, but we required a secure channel to unveil it. Zhao Qingyang's tone conveyed caution. Xiaoli nodded, her demeanor composed. We must avoid alarming the snake. We must ensure that before he reacts, the evidence can deliver a comprehensive blow against him. The two quickly devised a plan, deciding to leverage an upcoming business summit as a platform. At the summit, Su Yuchen would publicly address issues concerning Tianhui International, while Xiaoli would utilize media channels to simultaneously disseminate the pertinent evidence to several authoritative institutions and journalists. This was a meticulously orchestrated operation, where each step needed to be flawlessly executed. Meanwhile, the second uncle of the Su family was quietly mobilizing his forces. Sensing Su Yuchen's actions, he immediately convened his trusted confidants to prepare for a more stringent assault against both Su Yuchen and Xiaoli. The second uncle's scheming was swift and covert. He not only dispatched individuals to gather compromising information on Xiaoli, but also sought to exploit the familial influence to strip Su Yuchen of his voice within the family. That night, a black sedan quietly halted before the Xiao residence. The occupants inside wielded flashlights, meticulously observing the movements within the house. Soon, several figures clad in black infiltrated the Xia family's courtyard, targeting Xia Li's study. Inside the study, Xia Li was finalizing the last batch of documents. Suddenly, a faint noise from outside caused her heart to race. She quickly shut down her computer screen and concealed the crucial documents in a hidden compartment. Grabbing the alarm device on her desk, she pressed it, then calmly dialed Su Yuchen's number. Someone has broken in. I need your help. Xiao Li's voice was steady, yet tinged with an underlying urgency. Su Yuchen responded swiftly, Hold on, I'm on my way. The intruders seemed to sense something amiss, hastening their actions. One of the black-clad assailants pried open a window, while two others attempted to sabotage the door lock. Xiao Li gripped her self-defense tool tightly, striving to control her breathing and maintain her composure. A few minutes later, the sound of an engine shattered the silence. Su Yuchen's car stopped outside the Xiao residence, and he charged into the courtyard with several bodyguards, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the intruders. Realizing the peril, the black-clad figures quickly retreated, but one was subdued by the bodyguards. Su Yuchen entered the study to find Xia Li standing by the desk, her expression calm, though beads of cold sweat had formed on her forehead. He approached her swiftly, lowering his voice. Are you all right? I am fine, Xia Li replied, shaking her head and meeting his gaze. However, this incident is evidently the work of your second uncle. Su Yuchen note that, turning to instruct the bodyguards to take the captured intruder away for interrogation. He then looked back at Xia Li, his eyes revealing a flicker of guilt and complexity. I underestimated his methods. This oversight of mine has put you in danger. We have no way out. Xia Li's voice was calm and resolute. In this game, only the victors could dictate the future. Su Yuchen refrained from saying more, fully aware that Xia Li's determination mirrored his own. He handed her a document, stating, This is the final piece of evidence I have compiled tonight, containing correspondence between my uncle and certain high-ranking officials. With this, we can bring him to his knees. Xiao Li accepted the document and perused it briefly before nodding. Tomorrow's business summit would herald his downfall. The next day, the business summit commenced as scheduled. The atmosphere in the venue was tense, with the eyes of various sectors fixated on the movements of the Su and Xia families. Su Yuchen ascended the podium as the representative of the Su family. Each of his words resonated powerfully, directly addressing the financial issues of Tianhui International and the illicit dealings lurking behind them. His speech quickly ignited a stir, prompting a flurry of questions from the assembled reporters. While Su's uncle sat in a shadowy corner, his expression dark and a flicker of malice evident in his eyes. Simultaneously, Xiao Li utilized media channels to disseminate the core evidence to several authoritative institutions. These revelations soon entered the public arena, exposing the truth behind Tianhui International and rendering Su's uncle's criminal actions inescapable. Yet, just as victory appeared imminent, a cacophony erupted outside the venue. A squad of armed assailants in black stormed in, their sights set on Su Yuchen and Xiao Li. The bodyguards swiftly shielded the pair, plunging the scene into chaos. The assailants attempted to seize the evidence, but Su Yuchen had anticipated this. His backup team intervened promptly, regaining control of the situation. Once the turmoil subsided, Su Yuchen escorted Xiaoli back to the car, sitting beside her with a hint of barely perceptible concern in his gaze. "Now you understand how perilous this battle is." "I know," Xiaoli replied softly, "but only by unveiling the truth can we attain liberation." That day, Su's uncle's influence was thoroughly exposed, and the police swiftly initiated an investigation, dismantling his criminal network piece by piece. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen gradually solidified his standing within the family. However, this was not the end. Xiaoli sensed that her uncle's retaliation was merely the tip of the iceberg. Many concealed truths had yet to surface. Additionally, the bond between her and Su Yuchen had undergone a subtle transformation amid this crisis. Chapter 13. The clash of power. The morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains into the study, yet Xiaoli had no time to admire it. Her hand gently caressed an old photograph, depicting her mother with a serene smile amidst a sea of flowers, as if time had left no trace upon her. However, the inscription on the back sent a shiver through her. "To my dear Lear, may you forever be free and happy." Her mother's elegant handwriting betrayed an undercurrent of concern. While sifting through her mother-esque belongings, Xiaoli stumbled upon a delicate notebook that meticulously chronicled her mother's interactions with an elder from the Su family, as well as the truth behind a particular transaction. Though the details were scant, a name recurred frequently. K. Who is K? Xiaoli murmured to herself, sensing that this individual might hold the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding her mother-esque death. Without hesitation, she photographed the contents of the notebook and sent them to Zhao Qingyang, requesting his assistance in the investigation. Meanwhile, the power struggle within the Su family was brewing beneath the surface. The downfall of the second uncle had temporarily solidified Su Yuchen's position as the heir. Yet some elder members of the family harbored reservations about his impetuous demeanor, even secretly attempting to support other family members. On the day of the family meeting, the Su clan gathered in force. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with each person's expression concealing myriad thoughts. Su Yuchen stood at the head of the table, his gaze coldly sweeping over the assembly. An elder spoke first, his tone laced with reproach. "Yuchen, while the Tianhui International incident has been resolved, it has inflicted considerable damage on the Su family's reputation. Shouldn't you provide an explanation to the family?" Su Yuchen's countenance remained unyielding as he replied, his voice icy. "The issues with Tianhui International should never have arisen. They were solely the result of my uncle's actions. The family's reputation has suffered due to someone's failure to fulfill their supervisory duties. What I did was merely excise this malignant tumor." Another elder scoffed. "Though you speak the truth, the family requires balance. Your unilateral approach might warrant reconsideration." Su Yuchen smiled slightly, his tone sharp as a blade. "What the family needs is a future, not the mere preservation of those who are avaricious. I, Su Yuchen, have pledged to carve new paths for our family, rather than wallow in the mire." His resolute demeanor intensified the tension in the conference room. Yet his supporters nodded in agreement, recognizing that Su Yuchen's assertiveness was precisely what the family required at this juncture. After the meeting concluded, Su Yuchen's assistant discreetly handed him a document, whispering, "Young master, this contains the latest information regarding K. It is said he was once a partner of the second uncle, but mysteriously vanished several years ago." Su Yuchen's gaze sharpened as he perused the document. Suddenly, he recalled that Xiaoli had mentioned this name previously. This K might very well be the linchpin of the second uncle's hidden power. He dialed Xia Li's number, getting straight to the point. "Miss Xia, I believe the clues we possess lead us to the same individual, K." On the other end, Xia Li's tone remained composed. "It seems we must join forces to investigate this person." The two agreed to pursue K's whereabouts together. Through the information provided by Zhao Qingyang, they discovered that K might be hiding overseas, although the exact location remained undetermined. A few days later, Xiaoli received an anonymous email. The correspondence contained a blurry photograph of a middle-aged man standing before a luxurious villa. The message was simple yet profoundly significant. "He is the answer you seek." Xiaoli forwarded the photograph to Su Yuchen, and together they resolved to ascertain whether the man depicted was indeed K. Throughout this process, they gradually discerned that this individual was not merely a partner of the second uncle, but was intricately linked to a pivotal transaction between the Su and Xia families from years past. As the two collaborated closely, internal strife within the Su family resurfaced. A family member publicly accused Su Yuqing, claiming his actions jeopardized the family's interests. To complicate matters further, it appeared that this member had the backing of others, seeking to exploit the authority of the family elders to undermine Su Yuqing's position. That evening, Su Yuqing sat in Xia Li's study, discussing the progress of the investigation into K. His tone carried a hint of fatigue. The familial discord was more complex than he had anticipated. These individuals were entirely disregarding the future of the Su family, solely focused on leveraging their resources for personal gain. Xia Li handed him a cup of tea, her voice calm, yet resolute. Internal conflicts are always unavoidable, but you must remain steadfast. Every step we take now must be executed flawlessly. They exchanged a knowing smile, a newfound trust blossoming between them. However, the following day, the Xia family faced an unforeseen calamity. A group of unidentified individuals stormed into the Xia family's branch office, seizing a cache of crucial documents, and left behind a menacing note. "Cease your actions, or face the consequences." Xia Li gazed at the note, a chill creeping over her. She understood that this was no mere warning, but a direct threat to her collaboration with Su Yuqing. That night, she proactively reached out to Su Yuqing, recounting the day's events. His tone was unprecedentedly grave. "They are attempting to thwart us, but this only signifies that we are nearing the truth." The two reached a consensus. They must accelerate their efforts to locate K and unveil the truth concealed within all the conspiracies. Chapter 14. Fragments of Truth as Night Fell. The study of Xia Li was illuminated by soft lights. An open map laid out on the desk highlighted several key areas, all potential hiding spots for K. The latest intelligence provided by Zhao Qingyang indicated that K was likely concealed within an overseas enterprise, which ostensibly presented itself as a legitimate investment firm, yet was, in reality, a crucial node in Uncle's illicit money laundering network. Xia Li lifted her gaze to meet Su Yuqing, who sat across from her. His expression was one of grim determination, his hands clasped together as he appeared to contemplate the forthcoming operational strategy. There could be no missteps in this endeavor. Su Yuqing spoke in a low voice, emphasizing the need for a decisive strike. Otherwise, K would vanish completely. Xia Li nodded, picking up the documents on the table. "I have already contacted an overseas team. They can assist us in verifying the internal affairs of this company. If there is indeed a trace of K, we will act immediately." Simultaneously, internal conflicts within the Su family were escalating. Certain family members had allied with external forces, attempting to convene an impromptu family meeting to temporarily suspend Su Yuqing's claim to inheritance. In response, Su Yuqing maintained a steadfast demeanor, aware that this internal strife was merely superficial, likely a counterattack from the remnants of Uncle's faction. Preparations for the operation did not proceed smoothly. The following day, Xia Li received news from the investigative team, revealing unusual security arrangements in the vicinity of the target area. The security personnel were well equipped, evidently beyond what a typical commercial entity could afford. It appeared that K was not merely a partner of Uncle. He likely had more formidable forces backing him. Xia Li shared the information with Su Yuqing. "This is not surprising," he calmly assessed. "Individuals like K do not simply align with one side. He resembles a manipulator operating within a gray area, perpetually serving his own interests." The two resolved to personally investigate the target area. Before embarking, Xia Li took the time to converse with her father, Xia Qingtian. She presented him with her mother's notebook, revealing the sections pertaining to K. "Father, I need you to tell me the truth. What kind of dealings was my mother involved in? Who is K?" Xia Qingtian's expression shifted noticeably, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. "Lear, there are matters I did not wish for you to know. K is the code name for your uncle's business dealings. He is the largest invisible shareholder in your mother's company. Your mother discovered your uncle's illegal operations and attempted to intervene, only to be ensnared by K's machinations, with the blame shifted onto her. Therefore, my mother's death was not solely due to uncle, but also involved Kay? Xia Li's voice was frigid, her fingertips trembling slightly. Indeed, Xia Qingtian affirmed with a pained tone. I concealed this for so long because I was powerless to retaliate. Silence was my only means of protecting you and the Xia family. After a moment of silence, Xia Li finally declared, Father, I shall seek justice for my mother. This time, regardless of the cost, I will not retreat. On the day of their departure, Xia Li and Su Yuqin flew together to the target city. During their flight, Su Yuqin noticed her demeanor was rather grim and couldn't help but inquire, Have you received new information from your father? Xia Li nodded and briefly recounted her conversation with him. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuqin's gaze deepened. It appeared that Quaz, not merely a traitor, but potentially the mastermind behind the entire money laundering network. If they could apprehend him, they would be able to dismantle this web. Upon arriving in the target city, they met with the investigative team. Their initial step was to ascertain the internal structure of the target area. The team provided a recent layout of the region, marking a highly secured independent villa as a potential hideout for Kay. In the dead of night, Su Yuqin led a team to infiltrate the perimeter of the villa, while Xia Li monitored the situation in real time through surveillance equipment. As the team approached the villa's core area, they stumbled upon a concealed underground chamber filled with documents and electronic devices, evidently a command center of sorts. However, as they attempted to advance further, an alarm suddenly blared. The villa's security personnel responded swiftly, sealing off the entire area. Witnessing this through the monitor, Xia Li's heart raced, prompting her to contact Su Yuqin. You have been compromised. Retreat immediately. Yet, the escape route proved to be fraught with difficulties. The security personnel's equipment and tactics exceeded their expectations, leading Su Yuqin's team into a brief stalemate. Ultimately, under the cover of his teammates, he managed to extricate himself, though the documents and devices remained behind. Back at the safe house, Xia Li noticed Su Yuqin's arm was scraped, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. She handed him a bottle of ointment and softly cautioned, Next time, do not take such risks. This is our only opportunity. Su Yuqin's expression was resolute. Although they had failed to secure the equipment, they had confirmed Kay's whereabouts. He must be in the villa. We merely require more preparation. Xia Li nudda. I will reach out to the local security department to exert legal pressure on him. As long as we can establish a direct connection between him and my second uncle, we can utterly dismantle his influence. However, as they prepared to take further action, they received a warning message from Kay. You have ventured too far. Continuing this path will only lead to your regret. Xia Li gazed at the words on the screen, her expression growing increasingly cold. The more he feared, the closer they were to the truth. Chapter 15. Between reality and illusion, the midnight city was enveloped in a shroud of silence, occasionally pierced by the distant roar of automobile engines. Within the confines of a safe house, the atmosphere was dimly lit as Xia Li and Su Yuqin sifted through the clues following their unsuccessful operation. The blueprints and photographs laid out on the table revealed that the secrecy surrounding the villa's basement exceeded their expectations. While Kay's security system was so tightly woven that it raised suspicions of a more formidable force backing him, his reactions were remarkably swift, indicating he had been well prepared. Su Yuqin pointed to the arrangement of security personnel in the photographs. These individuals were no ordinary bodyguards, but rather had undergone specialized training, resembling mercenaries retired from military service. Xia Li perused the recently acquired documents, her tone calm, yet tinged with an undercurrent of doubt. Although her uncle wielded considerable power, hiring such a team would not be a simple task. The supporters behind were likely not limited to him alone. After a brief silence, Xia Li broke the impasse, stating, We need to alter our strategy. A direct assault is evidently unfeasible. We must compel him to reveal himself. Do you have a plan? Su Yuqin inquired, raising an eyebrow. Xia Li nodded, a glint of cold resolve flickering in her eyes. We can devise a false collaboration. Kay's self-interest will necessitate his appearance. Su Yuqin pondered for a moment before slowly nodding, acknowledging the merit of her suggestion. However, he is not easily deceived. We require a compelling reason to draw him in. The Su family's enterprises, Xia Li replied with composure. We could use a stake in a core project of the Su family as bait. pretending to seek a clandestine agreement with him. While this proposition would undoubtedly attract him, it would also heighten your risk, Su Yuchen observed, his gaze sharpening. He has already warned us. Approaching him puts you in grave danger. Iam una fraid, xiali acerted resolutely. If we do not seize this opportunity, he may vanish without a trace. With their plan solidified, the two swiftly arranged their course of action. The following day, Xiali, through an intermediary, conveyed a message to Kay, insinuating her possession of a stake in a core project of the Su family and her willingness to trade it for collaboration. After sending the message, there was no immediate response from the other party. However, the intermediary returned with a crucial piece of information, Quaz observing, seemingly intrigued by the prospect of this transaction. He is testing us, Su Yuchen analyzed, indicating that their plan had yielded initial success, yet also signifying that he was on guard. Time is of the essence, Xiali remarked, redirecting the message to Zhao Qingyang, requesting his technological expertise to monitor any further movements from the other side. A day later, Kay finally responded. He dispatched an invitation, requesting Xiali to meet him at an upscale club. The location had been meticulously selected, with surveillance and security systems designed to deter external interference. Su Yuchen was highly discontented, perceiving this as a blatant trap. You cannot go alone. It is far too perilous. But if I do not attend, he will never believe us, Xiali replied with serene determination. Moreover, I have arranged contingency measures. As long as we maintain communication, he will think twice before acting rashly. On the day of their meeting, Xiali donned a sleek, elegant black gown and entered the club in high heels. The ambience within was dimly lit, adorned with opulent yet understated decor, as if every detail exuded power and affluence. She was escorted to a private room, and upon opening the door, she beheld a middle-aged man seated on the sofa. He was clad in a well-tailored suit, his features deep and composed. "Miss Xia, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," the man said with a slight smile, his tone gentle yet tinged with caution. "Mr. K, you are likely more aware than I am of the purpose of our meeting," Xiali replied directly, taking a seat opposite him, her gaze unwavering. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiali presented the prepared share transfer documents. "This represents my sincerity. Should you be willing to collaborate, we can continue our discussions under the premise of mutual benefit." Kay accepted the documents, glancing through them briefly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Miss Xia, you are indeed forthright. However, before we proceed with any collaboration, I need to clarify a few matters." "Please, go ahead," Xiali responded with a smile. "What is your relationship with Su Yuchen?" Kay inquired, his eyes sharpening as they locked on his Xiali, as if seeking to unravel her thoughts through her expression. "It is merely a professional relationship. His ambitions do not concern me. I only wish to acquire the resources I seek through you." Her tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of detachment. "Very well." Kay set the documents aside, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Miss Xia, you are indeed an astute individual. I enjoy collaborating with intelligent people." Yet, just as they were on the verge of reaching an agreement, a sudden uproar erupted from outside the room. Xia Li's heart raced. Sensing something amiss, she swiftly activated the concealed alarm device hidden within her sleeve. Simultaneously, Kay's expression shifted as he appeared to realize that his cover had been blown. "Miss Xia, you have truly surprised me," Kay sneered, retreating a few steps as he stood. "But if you think you can apprehend me, you are sorely mistaken." With no time to ponder, Xiali sprang to her feet and dashed toward the exit. At that moment, the window of the room was shattered from the outside, and Kay swiftly leaped through, followed closely by several figures. Outside the club, Su Yuchen and his team had already set up an intricate trap. Yet Kay seemed well prepared for this eventuality. He navigated the complex alleyways with skill, evading capture and leaving chaos in his wake. As Xiali emerged from the club, her expression was steely as she turned to Su Yuchen. "We underestimated him. He was already prepared, but we are not without our gains." Su Yuchen took a document from one of his subordinates. He left behind some items during his escape. "This may assist us in locating his true hideout." Xiali accepted the document and, upon opening it, discovered a detailed flowchart of financial transactions pointing to an overseas account. She glanced at Su Yuchen, her gaze laced with complexity. "Next, we must apprehend him. This time, He shall have no opportunity to evade us. Su Yuchin's tone was resolute. Chapter 16. Beneath the dark web. As dusk descended, Xiaoli sat before her computer, meticulously examining the financial flow diagram left behind during Kay's escape. The intricate arrows and interwoven accounts were bewildering, yet she had discerned a critical point. The funds ultimately flowed into an offshore account in a small European nation, closely associated with a firm known as the Ryan Fund. Ryan Fund, Xiaoli murmured, her fingertips gliding over the mouse. This name had never surfaced in their investigation. Nearby, Su Yuchin leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed intently on the documents in her hands. I have researched this name. On the surface, it appears to be a legitimate investment company, yet it is registered in a tax haven and engages in substantial financial transactions annually without any tangible projects. May have utilized this company to conceal further secrets. Xiaoli handed the documents to him, stating, "Then our next step is clear. We must uncover the connections behind this firm to expedite the targeting process." Su Yuchin assembled a professional team to investigate the Ryan Fund. A few hours later, the team relayed their findings. The company possessed an office in Europe, discreetly located, with minimal foot traffic, yet recently had attracted attention due to several large transactions. "We need to see this for ourselves," Su Yuchin declared, closing the file with determination. No amount of analysis could rival direct action. Xiaoli nodded, understanding that this operation required even greater meticulousness than the last. He would not grant them a second opportunity. 2 days later, Xiaoli and Su Yuchin arrived in Europe. This small nation was renowned for its financial services, with streets teeming with sharply dressed businessmen, where clandestine deals could transpire at any moment. Utilizing the team's location data, they swiftly located a nondescript gray building. Its exterior was unremarkable, yet it boasted 2 electronic access gates, clearly fortified against intrusion. "There are surveillance cameras inside," Su Yuchin quietly cautioned. "A reckless entry would only alert the unsuspecting. I have arranged for someone to masquerade as a client to engage them and hopefully glean intelligence from within," Xiaoli remarked, donning a pair of headphones to monitor the ongoing dialogue of the infiltrator. The impersonator successfully entered the office and engaged in a brief conversation with the receptionist, ultimately acquiring a brochure and an investment agreement. While these materials appeared innocuous, a postcard nestled within caught their attention. The postcard featured an image of an island, with a seemingly meaningless code inscribed on the reverse side. Xiaoli captured a photograph of the code and sent it to Zhao Qingyang. Minutes later, Zhao Qingyang's response sent a chill through her. "This is a dark web address. This postcard might serve as their internal channel for transaction information." "Dark web," Xiaoli repeated softly, her gaze shifting to Su Yuchin. It appeared they had stumbled upon a more profound abyss of the underworld. The two resolved to act immediately, utilizing the dark web address for tracking purposes. Through technical means, they infiltrated an encrypted forum brimming with information regarding illicit financial transactions, where one particular post prominently displayed the internal trading records of the Ryan Fund. Even more astonishingly, these records not only implicate the second uncle of the Su family, but also entangle several influential figures. "This is the evidence we have long sought." Su Yuchin's voice was somber. Should these transaction records be made public, the forces behind them would suffer a devastating blow. However, before that, we must ensure the authenticity of this data. Xiaoli spoke with caution, emphasizing the necessity of uncovering more connections, particularly evidence directly linking these transactions to K. As the tension escalated, danger loomed ever closer. That evening, outside the hotel where Xiaoli and Su Yuchin were staying, a black sedan appeared. The occupants did not exit the vehicle, but maintained surveillance over the hotel. Sensing something amiss, the two promptly relocated to a safe house and arranged for their team to bolster security. "Kaz already sensed our movements," Xiaoli remarked, gazing out at the street with a furrowed brow. "We must act swiftly, otherwise he will strike first. Tomorrow morning, we shall journey to that island," Su Yuchin asserted, suggesting that the source of the dark web address might have a direct connection to the island. The following morning, they arrived at the island aboard a speedboat. On the surface, this island appeared to be a holiday resort, yet in a secluded corner, a vast warehouse lay hidden. The structure bore no markings, but it was surrounded by high-definition cameras and infrared sensors. "This is Kaya's secret base," Su Yuchen whispered. They infiltrated the warehouse under the guise of anonymity and discovered a trove of documents and electronic devices. On one computer, the core accounts of the Ryan Foundation were conspicuously displayed, alongside a list featuring the names of several high-ranking individuals. Just as they prepared to transmit the data, an alarm blared throughout the warehouse. Several armed figures clad in black stormed in, encircling the two. "It seems you have stumbled upon something you ought not to have seen." Kaya's voice echoed from the speaker, laced with sarcasm and indifference. "But do you truly believe this information can harm me?" Xiaoli swiftly shielded Su Yuchen, transmitting the data to the cloud. Her gaze was steely as she retorted. "Do you think hiding here will grant you peace? Your dealings have been exposed, and your allies are beginning to distance themselves from you." Kaya's laughter resonated through the speaker. How naive. What if it is exposed? This game has only just begun. As his words faded, the lights in the warehouse extinguished, and a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the darkness. Su Yuchen and Xia Li quickly maneuvered through the chaos, successfully escaping the warehouse. Upon returning to their safe house, they meticulously analyzed the retrieved data, discovering that the list included the names of several key members of the Su family. Clearly, Kaya's network of transactions had infiltrated the very core of the family, potentially threatening Su Yuchen's standing. He is not merely trading. He is attempting to manipulate the entire family, Su Yuchen stated coldly. "We must act without delay." However, the current situation extends beyond just your own peril, Xiaoli noted, circling certain names on the list. He is attempting to influence the higher echelons of power through these transactions. If we cannot strike decisively against him, the repercussions of his next retaliation will be even more lethal. There can be no further delays. Su Yuchen's gaze was resolute. "Our next step is to unveil this evidence entirely, leaving with no means of escape." Chapter 17. The cost of evidence. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a serene glow upon the floor of the room. Yet, Xiaoli found little solace in this moment of tranquility. She and Su Yuchen had spent the night in restless analysis of the data obtained from Kay's warehouse. The lists and financial flow charts displayed on the computer screen painted a complex portrait of a trading network, with its core pointing directly to the Su family, the Xia family, and a cadre of powerful puppeteers orchestrating events from the shadows. The individuals on this list encompassed nearly all key members within the Su family. Xia Li's voice was subdued, her gaze unusually composed, as she noted that several names were ones she never anticipated would be linked to Kay. They were not his allies, but rather his pawns. Su Yuchen's tone mirrored her severity. Kay exerted control over them through these transactions, manipulating them to influence decisions within their families. Should these transaction records come to light, the Su family's reputation would crumble in an instant. Xiaoli lifted her head, her eyes locking onto Su Yuchen's. "Are you certain you want to go public?" "Going public is the only option," Su Yuchen replied with unwavering resolve. "If we do not sever the roots of this corruption, the Su family will inevitably fall under Kay's complete dominion." The two swiftly devised a plan, deciding to entrust the evidence to a reliable investigative journalist, while also reaching out to an international anti-corruption organization to ensure the information would disseminate rapidly and receive authoritative validation. However, they were acutely aware that such a maneuver would likely provoke a fierce backlash. A few hours later, Xia Li and Su Yuchen arrived at a discreet apartment to meet with a journalist, a seasoned media professional dedicated to exposing corporate scandals, known for his high ethical standards in revealing corruption. "This evidence is crucial," Xia Li stated, handing over a backup of the data. "But you must exercise caution. The forces involved are formidable." The journalist nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I have encountered many significant cases, but one that directly implicates multiple family cores is indeed rare. I will compile this report with utmost urgency and ensure it reaches the International Anti-Corruption Organization without delay." Just moments after the handover, Xiaoli noticed a suspicious black sedan outside the window. Her heart raced as she whispered to Su Yuchen, "We are being watched. We must leave immediately." The two hastily exited the apartment, and the journalist followed their predetermined escape plan. However, mere streets away, Their vehicle was intercepted. Several men clad in black emerged from the car, clearly sent by K. It seems Ka has already caught wind of our plans. Su Yuqing scoffed coldly, his gaze steely. He will not let us go easily. Xiaoli clenched her fists and quickly pressed the emergency call button within the car to alert nearby bodyguards for assistance. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing opened the car door, resolutely confronting the assailants. Although they were outnumbered, the black-clad men had evidently underestimated Su Yuqing's preparedness. After a brief clash, reinforcements arrived just in time. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the men in black retreated swiftly, allowing the two to escape safely. Upon returning to the safe house, Xiaoli settled onto the sofa, her brow furrowed in deep concern. Their reaction was swifter than we had anticipated, indicating that Chaos Network was omnipresent. Yet, our plan was also beginning to bear fruit. Su Yuqing poured her a glass of water, noting that this incident would draw Chaos attention towards us, allowing the journalists to smoothly progress to the next stage. That evening, an international anti-corruption organization received an anonymously submitted report, detailing the transaction records of the Rhine Foundation and the key figures involved. Simultaneously, a reputable media outlet published an in-depth investigative report on the Rhine Foundation. The revelations sent shockwaves through the business and political spheres. However, just as Xia Li and Su Yuqing believed the situation was unfolding in their favor, an unexpected counterattack shattered their plans. Certain implicated members within the Su family allied with external forces, attempting to divert public attention by tarnishing Xia Li's reputation. "Miss Xia, your name is being thrust into the spotlight," Zhao Qingyang messaged, sharing an article accusing Xia Li of illicit market manipulation. Its content was false yet vehemently phrased, accompanied by fabricated evidence. Xiaoli let out a cold laugh. This was their retaliation. Unable to deny the authenticity of the transactions, they sought to drag me down with them. "We cannot allow these lies to fester," Su Yuqing asserted with steely resolve. "We must immediately identify the source of the article and trace the puppeteers behind it." After a night of investigation, the team uncovered that the article was linked to a public relations firm associated with the Rhine Foundation. This company was evidently operating on behalf of K, attempting to undermine the reputations of Xia Li and Su Yuqing through a war of public opinion. Since they wish to engage in a battle of narratives, we shall meet them on that battlefield, Xiaoli declared, her gaze fierce. "I will utilize the law to expose their deceit." Meanwhile, K initiated a more aggressive counteroffensive. He posted a bounty on the dark web, seeking all remaining evidence in Xia Li and Su Yuqing's possession and implementing comprehensive surveillance of their movements. This bounty attracted numerous unidentified hunters and mercenaries, escalating the situation dramatically. Kwa's now fighting desperately. Su Yuqing sat on the sofa, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Every step he took was evidence of his growing fear of us. But this also meant our time was dwindling. "We must locate him swiftly and dismantle his network entirely," Xiaoli stated resolutely. The two decided to unite additional resources to launch a thorough tracking operation against Chaos Core Base. They realized that this battle had transcended personal or familial stakes. It was a matter of greater justice and equity. Chapter 18. The Pursuit of Life and Death in the Dimly Lit Safe House. A palpable tension permeated the air. Xia Li and Su Yuqing stood before an expansive operational map, which was marked with red lines delineating several critical areas. All clues pointed towards a potential location, a private island situated in a South Asian country. This place was believed to be K's ultimate refuge, as well as the nerve center of his entire trafficking network. "We must confirm this location at the earliest opportunity," Su Yuqing stated, placing the latest report on the table. "If K is indeed there, his defenses will be no less formidable than those of the previous warehouse." "We have no alternatives," Xiaoli replied, her gaze unwavering. The bounty operations on the dark web had commenced, leaving them with scant time. Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the communication device. "I have verified the security arrangements of the island through satellite imagery. The perimeter is equipped with surveillance systems, and there are concealed docks and helicopter pads on the island, resembling a military base. This indicates we're drawing closer to the truth," Xiaoli mused momentarily. We require a professional team to assist in breaching the defenses while ensuring the immediate transmission of evidence. After 2 days of intense preparation, a squad composed of professional security personnel assembled under Su Yuchen's guidance. Their mission was to infiltrate the island, procure additional core evidence, and apprehend K if necessary. At dawn, the team stealthily approached the island aboard a speedboat. The surrounding waters were shrouded in thick fog, providing them with a measure of concealment. As they neared the shore, one team member activated a portable jamming device, temporarily disrupting the island surveillance signals. "Remember, once we enter, do not linger," Su Yuchen whispered. "Our objective is to retrieve evidence, not to engage in a prolonged battle." Xiaoli nodded, discreetly concealing a compact handgun at her waist. She understood that this operation might be their final opportunity, and they must give their all. The internal defenses of the island were far more intricate than anticipated. Surveillance cameras were densely distributed, and patrolling personnel were omnipresent. The team cautiously navigated through a thicket and ultimately arrived at a structure concealed within the rocks. The interior of the building, with its frigid metallic walls, exuded an industrial chill. Xiaoli and Su Yuchen communicated via wireless headsets, directing the team to split into 2 groups, one tasked with locating KS server, while the other focused on gathering documents and video records. "There is a main control computer here," reported one team member through the headset. "I'm attempting to breach the system. Make haste. We have little time." Xiaoli urged anxiously, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. During the hacking process, the team managed to obtain a portion of the documents, but suddenly, an urgent alarm blared. The island's security system had been triggered, and patrol units quickly mobilized. "They've discovered us." Su Yuchen cursed under his breath. Everyone prepare to retreat. Just a moment longer. The technician's fingers flew over the keyboard, successfully transmitting the final batch of documents to a portable hard drive. He handed the drive to Xiaoli, stating, "Here, this contains all the data." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, prompting Xiaoli and Su Yuchen to swiftly conceal themselves. They witnessed a squad of fully armed security personnel meticulously searching each room, evidently determined to prevent anyone from escaping. "We are surrounded," Xiaoli whispered, a trace of anxiety flickering in her eyes. Su Yuchen tightened his grip on his weapon and quietly commanded the team to break through the back door, stating, "I will cover you. Everyone disperse and retreat." "You've lost your mind," Xiaoli retorted in a hushed tone. "We must leave together. No more arguments." Su Yuchen replied with unwavering resolve. "If we are captured, the evidence will be rendered meaningless." Xiaoli clenched her jaw, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. She swiftly retreated through the back door with the hard drive and a portion of their team, while Su Yuchen led the remaining members in an attempt to divert the enemy's attention. On the outskirts of the island, the speedboat had already revved its engine in anticipation of their escape. As Xiaoli and her team burst forth from the dense foliage, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind them. Turning back, she saw Su Yuchen and another group of team members being pursued by the security personnel. "Get on the boat," the occupants of the speedboat urged anxiously, yet Xiaoli hesitated for a moment before resolutely returning to the thicket. When she found Su Yuchen, he was engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, several abrasions marking his body. His face registered a flicker of surprise upon seeing her. "Did I not tell you to leave?" "No time for chatter," Xiaoli replied coldly, providing cover as they retreated towards the speedboat. Ultimately, the two successfully leaped aboard, and the vessel sped away from the island. The enemy reached the shore, but was powerless to pursue them further. Once back in a secure area, Xiaoli immediately transferred the data from the hard drive to a backup server. Data analysis revealed that Kane not only controlled the Ryan Fund, but also had direct connections to multiple international financial crime syndicates. This evidence was sufficient for international law enforcement agencies to initiate a comprehensive investigation against him. "This data represents our greatest victory," Su Yuchen said, his voice tinged with fatigue. "But this battle is far from over. Kay will not relinquish his hold easily. He already knows we have obtained the data," Xiaoli murmured, "and he will undoubtedly retaliate with full force." Indeed, just as they prepared to submit the evidence to the International Anti-Corruption Organization, a team member brought shocking news. Xia Li and Su Yuchen's personal information had been published on the dark web, with a substantial bounty placed on their capture. K is leveraging his network to corner us. Xia Li observed the bounty notice on the screen, her gaze icy. But this will only solidify our resolve. Chapter 19, The Prelude to Counterattack. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the floor, yet the atmosphere in the room was laden with tension. Xia Li's gaze was fixated on the computer screen, which displayed a bounty notice from the dark web concerning her and Su Yuchen. The substantial reward had attracted a multitude of unknown forces, and amid the tempest of public opinion, they had not only become targets of pursuit, but were also besmirched by various false narratives depicting them as puppet masters. He is forcing us to reveal ourselves. Su Yuchen entered the room, offering a cup of coffee to Xia Li, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. This was the last desperate act of K. He was acutely aware that there was no turning back. But this also places us in greater peril, Xia Li replied, closing her laptop. Her tone calm, yet stern. We must proactively disclose the evidence before he launches a full-scale counterattack. Together, they swiftly devised a plan, deciding to expose all evidence through the public channels of an international anti-corruption organization, while simultaneously contacting a reputable media outlet for real-time coverage. However, to execute this plan, they required a secure transit point to evade KS pursuit. That evening, Xia Li and Su Yuchen arrived at a clandestine base, a temporary safe haven provided by the International Anti-Corruption Organization, fortified with high-level protective measures. A number of experts had gathered there, conducting final analyses and organization of the data retrieved from the island's hard drives. The value of this data was beyond imagination. An analyst remarked that it revealed financial transactions between the Ryan Foundation and several international criminal organizations, implicating prominent figures in both politics and business. This was precisely why Qua was so fiercely protective of it. As Xia Li perused the analysis report, she realized that if they could successfully disclose this information, his network would be utterly dismantled. However, just as their plan was set in motion, an urgent message shattered the calm. A team member responsible for external surveillance rushed into the meeting room, breathless and urgent. We have detected anomalies. An unidentified armed group is approaching our location. They had arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Su Yuchen furrowed his brow, preparing for battle to ensure the secure transmission of their data. As night descended, alarms blared around the base. The security team promptly entered a state of heightened alert, setting up obstacles and positioning themselves at various vantage points. Xia Li sat in the control room, monitoring the external situation through surveillance equipment. An armed squad, well-equipped, was closing in on the perimeter of the base, wielding high-tech jamming devices in an attempt to disable the base's communication systems. The crackle of electricity intermittently filled the communication channels as the technical team scrambled to adjust frequencies to restore the signal. We cannot allow them to breach our defenses, Xia Li commanded over the radio, emphasizing the critical need to protect the core server. Data transmission was our foremost priority. The battle erupted swiftly. The external assailants deployed smoke bombs and jamming devices to sow chaos, attempting to penetrate the base's defenses. Meanwhile, the security team leveraged the terrain to mount a vigorous resistance. Gunfire intermingled with the night sky, and the scent of gunpowder hung thick in the air. Concurrently, Xia Li and Su Yuchen remained fixated on the progress of the data transmission in the control room. The progress bar on the screen advanced slowly, each passing second stretching into an eternity. 5 more minutes are needed. The technician reported that once the data transmission was complete, it could be directly sent to the servers of the International Anti-Corruption Organization. They want to give us 5 minutes, Su Yuchen remarked coldly. As the external defenses were gradually being compromised, we must buy more time. He picked up a weapon and turned towards the door. Xia Li grasped his hand with a hint of urgency. What are you planning to do? I'm going to assist on the front lines. Su Yuchen's eyes were filled with determination. If we are breached, this data will be rendered meaningless. I will go with you, Xia Li insisted resolutely. They need you here. Su Yuchen held her hand firmly, yet gently. Xia Li, you are the soul of this plan. Only you can ensure its success. Xia Li's hand trembled slightly before she released him. You must return safely. Su Yuchen did not respond, merely turning to leave. His silhouette appeared remarkably steadfast under the dim light. The external battle grew increasingly intense, as the enemy seemed willing to go to any lengths to obliterate the base's communication systems. Su Yuchen led a few team members to flank the enemy, engaging in fierce gunfire. The sounds of gunshots and explosions reverberated, filling the battlefield with a pungent scent of gunpowder. Meanwhile, in the control room, the data transmission progress finally approached completion. The technician exclaimed excitedly, "The data transmission is complete. We have succeeded." Xiaoli exhaled in relief, but quickly realized they needed to evacuate immediately. She activated the radio, calling out to everyone, "Data has been successfully transmitted. Prepare for immediate evacuation." The evacuation process was far from smooth. Upon discovering the base was about to be vacated, the enemy intensified their assault. Xiao Li and the technical team were forced to exit through a concealed passage, while Su Yuchen was tasked with covering the final retreat. As Xiao Li boarded the evacuation vehicle, she glanced back, yet saw no sign of Su Yuchen. Her heart sank, and she tightened her grip on the communication device. "Su Yuchen, where are you?" His voice came through the radio, mingled with gunfire. "I'm still on the flank. I'll be there shortly. You go ahead. Don't wait for me." "No way." Xiao Li retorted fiercely. "If you don't return, I'll 1T leave. Listen to me." Su Yuchen's tone grew more severe. "Xiao Li, your mission is not yet complete. Leaving with this evidence is the only way to truly dismantle K." Xiao Li's eyes brimmed with tears, yet ultimately, she gritted her teeth and commanded the driver to start the vehicle. A few hours later, Xiao Li and her team successfully reached the next safe point. But Su Yuchen was still absent. She repeatedly dialed his communication device, yet there was no answer. "He will be fine." Xiao Li forced herself to remain calm, silently reassuring herself. Meanwhile, the press conference of the International Anti-Corruption Organization commenced. They publicly unveiled the investigation report on the Rhine Foundation, causing a global sensation. The media reported extensively, as KS criminal network was fully exposed, prompting law enforcement agencies from multiple countries to unite in pursuit of the implicated individuals. However, for Xiao Li, this victory felt exceptionally heavy. She sat alone in the room, gripping Su Yuchen's communication device, her heart silently praying for his safety. Chapter 20. The Dilemma of Nirvana. In the early hours of dawn, the sky began to lighten, and a hint of chill lingered in the air. Xiao Li sat in the secure room, her gaze fixated on the communication device in her hand. 7 hours had passed since Su Yuchen had remained at the base to provide cover for the evacuation, yet there had been no updates regarding his whereabouts. "He will return," Xiao Li repeatedly assured herself, gripping the device tightly. Suddenly, the communication channel crackled to life, followed by a faint, indistinct voice. "Xia. I am." Xiao Li sprang to her feet, her tone urgent. "Yuchen, where are you?" The voice on the other end fragmented. "Southside. Safe house. Uri, come." Without hesitation, Xiao Li turned to rally her team. "We found him. Southside safe house. Let's move out immediately." 30 minutes later, Xiao Li and her team arrived at a derelict cabin on the south side. The site bore the scars of fierce gunfight, with shell casings and bloodstains strewn across the ground. Her heart raced as she searched, and finally, in a shadowy corner, she discovered Su Yuchen lying on the ground. He bore evident gunshot wounds to his left arm and abdomen, yet remained conscious. Leaning against the wall, he managed a weak smile upon seeing Xiao Li. "I knew you would come." Xiao Li rushed to his side, crouching to examine his injuries, her voice trembling. "Have you lost your mind? Why didn't you retreat? If I hadn't stayed behind, you would never have made it out," Su Yuchen replied softly, his eyes heavy with fatigue. "But fortunately, we won. Be quiet." Xiao Li's eyes brimmed with tears as she swiftly retrieved a first aid kit to staunch his bleeding. "I 1T let you die." Medical personnel from the team soon arrived, providing urgent care to Su Yuchen before transporting him to a temporary medical facility. Although his injuries were severe, they were not life-threatening. The doctors advised a period of rest to prevent infection. Nevertheless, the first thing Su Yuchen requested upon regaining consciousness was to see Xiao Li. "Are you disregarding the doctor's orders, planning to lie here and give commands?" Xiao Li entered the room, her tone laced with discontent. I know you're worried about me. Su Yuchen managed a faint smile, his voice still weak. But we cannot afford a pause. This battle is far from over. The International Anti-Corruption Organization has taken action. K's network has been dismantled. Xiali countered. What more can he do? He still possesses residual power. Su Yuchen's gaze deepened. Moreover, the issues within our family remain unresolved. He will not surrender easily, and those on the list will not sit idly by. After a moment of contemplation, Xiali nodded. You focus on your recovery. I will handle what comes next. Meanwhile, K's forces indeed continued their machinations. Some of his allies began to undermine the International Anti-Corruption Organization's investigation, disseminating false information through media and the dark web in an attempt to divert public attention. Even more troubling, traitors within the Su family began to surface, colluding with outside forces to usurp family power. Su Yuchen received an urgent notification from within the family, summoning him to an emergency meeting to discuss his eligibility as heir. This marks their final stand. Su Yuchen spoke to Xiali, acknowledging their awareness of his stance. Once he seized control of the Su family, the supporters of Quood find themselves without refuge. Then go reclaim what is rightfully yours, Xiali replied with a calm demeanor. I will clear the obstacles for you from the outside. The two reached a consensus and set forth on their separate missions. Xiali took charge of liaising with international anti-corruption organizations to ensure the further dissemination of evidence while also tracking the remnants of chaos forces. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen returned to the Su family to confront internal challenges head-on. A family meeting convened within the ancestral home of the Su family, the atmosphere charged with tension. As the meeting commenced, an elder bluntly questioned Su Yuchen. Your recent actions have not only embroiled the family in a storm of public opinion, but have also inflicted significant reputational damage upon the Su family. What qualifications do you have to continue as the heir? Su Yuchen replied resolutely, if I do not act, the Su family will face destruction due to internal corruption and collusion. You should understand that everything I do is to restore the Su family to the side of justice. Another elder scoffed, justice? What we need is profit, not meaningless ideals. Su Yuchen's gaze turned icy. It was precisely this profit-driven mindset that had allowed forces like Tu gradually seize control of the Su family. If you persist down this path, not only will the Su family suffer, but I will also sever ties with you completely. A silence enveloped the meeting room. Yet Su Yuchen's stance prompted several neutral members to reconsider their positions. After hours of heated debate, he ultimately managed to retain his position as heir by a narrow margin. Yet he remained acutely aware that internal threats still loomed large. Meanwhile, Xiali successfully tracked down a secret stronghold of the remnants of K. Utilizing technological means, she discovered they were orchestrating a large-scale media campaign aimed at portraying themselves as victims while attacking the integrity of the international anti-corruption organizations. They sought to regain ground through a war of public opinion. Xiali smirked. Let them experience the true backlash of public sentiment. She swiftly contacted international media and, armed with vital data, dismantled the lies propagated by K. Concurrently, she infiltrated K's propaganda network through hacking, exposing their false information one by one. This war of public opinion culminated in a resounding defeat for K, with the international community's criticisms reaching a crescendo, leading multiple governments to issue arrest warrants, resulting in the complete disintegration of K's residual forces. That night, upon returning to her temporary safe house, Xiali found Su Yuchen waiting for her, though fatigue lingered on his face. His eyes sparkled with gratitude. How did it go with the family? Xiali inquired. For now, it's stable, Su Yuchen replied, stepping closer to gently grasp her hand. Thank you for everything you've done outside. We are partners, Xiali murmured, her gaze softening. What remains is to bring this to a definitive end. This will soon be over, Su Yuchen whispered, but I hope that after this conclusion, we may embark on a new beginning. Chapter 21. The unraveling of the conspiracy in the early hours of dawn, Xiali stood before the window at the safe point, gazing out at the distant skyline of the city. Despite the global manhunt and the fierce battle of public opinion that had severely crippled KS Network, she understood that this struggle was far from over. Qua's not one to capitulate easily. His ultimate counterattack was undoubtedly in the works. From which point would he launch his retaliation? Xiaoli murmured to herself, her thoughts interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Zhao Qingyang entered, holding a classified document with a grave expression, bearing new intelligence. They had intercepted a message from Ka on the dark web. He was contacting a clandestine force, preparing to orchestrate a final strike against us and the International Anti-Corruption Organization. Xiaoli took the document, quickly scanning its contents before looking up to inquire. Who is the target this time? The headquarters of the International Anti-Corruption Organization. Zhao Qingyang pointed to the coordinates within the document, came to obliterate the evidence database while simultaneously disseminating false information through the media, masquerading as an external attack to divert public attention. Xiaoli pondered for a moment, realizing that if he succeeded, not only would their efforts be rendered futile, but the international narrative would be entirely twisted in his favor. Thus, we must thwart him in advance, she concluded. Zhao Qingyang's tone was laced with coldness. Yet the challenge remained. The precise location and operational plans of this clandestine force were still not fully grasped. We need a breakthrough. Xiaoli spoke slowly. As long as we locate KS' final hideout, everything can come to an end. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen was engaged in a new round of negotiations with the core members of his family in a temporary conference room. Although he held the upper hand in the struggle for family inheritance, dissenting voices persisted, particularly from those members implicated in KS' transaction list, who conspired with external forces to undermine Su Yuchen from within. The family's interests do not permit you to continue this reckless path, an elder slammed the table, his tone filled with anger. The evidence you have publicly revealed damages not only but also the reputation of the Su family. If the Su family's reputation is built on corruption and evil, then such a reputation is better left unclaimed. Su Yuchen responded coldly. I have stated before, this is not recklessness, it is self-preservation. If you wish to remain part of this family, you must support me, rather than align with our adversaries. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, the opposition subdued by his resolute demeanor, ultimately refraining from further dissent. Several hours later, Xiaoli and Su Yuchen reconvened, swiftly sharing their respective intelligence and formulating their next steps. To expedite the search for KS hideout, they resolved to simultaneously track two leads, delving into the International Anti-Corruption Organization's intelligence network to uncover KS connections with the clandestine force, seeking specific details of their operational plans, and investigating the flow of funds from traders within the family in an attempt to locate KS' concealed stronghold. This time, we cannot afford any mistakes, Su Yuchen remarked, his gaze fixed on Xiaoli, his tone somber. We must take him down in one fell swoop. Xiaoli nodded. I have arranged everything. In our forthcoming actions, we must leave no room for retreat. On that fateful night, Xiaoli, through an informant, successfully acquired an internal communication record of K. These documents revealed that he was in close contact with a powerful external financial magnate, attempting to transfer the final batch of funds. This sum was not merely KS lifeline. It was also the cornerstone of his core trading network. The last node of this financial flow was situated in this very city. Xiaoli scrutinized the map, her finger gliding towards a marked warehouse, likely the last hidden stronghold of K. Shall we proceed directly? Su Yuchen inquired. No, we must not raise any alarms, Xiaoli replied, shaking her head. We need to first ascertain the pattern of the financial flow and uncover his true intentions. The following morning, Xiaoli and Su Yuchen, accompanied by their team, infiltrated the perimeter of the warehouse. Through drone surveillance and technical means, they captured subtle clues of internal activities. Indeed, a batch of equipment was being transferred within the warehouse, and these devices were evidently advanced financial operation systems. These devices could be instrumental in processing that batch of funds, Xiaoli deduced. If we manage to intercept them, we can sever KS' final escape route. But we require more detailed intelligence, Su Yuchen asserted solemnly. This time, we must ensure absolute success. As the two discussed their next steps, a sudden commotion erupted within the warehouse. A black truck entered, and several heavily armed security personnel disembarked. They escorted a middle-aged man into the warehouse, and the identity of this man left both Xiaoli and Su Yuchen astounded. It's Ke, Xiaoli exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. He has come in person. He must be here to finalize the transfer of funds. Su Yuchen's gaze hardened. This may be our only opportunity. The two swiftly contacted their support team and orchestrated a raid. As night fell, the operation commenced. The team utilized drones and jamming devices to temporarily disable the warehouse's external surveillance system, silently infiltrating the interior. A confrontation was imminent within the warehouse. Cat evidently anticipated such an intrusion. His security team was well-equipped and responded swiftly. Yet, Xia Li and Su Yuchen's team matched their prowess, gradually gaining the upper hand through strategic maneuvers. Ultimately, in a dimly lit chamber, Xia Li confronted face to face. Did you think that by dismantling my network, you could achieve victory? Sneered, his tone laced with madness. What I possess far exceeds your imagination. Even if I fall today, your families will pay dearly for your choices. You have already lost, Xia Li coldly retorted. Without your network and funds, you are nothing. A flicker of despair crossed K's eyes, but he swiftly drew a gun from his waist, aiming it at Xia Li. Then I shall take you to hell with me. In a critical moment, Su Yuchen suddenly appeared, delivering a kick that sent sprawling to the ground. A gunshot rang out but veered off course. Qua subdued, and the operation concluded successfully. Chapter 22. The temptation of truth. In the early morning, the dawn light streamed through the shattered windows of the warehouse, casting a glow upon the floor, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Following the successful operation, Xia Li stood deep within the warehouse, her gaze fixed intently upon the restrained K. Bound to a chair, he wore a cryptic smile, seemingly undeterred by his defeat. Do you think capturing me signifies the end? Spoke in a low, mocking tone. You are utterly oblivious to what you truly face. Xia Li regarded him with a frigid stare, her voice imbued with icy resolve. Is that so? Then why do you remain seated here? With a light chuckle, scanned the room, because I know you will not kill me. Miss Xia, you are not a cold-blooded individual, and you would never forsake the chance to uncover the truth behind your mother's death. I am, after all, the sole bearer of the entire truth. His words struck Xia Li like a bolt of lightning, piercing her heart. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to maintain composure. You are merely stalling with falsehoods. No, I am proposing a transaction, Krepled languidly. I can divulge every detail surrounding your mother's demise, but only if you allow me to live. At this moment, Su Yuchen stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do not heed his words. He is toying with your emotions. We possess ample evidence, and his fate will be determined in court. Court, scoffed. Do you have any notion of the secrets I hold? Once I take the stand, the revelations will send shockwaves through the very foundations of your families. The Su family, the Xia family, and even certain influential figures on the international stage would dread the exposure of such truths. Xia Li turned her gaze to Su Yuchen, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes. He might not be lying. Both the Su and Xia families were embroiled in the events surrounding her mother's past. If the truth were to remain concealed, the narrative may forever elude them. Yet we cannot let him go. Su Yuchen's tone was unyielding. He is attempting to sow discord. Reclined leisurely against the chair, a slight smile gracing his lips. You may choose to kill me, but the truth will be buried alongside my death. Miss Xia, are you certain you wish to make such a choice? Outside the warehouse, the sun grew increasingly fierce, yet the atmosphere grew ever more tense. Xia Li turned covert to the support team and resolved to interrogate him personally, seeking to extract further information from him. In the interrogation room, Quaz shackled, with surveillance equipment capturing every detail. Xia Li sat at the table, her gaze piercing. If you wish to negotiate, then show some sincerity. A smile played at the corners of K's mouth. Your mother's death was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, and the mastermind is the most unlikely individual within your family. Who? Xia Li's voice trembled with barely contained fury. Xia Qingtian, cut her the name with casual indifference. Your father. Xia Li sprang to her feet, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. Impossible. He could never harm his own wife. Remained unfazed and continued. Of course, he was not the direct perpetrator, but he played a pivotal role in this conspiracy. Years ago, your mother uncovered some of our clandestine dealings and attempted to expose them. However, your father chose to align himself with the family and its interests, thwarting her efforts. Although he later sought to atone, it was already too late to mend the damage. Do you think I would believe your one-sided narrative? Xiao Li's voice was frigid. You merely seek to sow discord. Slowly shook his head. Whether my words bear truth or not, you may inquire with your father. I believe he has long concealed the truth, even hiding many clues regarding you. After leaving the interrogation room, Xiao Li felt a heavy heart. She took out her phone and dialed her father, Xia Qingtian. A familiar voice resonated on the other end. Lir, why the sudden call? Is there something amiss? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Li spoke with a tone both somber and resolute. Father, I need to see you. There are matters that must be clarified. A few hours later, Xiao Li met her father at the old Xiao residence. She recounted verbatim the information obtained from Kay. Fixing her gaze upon her father, tell me, is what he said true? Xia Qingtian's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Lir, there are truths I have long hesitated to share, not out of fear, but because I knew you would struggle to reconcile with these realities. So it is true? Xiao Li's voice trembled slightly. Xia Qingtian nodded, his eyes filled with remorse. Your mother indeed discovered KS dealings and sought to expose them. However, at that time, both the Xia and Su families faced a crisis. If she revealed these secrets, both families would suffer catastrophic repercussions. Thus I prevented her. But what of her death? Xiao Li's tone grew increasingly frigid. What role did you play in that? I do not know the truth, Xia Qingtian whispered. I believe my intervention would safeguard her, yet ultimately led to her demise. That accident is something I can never forgive myself for. Xiao Li closed her eyes, forcing herself to quell the rising fury within. She stood up and coldly stated, You did not protect her. You chose to safeguard the family's interests. Her death is the price of your choices. With that, she turned and departed. Upon returning to a safe location, Xiao Li conveyed this information to Su Yuqing. He remained silent for a moment before softly responding. The interests of the family and personal emotions can, at times, be irreconcilable. I understand your anger, but your father may not have truly wished her harm. I only know that my mother paid the ultimate price for this, while these individuals continue to stand on their so-called side of justice. Xiao Li's tone was laced with profound disappointment. Su Yuqing gently grasped her hand. What you must do now is not to let hatred dictate your emotions, but to utilize these truths to bring an end to it all. Xiao Li inhaled deeply and nodded. It is time to unmask all the facades. Chapter 23. The truth in the mist. The twilight light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow upon the meeting room of the safe point, illuminating Xiao Li's slightly fatigued visage. After a night of contemplative reflection, she had finally resolved. The truth behind her mother's death could no longer remain buried, regardless of the repercussions it might entail. She gently opened the documents on the table, which contained fragments of clues obtained from KS interrogation. Among them, one particular email stood out, signed with the alias C, revealing that this individual had played a pivotal role in her mother's case. Who is C? Su Yuqing's voice emerged from behind her, interrupting Xia Li's train of thought. We do not yet know, but this email indicates a direct connection between him and certain members of the family. Xiao Li passed the documents to him, stating, if we can locate C, we might unearth further truths regarding my mother. Su Yuqing pondered for a moment before nodding. We can initiate our investigation from within the family. I will assign someone to verify C's true identity, while you continue to follow up on KS interrogation. Very well. Xiao Li's gaze was resolute. She understood that every subsequent step was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, K's demeanor in the interrogation room underwent a subtle transformation. It seemed he had come to realize the gravity of his situation and began to disclose some information voluntarily. Yet each statement was laden with meaning, as if he deliberately left behind unresolved enigmas. You know, Miss Xia, you are closer to the truth than you might imagine, murmured, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. But can you withstand the consequences that all truths entail? Do not attempt to play psychological games with me, Xiao Li retorted coldly. Your sole purpose is to buy time. Chuckled softly, leaning forward, what significance does buying time hold for me? My game is already lost, yet yours continues. Do you think I am your greatest adversary? You are mistaken. Your true enemy lies within yourselves. Clarify your words, Xiao Li demanded sharply. Offered no response, merely regarding her with a meaningful glance before sealing his lips. Hours later, Su Yuchen returned with some leads. Through analysis of the Su family's internal documents, he discovered that was not merely a simple alias, but a concealed identity of a family member. This individual not only had transaction records with K, but also played a significant role in the events surrounding Xia Li's mother. This person could be my uncle, Su Donyang. Su Yuchen placed a list upon the table, noting his pivotal involvement in the financial operations of Tianhui International and his multiple contacts with K. Su Dongyang, Xia Li Furuit Herburuth. He had always been the most secretive member of the Su family, never directly engaging in family affairs, yet wielding considerable economic power. If he truly is C, then everything would fall into place. The two resolved to take immediate action, heading to Su Donyang's private villa for investigation. However, upon their arrival, they found the villa in disarray, clearly indicating that someone had arrived there before them. Someone has gotten there first. Su Yuchen surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "They are clearing the evidence. It's a member of K. Xia Likomli Analiza." The enigma he mentioned during the interrogation is evidently a ploy to stall us, while concealing the remnants of his faction. The two cautiously ventured deeper into the villa, uncovering a hidden study. The safe within had been pried open, documents strewn across the floor. However, among the disarray, they discovered a notebook that had not been taken. The first page bore the inscription, "The Ultimate Truth, Project G." "What is Project G?" Xia Li murmured. "This could be the crux of the entire conspiracy." Su Yuchen flipped through the notebook, only to find its contents encoded in a peculiar cipher, rendering it unreadable. "Let us take it back and have Zhao Qingyang decipher it," Xia Li decisively stated. In any case, this might be the key to unraveling everything. Upon returning to their safe haven, Zhao Qingyang promptly set to work. Several hours later, he successfully deciphered portions of the notebook, revealing that the so-called Project G was a collaborative endeavor spanning multiple families, aimed at manipulating the international financial market through illicit transactions. Xia Li's mother had been eliminated for attempting to thwart this scheme. She uncovered the collusion between the Su family, the Xia family, and K. Zhao Qingyang explained. However, her exposure posed a threat to too many vested interests, prompting them to resolve the matter in the most direct manner. Xia Li closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "So, my father's choice back then was between family and mother. He chose family. Yet your mother was not without her preparations," Zhao Qingyang continued. "Before her demise, she left behind crucial evidence that could completely unearth the truth of Project G." "Where's the evidence?" Su Yuchen inquired. The notebook mentions that the evidence is concealed in a secret location known to her during her lifetime. Zhao Qingyang pointed to a marked spot on the map. "Here is a place your mother frequented." Xia Li gazed at the map, her resolve solidifying. "We must find this evidence. It is the key to ending everything." In the dead of night, Xia Li and Su Yuchen set forth toward the designated location. It was a remote cabin, enveloped in serene silence. The two entered cautiously, discovering a desk with a hidden compartment beneath it. Upon opening the compartment, they found an old photograph and a metal key inscribed with intricate symbols. The photograph depicted Xia Li's mother, her smile gentle, while the metal key seemed to pertain to some safe or concealed apparatus. "This is a clue, but it is insufficient," Su Yuchen remarked. "We need to identify the location that corresponds with the key. Regardless, this confirms she left behind evidence." Xia Li grasped the key tightly, determination flickering in her eyes. "We will find it." Chapter 24. The key to the chains. As the night deepened, Xia Li clutched the metallic key, her gaze fixed upon the old photograph spread across the table. Her mother's smile seemed to transcend time, illuminating the depths of her heart. She could not suppress the questions swirling within her. What did the key unlock? What secrets had her mother left behind during her lifetime? "What are you pondering?" Su Yuchen's voice emerged from behind her. "My mother often visited this small room, yet I never truly understood her life," Xia Li murmured, a hint of melancholy in her tone. "What did she conceal with this key?" "We will soon discover the truth," Su Yuchen assured, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Zhao Qingyang is investigating the purpose of this key. Regardless of the answer, we shall confront it together." The following morning, Zhao Qingyang relayed news that he had identified. based on the symbols and markings on the key, that it was linked to a bank vault. This bank, renowned for its stringent confidentiality and high security, was located at the far end of the city. If the key matches, we may unlock a private safe, Zhao Qingyang explained over the phone. However, this process requires identification, and the registration of the safe may no longer be in your mother's name. Xiaoli held the key firmly, her resolve unwavering. No matter how complicated it may be, we must try. At 10 o'clock that morning, Xiaoli and Su Yuchen arrived at the bank. The bustling hall was filled with people, yet the atmosphere was eerily serene, as if every step was under surveillance. Xiaoli presented the key to the bank clerk, accompanied by her identification. "This is an item left by my mother. I would like to verify the associated registration records," Xiaoli stated. The clerk meticulously examined the key and the records before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, there is a matching record. However, you will need to provide a password or other verification information to access the safe." "A password?" Xiaoli paused, clearly taken aback, as her mother had never mentioned such a detail. "Without the password, we cannot proceed," the clerk politely reminded her. "Is there any alternative method for identity verification?" Su Yuchen interjected, seeking a breakthrough. "There is a backup option," the clerk explained. "The safe is equipped with a fingerprint verification system. If it is the registrant or their direct relatives, the fingerprint may be accepted." Xiaoli inhaled deeply. "Let's give it a try." She pressed her finger onto the verification device. After several flashes of red light, the screen turned green. The clerk nodded. "Verification successful. Please follow me." Under the clerk's guidance, the two entered the subterranean vault. It was so quiet that only the faint sound of their footsteps could be heard, while the metal walls reflected the dim yellow light, creating the illusion of a secret labyrinth. "This is it," the clerk pointed to a small safe. Xiaoli inserted the key into the lock, and as she turned it, the safe door slowly creaked open. Inside lay an exquisite wooden box and a letter. Carefully, she retrieved the envelope, noticing the elegant handwriting that read, "To my dear Lier." Upon opening the envelope, the letter revealed, "Lier, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be present. What I have left behind is not wealth, but the truth. I hope you can be strong, for no matter how brutal the truth may be, it does not define your future. Within the wooden box lies my final relic. Perhaps it will illuminate the fog for you. Forever loving you, your mother." Xiao Li's hand trembled slightly as she opened the box, revealing an aged document and a cassette tape. The document contained the core agreement of the G project, clearly listing the names of the participants, including Uncle Su, Xiaqing Tian, and an anonymous C. "This is the truth behind the G project," Su Yuchen murmured, his gaze complex as he studied the document. "What about the cassette tape?" Xia Lin Kidat. "Perhaps it is another fragment of truth left behind by her." Su Yuchen replied, "We need to find a place to listen." The two hastily left the bank and returned to a secure location. Zhao Qingyang converted the cassette tape into a digital format, and as it played, a clear female voice echoed through the room. It was the voice of Xia Li's mother. "If you're hearing this recording, it means I will no longer have the chance to stand before you and recount everything. Lia, I'm sorry. I love you, but I cannot protect you. The G project is a trap. They use it to control us all. Qing Tian was forced to compromise, but he never gave up on protecting us. Sis the most dangerous person. He not only controls the project, but also seeks to exploit us." The recording abruptly cut off, seemingly having not captured the entirety. "Not only controls the project, but also seeks to exploit us." Xiaoli repeated this phrase, her thoughts growing increasingly chaotic. What exactly does he intend to do? It was evident that Qua was the central figure orchestrating everything, Su Yuchen remarked, and his objectives may be far more intricate than we can imagine. The revelation of the recording and the document made them realize that the scale of the G project was larger than anticipated. This was not merely a power struggle between families. It also involved the deep-seated manipulation of international finance and power networks. Yet, the identity of remained shrouded in mystery. Just as they were piecing together the clues, Zhao Qingyang suddenly received an urgent alert. Remnants of Quers stirring, plotting a large-scale operation that could target this evidence. "We must ensure the safety of this evidence," Xiaoli urged, while simultaneously pursuing the identity of CTO unveil the truth completely. They will come. Su Yuchen's gaze was icy, but this time, we are already prepared. Chapter 25. The offensive and defensive of truth. The midnight safe point was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with the light casting a heavy glow on the evidence files and recording devices laid upon the table. Xiaoli sat before the screen, repeatedly listening to the recording left by her mother. Those unresolved clues and unfinished words of farewell were like chains binding her inexorably to the truth. She not only controlled the plan, but also sought to exploit us. Her mother's voice echoed incessantly within her mind. Xiaoli's bro furuba. The questions in her heart lingering persistently. The information provided by this recording was limited. It clearly pointed to a singular fact. C was not merely the driving force behind the G plan, but was also attempting to leverage the plan for greater personal gain. Su Yuchen stood nearby, calmly analyzing the situation. But who exactly was he? The recording from her mother halted at the most crucial juncture, leaving them still devoid of core clues. Xiaoli murmured, her gaze reflecting determination. At that moment, Zhao Qingyang entered the room, holding a new investigative report. I have tracked potential connections related to Cand, discovered a name that frequently appears, Su Dongyang. He not only has direct ties to but has also surfaced multiple times in connection with her mother's death. Su Dongyang? Su Yuchen frowned, recognizing him as the most clandestine member of the Su family, who had never participated in public affairs. Are you certain it is him? Almost definitively, Zhao Qingyang replied, handing over the file. Moreover, someone has seen him recently at a private estate in the suburbs, seemingly orchestrating some secretive operation. Xiaoli contemplated for a moment, then rose to her feet. If Su Dongyang is indeed C, this could be our singular opportunity to unravel the entire truth. The following morning, Xiaoli and Su Yuchen, accompanied by their team, proceeded to the target location. The estate was both hidden and opulent, surrounded by high walls and dense foliage, evidently designed to thwart external interference. Through drone reconnaissance, they discovered the estate was heavily guarded, not only featuring armed security personnel, but also equipped with advanced surveillance systems. He is certainly concealing something. This operation must be executed with utmost caution, Su Yuchen advised. If Su Dongyang is indeed C, he will undoubtedly be prepared. The team swiftly devised a plan to infiltrate the estate under the cover of night. All progressed smoothly as they evaded perimeter guards and silently entered the estate. Once inside, they discovered a wealth of documents and equipment within a study. These documents meticulously recorded the financial flows and related transactions of the G plan, while the equipment demonstrated Su Dongyang's real-time communications with various factions. This evidence is sufficient to substantiate his crimes, Xiaoli whispered, capturing photographic records of the files. However, at that moment, an alarm blared. The estate security system had been triggered, and the lights around them illuminated instantly as guards began to converge on the study. We've been compromised. Su Yuchen swiftly commanded, split up and retreat. Team members scattered, while Xiaoli and Su Yuchen opted to withdraw through a concealed passage. Yet, en route to the exit, they were intercepted by a group of heavily armed security personnel. It seems you are quite intrigued by my whereabouts. A somber voice emerged from the crowd. Su Dongyang slowly stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Xiaoli and Su Yuchen for a moment, a cold smirk crossing his lips. Miss Xia, nephew Yuchen, you are indeed audacious. You are C, aren't you? Xiaoli inquired, her anger unmasked as she fixed her eyes upon him. C? Su Dongyang Chukka Sopti. I prefer the title of the controller. What you're doing is not only destroying the Su family, but also endangering everyone associated with you. Su Yuchen's tone was frigid. Destruction? Su Dongyang's voice dripped with mockery. Without sacrifice, there can be no genuine gain. Your so-called morals and justice are merely pawns on my chessboard. Before he could finish, Su Dongyang gestured for the security to take action. The two reacted swiftly, utilizing nearby cover to mount a counterattack. The combat was fierce yet brief. Despite the overwhelming numbers of security personnel, Xiaoli and Su Yuchen successfully broke through due to their exceptional tactics and skills. They secured the evidence and immediately uploaded all data to a secure network after escaping the estate. Upon returning to their safe point, they commenced an analysis. uncovering that Su Donyang was not only but also the true mastermind behind the G plan. Through intricate financial maneuvers and dark web transactions, he had tethered multiple families and factions together to exert control over the international economy. We must make this evidence public as soon as possible, Xiaoli stated to Zhao Qingyang, not only for my mother, but also to put an end to this conspiracy. It is already in progress, Zhao Qingyang replied. An international anti-corruption organization has intervened, and they will release the investigation report within 24 hours. However, Su Donyang was not idly waiting. That night, he orchestrated a large-scale raid through his remaining forces, attempting to obliterate the safe point where Xia Li and Su Yuchen were located. In the dead of night, the alarms at the safe point blared abruptly. Xia Li and Su Yuchen immediately entered combat mode, directing their team to defend and ensuring the secure transfer of the evidence. This is the final battle, Su Yuchen declared to Xia Li, his gaze resolute. Regardless of the outcome, we must prevail. Chapter 26. The final line of defense. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, an air of tension and oppression pervaded the safe point, akin to frozen ice. The external alarm shattered the night's silence, accompanied by the distant clamor of vehicles and footsteps. They were approaching. Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the communication device, tinged with urgency. Standing resolutely in the command room, Xiaoli maintained her calm demeanor, ensuring that everyone adhered to the plan, prioritizing the secure transfer of evidence. Su Yuqing stood beside her, directing tactical team members to allocate firepower effectively. His voice resonated with authority. The obstacles set at the perimeter can withstand for 15 minutes. The internal line must hold for at least 30 minutes, granting us sufficient time to complete the data backup. I will safeguard the core area. Xiaoli's tone brooked no dissent. No, you're the linchpin of this operation. Su Yuqing's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his resolve unwavering. I will handle the front lines, while you ensure the safety of the data. The two exchanged a momentary glance before Xia Li ultimately nodded, take care. 10 minutes later, the first line of defense was breached. In the darkness, the sound of heavy footsteps and low commands drew nearer. The assailants' actions were evidently meticulously orchestrated. They split into multiple groups, attempting to infiltrate from various directions simultaneously. This was their final gamble. Su Yuqing conveyed over the communication. As long as we endure through the night, all truths will be revealed to the world. Understood. Xia Li's hands gripped the keyboard tightly as she swiftly operated the data backup system. The battle outside was fiercely intense. The assailants were well-equipped and ferocious. Yet the defensive team commanded by Su Yuqing showed no signs of yielding. Utilizing their intimate knowledge of the terrain, they repelled the assailants' repeated advances. However, it was clear that the assailants were not merely relying on firepower. They activated a high-frequency jamming device, attempting to sever the safe point's communications and data transmission. The communication signal is weakening, Zhao Qingyang shouted. Their target is the data center. Initiate the backup channel and transmit via wired connection, Xiaoli ordered with haste. Yet, just as her words fell, the power system within the safe point flickered erratically before plunging into brief darkness. The backup power swiftly kicked in, illuminating the space once more. But the system's recovery time was unavoidably extended. This is not a mere interference. They have breached the system, Zhao Qingyang exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. We must manually restart the mainframe. I will handle it. Without hesitation, Xiaoli rose, grasping the communication device. Yuqing, buy me some time. Understood. Su Yuqing's voice responded, followed immediately by a barrage of gunfire. Xiaoli dashed toward the data center. Along the way, the assailants had already breached the second line of defense, with several security personnel having made the ultimate sacrifice, yet they valiantly staved off the enemy's further advance. Upon entering the data center, she promptly activated the control panel, her fingers flying over the keyboard. The progress bar on the screen inched forward, time seeming to elongate, each passing second laden with agony. The mainframe is rebooting. It will take another 5 minutes, she informed Zhao Qingyang over the communication channel. They're almost at the inner line. Zhao Qingyang's voice was laced with urgency. Hurry. Meanwhile, the battles on the front lines grew increasingly brutal. The The assailants began to concentrate their firepower on the core defenses, and Su Yuchen's team gradually appeared overwhelmed. Falling back to the next defensive line, Su Yuchen calmly issued commands while covering his team as retreat. A bullet grazed his arm, yet he gritted his teeth, showing not a hint of retreat. The enemy commander seemed to sense the strategic intentions behind the defenses and began organizing a more concentrated offensive. They attempted a rapid assault to completely dismantle the line. 2 minutes left. Xiao Li's voice crackled through the comms. "We must hold on," Su Yuchen murmured to himself, gripping his weapon tightly. 2 minutes later, the main system finally rebooted and data transmission resumed. The progress bar on the screen advanced swiftly, and Zhao Qingyang exclaimed, "Data upload has begun. We only need to hold for another 10 minutes, and victory will be ours." Xiao Li wiped the sweat from her brow and turned toward the command room, notifying everyone to enter the final defensive phase. The assailants clearly recognized the dwindling time and altered their strategy, concentrating their fire on the data center. One assailant broke through the defenses, charging into the corridor and engaging Xiao Li in close combat. Xiao Li faced the threat with composure, utilizing her agility to swiftly subdue the enemy. However, as she caught her breath, more footsteps echoed from behind. Turning to look, she found 2 assailants aiming their guns at her. "Don't move," one of them commanded coldly. Xiao Li tightened her grip on her dagger, calculating her next move. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, a gunshot pierced the air, and the assailant fell to the ground. "I told you not to take risks," Su Yuchen's voice echoed from nearby. His figure gradually came into view, his face resolute. Xiao Li managed a faint smile. "Aren't you supposed to be on the front lines?" "The front lines have shifted. This is the final defense." Su Yuchen approached her, concern evident in his gaze. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Xiao Li nodded, "but we haven't T1 yet." At last, the message confirming the completion of data transmission came through the radio. A collective sigh of relief swept through the safe point. The assailants, demoralized by their final offensive, began to retreat. After the battle, Xiao Li and Su Yuchen stood in the monitoring room, gazing at the screen displaying the message of completion, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. "We won," Xiao Li whispered. "This is merely the first step," Su Yuchen replied. "There are still greater truths we must confront." Chapter 27. The Cost of the Rift. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the floor of the safe house, and the tranquility following the battle felt almost surreal. Yet beneath this fleeting peace, a turbulent storm brewed with increasing ferocity. Xiao Li stood by the window, her gaze fixed upon the distant skyline, her heart still reeling from the intense confrontations of the previous night and the subsequent revelations. She understood that this was far from over. In the latest developments, Zhao Qingyang entered the room, clutching a document, his tone urgent. "The evidence has been successfully submitted, and the International Anti-Corruption Organization is now fully engaged in the investigation. Some individuals implicated in the G plan have already been apprehended." "What about Su Dongyang?" Xiao Li turned, her eyes sharp. "He has vanished." Zhao Qingyang shook his head, "But we have traced his last known location. It is very likely a base he is preparing for a counterattack." Su Yuchen walked in from the doorway, his expression grave. "If he intends to gamble everything, this game will be even more perilous than before. He may still possess undisclosed resources and supporters. We cannot afford to grant him any further opportunities." Xiao Li stated coldly, "We must act decisively to bring him to justice." That evening, Xiao Li and Su Yuchen began to devise their plan of action. They decided to split up. One would track Su Dongyang's precise location, while the other would collaborate with the International Anti-Corruption Organization to expedite the investigation of the other individuals involved in the G plan. "Are you certain you wish to pursue him personally?" Su Yuchen stood beside Xiao Li, a hint of concern in his voice. "He is not only the core of the G plan, but also a pivotal figure in your mother's death." Xiao Li's resolve was unwavering. "I must apprehend him myself." Su Yuchen refrained from further persuasion, aware that her determination stemmed from an inextricable sense of duty and emotion. Ultimately, he nodded, "Then I shall assist you from the perimeter. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not take unnecessary risks." In the dead of night, Xiao Li led a small team to the location where Su Dongyang was last seen, a deserted factory. The structure was overgrown with vegetation, seemingly abandoned for ages. Yet the reconnaissance footage from the drone revealed unmistakable signs of activity within. He is well concealed. Xiaoli observed the screen, her voice icy. The operation commences. The team moved swiftly, entering the factory through a discreet side entrance. The interior was dimly lit, suffused with the sense of dampness and decay. Yet, Xiaoli's instincts told her that this place was more than just a forsaken building. There is movement ahead. A team member reported in hushed tones. They approached cautiously, discovering a room filled with advanced communication equipment and computer screens displaying the latest updates from the International Anti-Corruption Organization. He is monitoring us. Xiaoli giritit hertit. Continuing the search. Just as they delved deeper, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the other side of the corridor. Xiaoli gestured for her team to halt and ventured alone in the direction of the sound. Pushing open a partially ajar door, she beheld Su Dongyang. He sat in a chair, his demeanor composed, as though he had anticipated her arrival. Xiaoli, I knew you would come. His voice was low and calm, tinged with a hint of mockery. You cannot escape. Xiaoli coldly remarked, this time, no one can save you. Run? Su Dongyang slowly rose to his feet. I never intended to flee. If I had wished to leave this continent, I could have done so long ago. I stay behind for you. For me? Xiaoli's brow furrowed slightly. What scheme do you have? Scheme? Su Dongyang Juka Lai Di. I merely wish to reveal a truth to you, a truth that could alter the course of your life. Do not attempt to manipulate me any further, Xiaoli interrupted sharply. Your lies hold no power over me. Su Dongyang's gaze sharpened. Then let us examine this recording. Perhaps you will reassess my words. He retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket and pressed play. A familiar voice echoed through the air. It was Xia Li's mother, but the content sent shockwaves through her. If the plan fails, I hope Li'er can discern the true enemy. They are not members of our family, but rather forces lurking in the shadows. They control everything, including the G plan. The recording abruptly ceased. What do you think? Su Dongyang Semai Fai Li. The true enemies are not solely me. They are those you cannot even reach. Even if you capture me, they will persist with their plans. Xiaoli remained silent for a moment before coldly declaring, these words do not absolve you of your crimes. Perhaps, he replied, his tone tinged with provocation, but I shall depart with more secrets, while you will forever remain in search of answers. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside the factory. Xiaoli's communicator crackled with her team's voices. We are under attack. They possess overwhelming firepower. They intend to cover his retreat. Xiaoli reacted swiftly, drawing her pistol and aiming it at Su Dongyang. This time, you cannot escape. Su Dongyang smiled gently. Is that so? But I never engage in battle without preparation. He swiftly opened a concealed door beside him and vanished into another passage. Xiaoli pursued him, but was knocked down by a sudden explosion shockwave. When she regained consciousness, the factory lay in ruins. Su Yuqing stood beside her, his expression anxious. Are you all right? He got away. Xiaoli's voice dripped with frustration. However, we have obtained his equipment and communication records. Su Yuqing handed her a hard drive. This may be the only flaw he has left behind. Xiaoli accepted the hard drive, a flicker of hope igniting in her gaze. This time, I will ensure he has no further opportunities. Chapter 28. The fracture of the mystery within the confines of the safe zone. The lamps continued to glow brightly in the early morning, saturating the air with an atmosphere of tension and agitation. Xiaoli inserted the hard drive into the decryption device, the pulsating code on the screen becoming the focal point of all eyes in the room. The data contained within this hard drive could potentially unveil the deeper truths of the G plan and represented the last glimmer of hope for capturing Su Dongyang. The encryption of this hard drive was exceedingly intricate. Zhao Qingyang's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, but from the superficial structure of the files, it seemed that the contents might pertain to the operational details of the G plan and the communication records between Su Dongyang and other factions. It was imperative to crack it swiftly. Xiaoli spoke in a low tone. With every minute of delay, Su Dongyang gained an additional chance to escape. I require time. Zhao Qingyang looked up at her. At least 4 hours. You focus entirely on the decryption. I will oversee the external defenses. Su Yuqing's voice resonated from the other side of the room. He calmly directed the defense team. aware that Su Dongyang might dispatch individuals to reclaim the hard drive. They had to be prepared for any incursion. Xia Linudda. She had no option of retreat and would inevitably have to stake everything. By 6 o'clock in the morning, the encryption layers of the hard drive were finally breached. A series of folders materialized on the screen, their titles unambiguously pointing to the core operational details of the G-plan. Xiali skimmed through them, and a folder named Final Reckoning caught her attention. Upon opening it, she discovered a collection of transaction records, correspondence, and a document titled Plan Reboot. Plan Reboot? Su Yuchen leaned closer, his brow furrowed. What does this signify? Judging by the content of the files, this appeared to be an alternative strategy for the G-plan. Zhao Qingyang quickly analyzed, stating that should the primary plan be dismantled, they would activate this scheme, redirecting their focus towards critical nodes within the international financial system to incite greater chaos. Su Dongyang sought to rectify his failures through more extreme measures. Yet these documents also reveal his whereabouts. She pointed to an encrypted map within the folder, indicating the last stronghold of his concealment. That morning, Xia Li and Su Yuchen resolved to personally infiltrate this stronghold, a clandestine base nestled within the mountainous borders. The operational plan was shrouded in utmost secrecy, comprising only a small strike team to ensure flexibility and discretion. The mountainous roads twisted perilously, the air laden with a chilling aura. Upon reaching the target area, they discovered the base concealed deep within a thicket, heavily fortified by high walls and surveillance equipment. Reconnaissance indicated approximately 20 armed personnel inside, as reported quietly by the drone operator. We must infiltrate silently, prioritizing the location of Su Dongyang, Su Yuchen commanded in a hushed tone. He was the linchpin of this operation. As night descended, the strike team commenced their mission. They adeptly navigated the complex terrain to avoid detection, stealthily approaching the periphery of the base. Xia Li and Su Yuchen led the charge from one flank, entering through a concealed ventilation shaft. Inside, the base was illuminated by stark white lights, creating an unnaturally harsh glare. The low murmur of conversation and the hum of machinery emanated from the rooms lining the corridor. Xia Li's heartbeat quickened with each step she took, for she knew the truth lay within reach. Through radio surveillance, they had learned that Su Dongyang was in a secluded chamber at the core of the base, discussing the specific implementation steps of his plan to restart operations with several key members. He must not be allowed to complete his scheme. Xia Li whispered, "We must act swiftly." They approached the chamber with urgency, while the strike team meticulously eliminated the guards outside. Su Yuchen kicked open the door to the chamber, his gun aimed directly at Su Dongyang, who sat calmly at the table. "At last, I have found you," Su Yuchen said coldly. Su Dongyang showed no sign of panic. Instead, a chilling smile crept across his face. "You are quicker than I anticipated. Surrender your struggle." Xiali stepped forward, gripping her recording pen tightly. "All evidence points to you, and now you have nowhere to run." "Evidence?" Su Dongyang chuckled softly. "What can evidence change? The rules of this world have long been dictated by those beyond your reach. I am merely a pawn in their game. Do you really believe capturing me will end it all? How naive. You may choose to remain silent," Su Yuchen replied impatiently, "but your plan can no longer be executed." "Plan?" Su Dongyang's smile grew colder. "The plan has already commenced. You cannot stop it." No sooner had he spoken than an alarm blared from a device within the chamber. Xia Li quickly checked the screen, discovering that a large-scale cyber attack on the international financial system had been initiated. "This is the core of the restart plan," Xia Li exclaimed. "He has already activated the automated program. Time is running out." Su Yuchen maintained his composure. "We must shut it down immediately." Xia Li hurriedly operated the equipment in the chamber, attempting to halt the attack program, but found the system fortified with multiple layers of protection, preventing direct shutdown. "Zhao Qingyang, can you hear me?" She communicated urgently to the back line. "I can hear you. What is the situation?" Zhao Qingyang's voice was filled with urgency. "Su Dongyang has initiated the restart plan. We need your technical support. Transfer the system permissions immediately. I will attempt a remote breach." Zhao Qingyang responded swiftly. As each second ticked away, Xia Li and Zhao Qingyang worked in close coordination, ultimately managing to shut down the attack program just in the nick of time. Your plan has failed. Xiaoli turned to Su Dongyang, her gaze icy. Failed? Su Dongyang smiled lightly. This is merely a part of the game. Even in failure, I am just a piece on the board, and you can never escape this board. The strike team escorted Su Dongyang away as the base was thoroughly secured. Xiao Li and Su Yuqing stood on the hillside outside, gazing down at the gradually calming storm. Is it over? Su Yuqing asked softly. Perhaps it has only just begun, Xiao Li replied, her eyes fixed on the horizon, reflecting profound contemplation. Chapter 29. Ripples of truth. The morning sun cascaded over the mountains, dispelling the remnants of last night's battle. Xiao Li stood before the window at the safe point, her mind echoing with Su Dongyang's chilling remark. You will never escape this chessboard. Just how vast is this chessboard? She mused softly, tightly grasping the hard drive that contained the full scope of the G plan. A few hours later, Xiao Li and Su Yuqing convened their team to commence a thorough analysis of the data on the hard drive. Through the documents, they pinpointed an individual codenames. This enigmatic figure not only controlled the flow of significant funds related to the G plan, but also bore intricate connections to the international financial system. S may prove to be more perilous than we anticipated, Su Yuqing remarked, noting that he was not merely a puppeteer, but a pivotal node that sustained the entire chessboard. His identity remained deeply concealed. While Zhao Qingyang tapped away at the keyboard, he interjected, however, I've uncovered some clues. He is closely linked to an offshore company that is orchestrating a global financial summit. A summit? Xiao Li raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity for engagement. The venue for the summit was a lavish city, bustling streets teeming with representatives from the world's leading enterprises and dignitaries. To disguise their identities, Xiao Li and Su Yuqing masqueraded as executives of a multinational corporation, successfully infiltrating the event. Inside the summit hall, opulent decorations and hushed conversations created an atmosphere fraught with tension and danger. Xiao Li meticulously scanned the crowd until she finally spotted. He was a middle-aged man exuding an aura of authority and elegance, conversing quietly with several internationally renowned financiers. That must be Su Yuqing whispered through the communicator. He appears far more cautious than we had envisioned. Xiao Li observed intently. We need to get closer. In an effort to approach us, she feigned an accidental spill of her wine glass, drawing his attention. As she bent to apologize, swept his gaze over her, revealing a polite smile. Not at all, replied, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undercurrent of pressure. It's my first time attending such a summit. I'm feeling a bit nervous, Xiao Li said, adopting a light-hearted demeanor. Snotted slightly. It is a complex world, and everyone has their own balances to maintain. In their brief exchange, Xiao Li sensed the depth and danger that's encompassed. His words, though simplistic, seemed meticulously crafted, hinting at his mastery over the situation. That evening, Xiao Li and Su Yuqing utilized their listening devices to intercept a conversation involving Zan others. In a concealed meeting room, Sua was discussing a significant operation targeting the global financial market. The plan has been reactivated, stated. We do not require the complete success of the G plan. We only need the chaos it generates. The remaining pieces will naturally gravitate towards our desired outcome. They are utterly indifferent to failure, Su Yuqing whispered. The G plan is merely a fragment of their strategy for disorder. However, his scheme must be thwarted. Xiao Li responded calmly. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. The following morning, Xiao Li and Su Yuqing resolved to confront directly. At a small forum, they managed to isolate themselves with us. Who are you? Sin inquired, displaying neither surprise nor alarm. His gaze was composed and piercing. You know who we are? Xiao Li retorted, locking eyes with him. Su Dongyang has already fallen. You are the next target, smiled faintly, declaring that Su Dongyang was merely a tool, and his objective had never been dependent on the latter's success or failure. Then what is your goal? Su Yuqing demanded, a hint of menace lacing his tone. Paused momentarily before whispering, you are still young, and there are many things you cannot grasp. This world does not require justice. It demands order. And order is inscribed by the powerful. Order? Xia Li Skufa. The order you speak of merely turns more individuals into your sacrificial pawns, offered no response. Rising with a tranquil demeanor, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. But today, you shall gain nothing. Shortly after his departed, an urgent message arrived. The international financial markets were experiencing tumultuous fluctuations, with several nations' economies suffering severe repercussions. This was the consequence of Seth's plan being set into motion. He had already begun his actions. Xiao Li's gaze turned steely. We cannot allow him to continue. Chapter 30. Ripples of the chess game. The financial hub glittered brilliantly under the midnight sky. Yet beneath the surface of this bustling environment lurked an undercurrent of impending crisis. Xiao Li stood by the window of the conference room, her gaze fixed upon the enormous electronic screen opposite her, which displayed the real-time fluctuations of the global financial market. The crimson data appeared as if it were blood, glaring and suffocating. The global market volatility index had reached an unprecedented peak, prompting several nations to declare the initiation of emergency economic measures. Zhao Qingyang's voice emanated from beside the screen, tinged with an unmistakable unease. This is merely the beginning, Xiao Li spoke solemnly. The plan of Sev evidently extends beyond mere economic assault. He is attempting to instigate a deeper turmoil. However, we lack sufficient evidence to directly accuse him. Su Yuqing approached from the conference table, clutching the latest financial intelligence. He was adept at concealing his tracks. All financial movements were cloaked in multiple layers of disguise, and the only company associated with him had liquidated all assets merely half an hour prior. He is erasing all traces, Xiao Li remarked coldly. But this time, we cannot allow him to escape. At dawn, the team received an encrypted intelligence alert. The information indicated that was poised to hold a clandestine meeting aboard a luxury cruise liner with senior executives from an international multinational bank, a gathering that could potentially be pivotal in the plan's revival. This is our sole opportunity, Xiao Li declared resolutely. We must infiltrate and acquire the meeting records to expose Zan his machinations. Yet, this operation carries extreme risks, Su Yuqing frowned. Should catch wind of our presence, he might retreat prematurely or even retaliate. Thus, we must act separately, Xiao Li indicated on the map. I will approach his, while you will ensure perimeter security. No matter the circumstances, we must succeed this time. That evening, the cruise liner set sail from the port as scheduled. Luxuriously adorned, the interior bustled with guests, presenting the facade of an ordinary corporate soiree. Yet, within a concealed conference room, genuine dealings were taking place in hushed tones. Clad in an evening gown, Xiao Li blended into the crowd, her focus unwaveringly fixed on a middle-aged man in a gray suit, none other than. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing's team monitored the crew's movements via high-altitude drones. The target has entered the conference room. Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the earpiece. Understood. Xiao Li adjusted her headset and swiftly approached the meeting room. Inside, Suaz engaged in low conversation with several high-ranking officials from the multinational bank. A complex flowchart of funds laid out before them. Utilizing her listening device, Xiao Li gleaned several critical pieces of information. They were deliberating on how to exploit the revival of the plan to incite a more extensive market collapse, reaping substantial profits in the process. This transaction will irrevocably shatter market trust, one bank executive remarked, his tone laced with excitement. Precisely, replied slowly. Chaos is the best form of order. Only the order we control is worthy of perpetuation. Xiao Li reported back through her earpiece, having secured part of the recording while continuing her collection efforts. Stay vigilant. They may have lookouts, Su Yuqing cautioned. As Xiao Li was about to depart, a bodyguard suddenly emerged from the shadows, casting a sharp gaze in her direction. Madam, may I inquire what you are doing here? He demanded. Xiao Li swiftly masked her anxiety with a faint smile. I apologize. I seem to have lost my way. This place is simply vast. The bodyguard, evidently unconvinced, gestured for her to halt. Please cooperate with the inspection. In a moment of critical urgency, the voice of Su Yuqing crackled through the communicator, creating a diversion. Simultaneously, the fire alarm blared throughout the cruise ship's grand hall, causing the guests to stir in confusion. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Xiao Li quickly turned and departed, concealing the listening device within her bag. Upon returning to a secure location, the team analyzed the recorded audio. The recording explicitly mentioned that the next phase of the plan would be executed simultaneously across multiple global financial centers in 3 days, aiming to orchestrate a massive market manipulation that would precipitate an unprecedented economic crisis. This transcends mere economic concerns, Zhao Qingyang noted. Should these plans succeed, the social stability of numerous countries could be jeopardized. Yet, the recording only substantiated Z's involvement in the scheme. We require more direct evidence to instigate an international manhunt for him. This financial flowchart is pivotal, Xiaoli indicated toward a screenshot on the screen. We must trace these funds to uncover their ultimate destination. For the ensuing 3 days, the team tirelessly tracked the flow of capital. They discovered that his plan did not rely solely on a single financial institution, but was orchestrated through offshore accounts across multiple nations, ultimately pointing to a scheme codenamed Project Phoenix. This could be his ultimate stratagem, Xiaoli whispered. If we thwart it, his entire framework will collapse. In the final moments of their operation, the team successfully pinpointed the location of the core server for Project Phoenix, situated within a data center on a deserted island. Xiaoli and Su Yuqin resolved to venture there personally to obliterate this plan. That night, they stealthily approached the uninhabited isle, concealed by the jungle. They neared the perimeter of the data center. However, Shad evidently anticipated their move, as the island was heavily fortified with guards. This is far more perilous than before. Su Yuqin murmured, but we have no retreat. The countdown has begun. No matter the cost, we must bring this to an end. Chapter 31. The Trap of the Deserted Island in the Deep of Night. The sea breeze carried a briny scent, and the silhouette of the deserted island emerged faintly under the moonlight. Xiaoli and Su Yuqing stood upon the speedboat, gazing at their distant objective. This location served as the ultimate stronghold of Sand, the pivotal control point for the plan's revival. Intelligence indicated the presence of at least 30 armed personnel on the island, equipped with an exceptionally advanced defense system. Zhao Qingyang spoke through the communication headset, urging them to proceed with utmost caution. Triggering an alarm could prompt to initiate emergency protocols prematurely. Xiaoli nodded, securing a dagger to her thigh, resolute that this time he could not escape. Su Yuqing tucked a handgun into his waistband, his gaze steely. This was not merely their opportunity, but also his final stand. He would deploy every means to thwart their advance. The duo led their team to infiltrate the island, opting for the western cliff as their entry point, a terrain steep and less fortified. The night provided them with natural cover. Yet the patrolling units and surveillance equipment rendered their approach perilous. Their SA radar tower 30 meters ahead. It must be destroyed first, one team member whispered. Leave it to me, Xiaoli replied, crawling silently toward the target. Utilizing her tools with remarkable efficiency, she swiftly severed the radar tower's power supply and strategically placed a signal jamming device nearby, obscuring portions of the surveillance. Success, she reported in a hushed tone. The team continued their advance, gradually nearing the control room at the island's heart. However, as they approached their target, the defenses became increasingly formidable. Through their skilled coordination, Xiaoli and Su Yuqing evaded patrols multiple times while neutralizing guards at several critical points. After 2 hours of stealthy maneuvering, they finally reached the exterior of the control room. Inside, the bright lights illuminated several technicians diligently operating equipment, while stood before the control panel, his demeanor icy and unyielding. Beside him stood several heavily armed bodyguards. We must split up, Xiaoli suggested quietly. I'll divert his attention while you and the others destroy the equipment. No, it's too dangerous, Su Yuqing frowned. Sis not an ordinary adversary. He will have contingencies. There is no time for debate, Xiaoli asserted decisively. He cannot contend with both of us simultaneously. After a moment of silence, Su Yuqing finally nodded. Be careful. Xiaoli entered the control room alone, her presence causing to momentarily falter, though he quickly regained his composure. Slowly turning, he wore a knowing smile. Miss Xia, I never anticipated you would deliver yourself to me. Enough with the pleasantries. Xiaoli drew her handgun, aiming it directly at. Your plan has already failed. We possess all the evidence. remained unflustered, raising his hand slowly. His tone calm. Failed. Are you certain? Do you truly believe that destroying this island will conclude everything? You underestimate the intricacies of this game. Shia Liskufa. No matter how intricate your scheme, it has already been laid bare to the light of day. Sclapped softly, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Excellent. I appreciate your resolve. But have you considered that your family and your allies are part of this game? If you choose to obliterate it, what price will you pay? Meanwhile, Su Yuchen and his team had stealthily infiltrated the other side of the control room. Utilizing the deciphered code, they gained access to the core server, initiating the destruction of data. However, at that moment, alarms blared and the lights in the control room flickered violently. We've been exposed. One team member shouted. The patrolling guards outside responded swiftly, approaching the control room. Without hesitation, Su Yuchen quickened his pace, determined to obliterate everything in sight. Inside the control room, swore a frigid expression. It appears your friends have begun their actions. However, this will not alter the outcome. He pressed a button on the console, triggering the self-destruct sequence for the entire island. A tremendous mechanical roar emanated from below, causing the ground to tremble slightly. You are insane, Xiali exclaimed furiously, chuckled lightly. This island has always been but a chessboard. And chessboards can be dismantled. Though you are clever, you will never perceive the complete picture. Xiali attempted to thwart him, but Seth's bodyguard obstructed her path. A fierce exchange of gunfire ensued as Xiali utilized cover and agile movements to engage her adversaries. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen successfully compromised a segment of the servers. Yet the activation of a self-destruct sequence rendered their time exceedingly precarious. Where's the control console? Su Yuchen inquired through the communication device. It is located in the center of the control room, Zhao Qingyang responded, but authorization is required to halt the program. Understood. Su Yuchen swiftly advanced towards the control room with his team. In a critical moment, Su Yuchen burst into the control room, reuniting with Xiali. As he provided cover for her, he quickly approached. Together, they subdued Zan, successfully acquired the necessary permissions for the console. Stop the self-destruct sequence now. Xiali Shota. Su Yuchen pins to the ground, swiftly inputting the code. The countdown on the screen halted at the final 10 seconds, and the island's tremor subsided. This time, there is no escape for you, Xiali stated coldly too. Made no effort to resist, a composed smile lingering on his face as he remarked, "Congratulations on winning this round. But the game is far from over." Chapter 32, The Truth of the Chess Pieces. The sea breeze swept across, mingled with a faint scent of gunpowder. The battle on the deserted island had come to a close. In the control room at the heart of the island, Swaz bound to a chair. Yet a serene smile lingered on his lips. His attire was slightly disheveled, with a trace of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. But his eyes remained filled with mockery, as if this defeat were merely a facet of the game. Your plan has failed. The data on the island has been destroyed, leaving you with nothing to exploit, Xiali said coldly, her tone as sharp as a blade. Lifted his head, his gaze slowly sweeping over her and Su Yuchen, his lips curling into a faint smirk. Failed? No. What appears as failure is merely superficial. The game has only just begun. Cease your psychological warfare, Su Yuchen interjected impatiently. Reveal all those behind you and your plans, chuckled lightly, seemingly in no hurry to respond. He lowered his gaze to adjust his cuff, then raised his eyes and spoke slowly. Do you believe Plan G encompasses everything? No, it is merely the first step, an experimental piece. The true plan operates at depths beyond your imagination. Who is manipulating you? Shia Lidamanda Kudli. Who is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Did not provide a direct answer, but rather spoke in a calm tone. Your families have always believed they controlled their fates, unaware that they have long been mere pawns in another's game. Xiali, was your mother's death truly just a consequence of Plan G? Xiali's heart jolted, her fists clenched tightly. What do you mean? She was eliminated for touching matters that should have remained untouched, replied slowly. And behind it all lies your family, along with the power to which I pledge my allegiance. What power? Su Yuchen pressed further, merely closed his mouth, a slight smile gracing his features. I have already provided you with ample clues. As for the truth, you will encounter it when you are prepared to face it. The interrogation on the deserted island could not proceed any further. Time was of the essence, and Xia Li and Su Yuqing decided to hands over to the International Anti-Corruption Organization. Simultaneously, they extracted some clues from the remnants of data on the island that had not been entirely erased. On the return vessel, Zhao Qingyang conducted a remote analysis of the data. I have unearthed some fragments of documents that indicate Plan Gi's merely a component of a larger framework. Moreover, S's role within it is not at the highest level. A larger framework? Xia Li's gaze sharpened. Could there be even more formidable forces orchestrating all of this? From this data, it appears that the framework may involve multiple nations and industries, Zhao Qingyang continued. Additionally, I discovered some documents related to your mother. She indeed uncovered certain core secrets of Plan during her lifetime, but what she attempted to expose is far more intricate than what we currently comprehend. What did she seek to reveal? Xia Li's voice grew urgent. I am still in the process of decoding, but I can confirm that these secrets not only relate to Plan, but also involve some concealed transactions between the Su and Xia families. Zhao Qingyang's tone was laced with hesitation. These two prominent families were likely integral to the entire system. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing's expression grew increasingly grave. How deeply is our family entangled? Does the chessboard refer to Bai encompass us as well? After a moment of silence, Xia Li softly asserted, regardless of the truth, we must uncover it. Upon returning to a safe location, the team swiftly commenced their operations. They handed over to the International Anti-Corruption Organization and utilized the data collected on the island to pursue further leads. Through analysis, Xia Li discovered a peculiar flow of funds directly linked to a core member of the Xia family. It was the account of Xia Qingtian. Xia Li stared at the screen, disbelief etched in her gaze. Your father? Su Yuqing was equally taken aback. What connection does this funding have with the G plan? These transactions occurred around the time of her mother's passing. Xia Li's voice turned frigid. Perhaps he knows more than I can fathom. With questions lingering, Xia Li returned to the ancestral home of the Xia family, seeking out her father, Xia Qingtian. The elder sat in his study, a complex expression gracing his features, as if he had anticipated her arrival. You have returned, he said, setting down the book he held, his tone composed. Father, I require an answer. Xia Li tossed the documents onto the table. What is the meaning of these transactions? What did you do before my mother passed away? Xia Qingtian glanced at the documents, sighed, and replied, I have been waiting for you to inquire about these matters for years. However, some answers may bring you greater sorrow. I only wish to know the truth. Determination resonated in Xia Li's voice. No matter what the truth may be, I must know. After a moment of silence, Xia Qingtian began to speak slowly. Your mother indeed uncovered certain secrets of the G plan. She intended to expose them, but at that time, the Xia family was in a precarious state. If she had succeeded, the Xia family might have been utterly destroyed. So you chose to stop her? Anger seeped into Xia Li's voice, barely concealed. I chose to protect the family. Xia Qingtian met her gaze directly. Yet I never anticipated that she would pay with her life. This funding was invested by me after her death in pursuit of the truth behind the scenes. I have been seeking answers, but I have failed. Xia Li's emotions were tumultuous. She had never imagined her father would be involved in such a manner. This is not an excuse. Xia Li's voice was low. Your mother is dead, and you have become a pawn for these individuals. I'm aware. Regret permeated Xia Qingtian's tone. However, if you are willing, I shall share everything I know with you, so we may confront the truth of this chessboard together. Chapter 33. The Rift Within the Family in the Study of the Xia Family. Time seemed to stand still. Xia Li gazed at her father, Xia Qingtian, as tumultuous emotions swirled within her. Anger, disappointment, and a faint pang of sorrow. She had never anticipated that her father's choices played such a pivotal role in the circumstances surrounding her mother's demise. What else have you concealed? Xia Li's voice was low, laced with repressed fury. Xia Qingtian sat behind the desk, his hands interlaced, his visage weary yet composed. Lear, he began slowly. I understand your dissatisfaction with my decisions and those of our family. However, at that time, I had no alternatives. Your mother's death remains my greatest regret. But I must impart to you that the Xia family is not as straightforward as you presume. Xia Li's gaze was sharp as a blade. Continue, she urged. With a heavy sigh, Xia Qingtian withdrew a yellowed document from the drawer and handed it to Xia Li. This is a fragment of the clues your mother left behind years ago. I have refrained from sharing it with you, for this document pertains to the fate of our entire family. As Xia Li unfolded the document, her eyes fell upon a complicated equity transfer agreement alongside a series of international financial transaction records. The frequent mention of clandestine agreements sent a jolt through her. What is this? Xia Lin Kidat. These are the financial operations the Xia family engaged in during its early years, Xia Qingtian replied slowly. To establish our family's foothold, we formed covert alliances with various multinational powers, and these connections were the precursors to the G Plan. Are you saying that the Xia family was already entangled in the G Plan? Disappointment was unmistakable in Xia Li's tone. To be precise, we were coerced into involvement. Xia Qingtian shook his head. At that time, the family lacked the strength to extricate itself from these forces. Your mother discovered the sordid dealings behind these collaborations and sought to expose them, which ultimately led to her tragic end. Xia Li's fingers tightened around the document, her knuckles paling. So, not only did you fail to protect her, but you also chose to collaborate with these forces? Lier, Xia Qingtian's voice rose sharply. Do you think I'm unscathed by this anguish? Yet you must comprehend that the family's interests affect the livelihoods of countless individuals. If I had supported your mother, the Xia family would have been uprooted, and you would not be alive today. His words struck Xia Li's heart like a heavy hammer. She inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her mounting fury. All the decisions you have made over the years were for the family's benefit, rather than for the truth. Xia Qingtian lowered his head. Lier, I acknowledge my faults. But now, we still have an opportunity to rectify this. Rectify? Xia Li scoffed. How do you intend to do that? Continue to conceal the truth and collaborate with those individuals? No, I will fully support you. Xia Qingtian lifted his gaze, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. I cannot atone for your mother's death, but I can stand with you to liberate the Xia family from this quagmire. Xia Li fell silent for a moment, stowing away the document. I hope what you say is true. Upon returning to a place of safety, Xia Li handed the document she had obtained from her father to Zhao Qingyang. These documents served to substantiate the early connections between the Xia family and the G project, while also revealing records of transactions involving certain multinational powers. Let us endeavor to uncover further leads. Zhao Qingyang took the documents and swiftly commenced his analysis. These transactions were exceedingly clandestine, yet I shall expedite the process. How is the situation? Su Yuchen inquired as he entered, his gaze settling upon Xia Li. The family's blemishes are more numerous than I had anticipated, Xia Li murmured. But at least my father has chosen to stand by our side. This is merely the beginning. Su Yuchen handed over a report, noting that the International Anti-Corruption Organization had gleaned some information from the interrogation ofs. He confessed that the G project was merely a fragment of a larger scheme and mentioned an individual codenamed Geminis. Geminis? Xia Li frowned. Another codename? According to his description, Geminis is the architect and overseer of the entire plan. Merely executes his orders. Su Yuchen's voice was somber, and he added that Geminis had ties to the Su family. This revelation plunged both into deep contemplation. Xia Li fixed her gaze on Su Yuchen's face, softly inquiring, "What secrets does your family truly harbor?" In pursuit of further investigation, they resolved to split their efforts. Xia Li would continue to trace the transaction records of the Xia family regarding the G project, while Su Yuchen returned to the Su family, seeking to unearth additional clues from within. In the Su family conference room, Su Yuchen engaged in an intense confrontation with the core members of his family. The reactions to his inquiries varied. Some chose silence. Others attempted to justify their actions, while a few vehemently rebuked him for meddling in family affairs. The foundation of our family is built upon integrity and virtue, not the concealment of transgressions, Su Yuchen stated coldly. If you persist in your secrecy, you will ultimately destroy everything. What do you believe the truth will yield? One elder scoffed. Without these transactions, the Su family would have long been eliminated. But these transactions are precisely the stains upon the Su family, Su Yuchen asserted resolutely. I shall not permit them to become a burden for the next generation. Meanwhile, As Xiaoli analyzed the Xia family's transaction records, she uncovered a startling lead. A portion of the funds had ultimately flowed to a company named Phoenix International, which was the core institution controlled by Geminis. This company may be pivotal in unveiling the identity of Geminis. Xiaoli shared this lead with her team, stating that if they could locate its internal documents, they could expose his true nature. However, its headquarters is situated overseas with formidable defenses. We require more detailed intelligence. Zhao Qingyang remarked. No matter how challenging it may be, we must make the attempt. Xiaoli's gaze was resolute. This was the sole path to bring this all to a conclusion. Chapter 34. The mystery of the Phoenix as the first light of dawn broke. The air carried a hint of damp chill. Xiaoli stood in the conference room of the safe point, staring vacantly at the map displayed on the screen. This was the global layout of Phoenix International, encompassing branches and key assets across numerous countries and industries. Each mark resembled a web, ensnaring the truth within its intricate threads. The headquarters was situated in the financial district of Contriel. Zhao Qingyang's voice jolted Xiaoli back to reality. This was their core operational hub, and the most likely location for the emergence of Geminis. How robust is the security system? Xiaoli inquired. Extremely stringent, Zhao Qingyang replied, calling up detailed data. The headquarters utilized multiple layers of protective mechanisms, including biometric identification, thermal monitoring, and real-time encrypted networks. Individuals lacking legitimate identities could not possibly gain entry. Then we shall disguise ourselves as individuals with legitimate identities. Su Yuqin entered from the doorway, placing a document on the table. According to our intelligence, a high-level meeting is soon to be held at the headquarters. We can masquerade as attendees to infiltrate. A high-level meeting? Xiaoli frowned. Do you have the identity information of the participants? Some of it. We have already arranged for 2 identities to be forged. Su Yuqin's tone was calm. We must seize this opportunity to access the core data of Geminis and ascertain his true identity. 2 days later, Xiaoli and Su Yuqin entered Contriel, each disguised as executives of the Phoenix Fund. Their fabricated identities had successfully passed multiple screenings, and they had obtained invitations to the meeting. That evening, they donned formal attire and arrived at the Phoenix International headquarters. The towering edifice was ablaze with lights, and elite individuals mingled among one another, creating an atmosphere that was both opulent and suffocating. We have entered the building, Xiaoli reported via her miniature earpiece to Zhao Qingyang. Maintain a low profile. Zhao Qingyang's voice echoed through the earpiece. The monitors indicate you have passed the first identity verification. The conference room is on the top floor. Access to the elevator requires a swipe card. Su Yuqin smiled slightly, inserting a forged executive access card into the elevator reader. Let's hope this card holds until the meeting concludes. The conference room on the top floor was exceptionally spacious, with vast floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city. Dozens of attendees engaged in hushed conversations around a long table, the atmosphere cautious and tense. Xiaoli and Su Yuqin each found their seats, discreetly observing their surroundings. He is not here, Su Yuqin whispered. Geminis has yet to appear. But he is undoubtedly monitoring everything, Xiaoli responded, her gaze sweeping over the hidden cameras nestled in the corners of the room. As the meeting commenced, a middle-aged man approached the podium and began to outline the future plans of Phoenix International, while his speech ostensibly revolved around financial reports. The undertones and word choices alerted Xiaoli to something amiss. These individuals were certainly not ordinary executives, she mused inwardly. At that moment, the tablet on the table illuminated, displaying an encrypted message. Meet in the top-floor lounge after the meeting. The sender was identified only by the symbol G, Geminis. Xiaoli and Su Yuqin exchanged a glance, silently affirming each other's suspicions. After the meeting concluded, they stealthily entered the lounge on the top floor. The room was sparsely furnished, yet every item exuded an air of elegance and secrecy. A man clad in a dark suit stood by the window, his back turned towards them. Welcome to my domain. The man slowly turned, revealing a stern visage. Your uninvited presence, indeed, requires audacity. Geminis? Xiaoli inquired bluntly. The man chuckled lightly. Names are merely ciphers. What truly matters is what I can offer this world. Chaos? Manipulation? Su Yuchen retorted coldly. You exploit the lives and possessions of the innocent through your elaborate schemes to satiate your own ambitions? Ambitions? Geminus approached leisurely. No, you cannot comprehend. This world is inherently chaotic, and I merely hasten its inevitable decline. Only those who possess true strength can endure the turmoil and restore order. Xia Li's gaze turned frigid. Your order is merely a fade, attained at the expense of countless lives? Sacrifice is a necessity, Geminus replied, his tone devoid of emotion. And soon, you too will become part of that equation. No sooner had he spoken than the lounge door burst open, revealing armed personnel, their weapons trained on Xia Li and Su Yuchen. The sudden threat did not incite panic. Instead, they quickly coordinated, engaging in a fierce struggle against the assailants with their daggers and personal arms. Su Yuchen seized the moment to shield Xia Li, subduing one opponent and seizing their weapon. Quick, retrieve the documents, Su Yuchen urged. Xia Li nodded and dashed toward the safe in the center of the room. Using the decryption device provided by Zhao Qingyang, she swiftly unlocked the safe, extracting both documents and a hard drive. Got it, Xia Li exclaimed triumphantly. Su Yuchen held off the last adversary, and the pair made their rapid exit from a lounge. However, their actions had evidently triggered the building's security system, as alarms blared and the lights flickered erratically. The elevator was rendered inoperative. Xia Li glanced at the surveillance screen, realizing they had no choice but to utilize the emergency exit. Follow me, Su Yuchen beckoned, leading her toward the stairwell. As they fled, Geminus' voice echoed through the speakers, taunting them. Do you believe you can escape? Welcome to my game. I eagerly await your next move. Xia Li clenched her teeth and continued her descent. He is orchestrating everything. We will cause him to lose control, Su Yuchen declared resolutely. Ultimately, they broke through the encirclement and successfully exited the building. Upon returning to a safe location, they promptly handed the hard drive to Zhao Qingyang for analysis. The data contained the core information of Phoenix International. Zhao Qingyang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Here lies the flow of funds, the intricacies of the plan, and even fragments of private communications from Geminus. Can we ascertain his exact identity? Xia Lin Kidat. Zhao Qingyang nodded. It will require some time. But this is undoubtedly the key to unveiling him. Chapter 35. The boundaries of identity. The ambient lighting of the security point was soft, almost causing one to forget the profundity of the night. Xia Li sat beside the table, her gaze fixated on the scrolling code and the decryption progress bar on the screen. The information stored on the hard drive represented their final hope of unveiling the true identity of Geminus. How far along are we? Su Yuchen entered, placing a cup of coffee beside Xia Li. The decryption was at 70% completion, yet some files were ensnared in multiple layers of encryption, necessitating time. Zhao Qingyang's voice resonated from across the room, evidently weary from the ongoing data analysis. Do not let anyone get ahead of us. Xia Li's voice was low. This was their singular opportunity. At that moment, the progress bar on the screen abruptly halted, followed by a cascade of folders, among which one labeled Project. Gemini captivated everyone's attention. This was the central plan of Geminus. Zhao Qingyang swiftly opened the file, revealing a global financial flowchart, alongside a critically important record of private communications. Within this record, a familiar voice emerged. It was the voice of Geminus during their confrontation in the building's lounge. He spoke with calm confidence about the future strategies of Phoenix International, while also mentioning a name, Su Dongyang. Su Dongyang? Xia Li furrowed her brow. Had he not already been apprehended? How could he be linked to Geminus? This might be a code name. Zhao Qingyang continued his analysis, but this communication record also referenced another significant name, Cassandra, who appeared to be the right hand of Geminus. Xia Li pondered momentarily. We must trace this Cassandra. She may hold the key to unraveling everything. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen uncovered an email record hidden deep within the folders. These emails revealed that Geminus not only controlled Phoenix International, but was also orchestrating economic sanctions against the Xia and Su families from behind the scenes. He is attempting to divide our two families, Su Yuchen remarked coldly, exploiting internal conflicts to delay our actions against him. It seemed he was more cunning than they had anticipated. Xia Li inhaled deeply. We need to unite more forces. As the team commenced their investigation into Cassandra, an urgent alert suddenly emerged from the security point surveillance system. Xiao Li and Su Yuchen simultaneously looked up, seeing the red warning symbol on the screen. Someone is attempting to breach our network. Zhao Qingyang swiftly operated the computer. This was a high-intensity hacking attack targeting the data on the hard drive. It must be Geminis and his associates. Xiao Li immediately realized their intention was to reclaim this information. I will safeguard the data, but you must expedite the transfer of the hard drive. Zhao Qingyang quickly input commands, aware that the enemy might have already pinpointed their location. Su Yuchen took immediate action, extracting the hard drive from the main unit and handing it to Xiao Li. I will cover our retreat. You take the hard drive and leave. Without hesitation, Xiao Li grasped the hard drive and swiftly made her way to the alternate escape route. Her heart raced, her ears filled with the commanding voice of Zhao Qingyang emanating from the communicator. There are enemies ambushed at the eastern door. You need to circumvent from the north. Zhao Qingyang instructed. The night air was biting, and Xiao Li navigated through the desolate alleyways. In the darkness, she detected the sound of approaching footsteps, indicating that the adversary was evidently well equipped, their strides rapid and methodical. Holding her breath, she pressed herself against a wall, her gaze fixated on the hard drive in her hands. Under no circumstances could this data fall into their hands. However, just as she prepared to proceed, a shadow suddenly emerged ahead, brandishing a weapon with swift precision. Xiao Li instinctively dodged, feeling the sting as a bullet grazed her shoulder. Hand over the hard drive, the shadow commanded coldly. Xiao Li offered no response, but retaliated decisively. She slashed her dagger across the assailant's arm before swiftly evading. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen and his team engaged in fierce combat with the intruders at their secure location. The enemy was well armed. Yet Su Yuchen's team gradually stabilized the situation by leveraging their positional advantage. Retreat. Su Yuchen ordered resolutely, ensuring all data had been transferred. Zhao Qingyang utilized a backup line to upload the remaining files to the cloud, then evacuated alongside Su Yuchen. What about Xiao Li? Su Yuchen in Guit? She has safely extricated herself, but the situation is urgent. We must regroup, Zhao Qingyang replied. After a night of pursuit and struggle, Xiao Li finally eluded her pursuers and reached a concealed safe house. She opened the hard drive and backed up the data onto an encrypted server. Hours later, Su Yuchen and Zhao Qingyang arrived. After a brief assessment of the situation, the trio began analyzing the final segment of files retrieved from the hard drive. There's a flight log here, Zhao Qingyang remarked. Cassandra is scheduled to meet Geminis at a private estate in country in 3 days. This is our opportunity. A spark of hope ignited in Xiao Li's eyes. They must capitalize on this meeting to unveil the true identity of Geminis. But it could also be a trap. Su Yuchen cautioned, he may already be aware that we are pursuing him. Regardless, we have no choice, Xiao Li asserted firmly. If we do not act, his plans will continue to advance. Chapter 36. Infiltrating the manor as night descended. A private estate nestled in the remote mountains of country was shrouded in a veil of mist. Towering walls encircled the estate, with surveillance cameras positioned every 10 meters and guards, armed and vigilant, patrolling with precision. This was the rendezvous point for Cassandra and Geminis, as well as the target for Xiao Li and Su Yuchen's next move. According to intelligence, the meeting was set to commence at midnight. Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the communication earpiece, relaying that the estate comprised 3 levels, with the data center located underground and the core conference room situated on the top floor. Cassandra had already arrived, yet Geminis had yet to make an appearance. The objectives were clear. Su Yuchen reviewed his equipment and whispered, first, acquire the meeting records. Second, confirm Geminis's true identity. And we must not be exposed. Xiao Li added, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. We have only one chance for this operation. The two disguised themselves as staff within the estate and entered through the rear entrance. The night breeze rustled the leaves, concealing their footsteps as they traversed the garden and entered the underground passage. Surveillance devices lined the walls, but Zhao Qingyang had already remotely compromised the monitoring system, granting them a window of safety. The secure passage to the first level is on the left, Zhao Qingyang instructed. That leads to the data center. Xia Li and Su Yuqin acted swiftly, evading the patrolling guards. The entrance to the data center was secured with a multi-layered encryption lock. Yet Xia Li employed a portable hacking device, successfully unlocking it in just 2 minutes. The system is connected, Xia Li announced, inserting the device into the data port to initiate a rapid download of the meeting materials. Time was of the essence. Su Yuqin remained vigilant, gripping his dagger tightly, aware that the guards could discover them at any moment. The download progress crawled forward, stretching time to a near standstill. Just as the progress bar neared completion, Zhao Qingyang's urgent warning pierced through their earpieces. Alarm. The surveillance on the first level has just resumed, and they are approaching your location. Damn it. Su Yuqin muttered under his breath. Hurry. Done. Xia Li exclaimed, withdrawing the device and securely stowing the data in her backpack. Let's go. The pair swiftly exited the data center, but as they emerged from the passage, they heard hurried footsteps and the chaotic crackle of commands echoing from afar. Over here. Surround them. The guards' voices reverberated through the corridor. Xia Li and Su Yuqin quickly pressed against the wall, concealing themselves until the guards passed by, before quietly proceeding onward. Their objective was to reach the top-level conference room and confirm Geminus's identity. Upon reaching the second floor, they halted, spotting 2 fully armed guards stationed at the stairwell. Their eyes sharp and watchful. I'll draw their attention. You can circle around from the other side, Su Yuqin whispered. That's too dangerous, Xia Li frowned. There's no time for argument, Su Yuqin insisted firmly. We must split up. Xia Li nodded, swiftly blending into the shadows. Meanwhile, Su Yuqin deliberately created a slight commotion to divert the guard's attention. With remarkable speed, he subdued one of them, but the other guard emitted a brief alarm. Time was of the essence. We must hasten, Su Yuqin remarked. The two successfully ascended to the top floor, where the conference room door stood firmly shut, guarded by 3 sentinels. At that moment, Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the earpiece, indicating that the guards possessed a key card of leadership level, essential for access to the conference room. Deal with them, Xia Li commanded with a steely gaze. Su Yuqin and Xia Li executed their assault with seamless coordination. Although the guards were well trained, they stood no chance against the duo's surprise attack. Within mere minutes, all the guards lay incapacitated. Securing the keycard, Su Yuqin wiped the sweat from his brow and handed it to Xia Li. They swiftly unlocked the conference room door, only to find it empty, save for a large table strewn with documents and a colossal screen. The screen displayed a live video feed of Cassandra engaged in conversation with a man clad in a dark suit, his face obscured by shadows. This is real-time footage, Zhao Qingyang explained. The video originates from another building within the estate, indicating they had evidently relocated before the meeting commenced. Continue tracking the video source, Xia Li instructed coldly. Hold on, I'm pinpointing the location, Zhao Qingyang replied, swiftly navigating the controls. Found it. The target is situated in an underground chamber on the eastern side of the estate. The two hastened towards the east, but the alarm throughout the estate had already sounded, and the guards were on high alert, scouring for intruders. Do not fire. The noise will attract more, Su Yuqin whispered. Understood. Xia Li gripped her dagger tightly as she and Su Yuqin maneuvered through the shadows, neutralizing the guards one by one along their path. At last, they reached the underground chamber on the eastern side. The entrance was secured by a highly advanced encryption system, posing significant challenges to breach. Zhao Qingyang, can you assist us in cracking it? Xia Li inquired. I need 3 minutes, Zhao Qingyang responded, but during that time, you must hold your ground. The sound of footsteps outside grew increasingly ominous as the guards sensed something amiss and began to converge on their location. Su Yuqin, calm and collected, set up a defensive line, positioning himself back-to-back with Xia Li at the door. We can hold them off, Su Yuqin murmured. The sound of approaching footsteps intensified, accompanied by the crack of gunfire, bullets whizzing past the walls. The pair retaliated with precision, repelling the guards one by one, yet the number of adversaries continued to swell. Almost there, Zhao Qingyang's voice echoed through the earpiece. Finally, the chamber door swung open. Xia Li and Su Yuqin quickly entered, locking the door behind them. Inside the dimly lit chamber sat Cassandra at a long table, her demeanor composed. You have finally arrived, she remarked with a slight smile. It seems the warning from Geminus did not deter you. He was right. We will not retreat, Xiaoli replied, locking her gaze onto her. Speak, who is he? What's his plan? Cassandra clapped softly. You are quite astute. Yet the clever often meet their demise sooner. Geminus is already aware of your existence. He will personally confront you. As the words fell, the screen on the other side of the secret chamber illuminated, revealing the visage of Geminus. His expression was austere, and his tone remained tranquil. Welcome to my chessboard. However, this time, your defeat is assured. Chapter 37, The Edge of Identity. Within the confines of the chamber, the air seemed to solidify. On the vast screen, the visage of Geminus appeared shrouded in shadow, yet his piercing eyes emanated a chilling clarity. His deep voice resonated through the speakers. Xiaoli, Su Yuchen, welcome to my game. Your play has reached its conclusion. Xiaoli replied coldly, her fingers grazing the dagger at her waist. We possess ample evidence. Exposing you is merely a matter of time. Geminus chuckled softly. Evidence? What you deem evidence is but the tip of the iceberg. The true picture will forever elude your comprehension. This night, you shall become the most insignificant pawns in my chess game. Then let us see, Su Yuchen declared, aiming his firearm at the screen without hesitation. Pulling the trigger, the bullet pierced the display, shattering the electronic devices behind it. Seated at the long table, Cassandra maintained her calm demeanor, shaking her head slightly. Such foolish actions will only exacerbate the situation. No sooner had the words left her lips than a low mechanical sound reverberated through the chamber. The floor and walls began to tremble slightly, and a series of steel barriers descended from the ceiling, ensnaring Xiaoli and Su Yuchen in a confined space. The trap had been triggered. Xiaoli's expression darkened. This was a gift prepared by Geminus. Cassandra rose slowly, making her way toward the exit. Regrettably, this will become your tomb. The steel barriers gradually constricted, and the ceiling began to lower, making the air increasingly difficult to breathe. Xiaoli swiftly retrieved her decryption device, attempting to disable the trap S control system. Have you located the console? Su Yuchen inquired while remaining vigilant. Right here, but the system S defenses are exceedingly complex. Xiaoli replied, head bro furovit. Give me a moment. Time is likely running short. Su Yuchen's gaze swept the surroundings. Vibrations beneath the floor indicated the presence of explosive devices. In his earpiece, Zhao Qingyang's voice emerged. I am providing remote assistance. The control console is linked to an external network, but it requires a minute to breach. A minute? That is far too long, Su Yuchen murmured. Stay calm. I will manage this, Xiaoli asserted with determination, her fingers dancing swiftly over the device as she endeavored to circumvent the intricate firewalls. The barriers were nearly brushing against their shoulders, and the ceiling descended with increasing speed. In that critical moment, the console's alarm light extinguished, and the barriers halted their contraction. Done. Xiaoli exhaled with relief. Evacuate. Su Yuchen grasped her hand, and together they dashed out of the chamber. However, at the corridor's end, several fully armed guards awaited them. Clearly, they had received orders to prevent Xiaoli and Su Yuchen from escaping at all costs. Break through head-on, Su Yuchen whispered. Understood. Xiaoli drew her personal weapon, coordinating with Su Yuchen to swiftly neutralize several guards. The two advanced toward the exit with utmost speed. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyang successfully extracted data from within the chamber through remote control. The data not only encompasses parts of the Geminus agenda, but also unexpectedly unveils an audio recording. Within this recording, Geminus engages in a discussion with a high-ranking individual regarding the intricate details of plans targeting the Xia and Su families. This recording is of paramount importance. Zhao Qingyang remarked through the communicator that it could substantiate the network behind Geminus, yet we require additional clues. Guard it well and ensure it does not leak. Xiaoli gasped in response, her pace unrelenting. The two finally burst forth from the underground chamber, only to find themselves ambushed by more guards outside. Their encirclement gradually tightened, and the situation grew increasingly dire. We are surrounded, Su Yuchen whispered, his gaze scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Do not despair. I have one more trick up my sleeve. Xiaoli swiftly activated the communication device, sending out a reverse signal that she had retained while breaching the chamber. Mere seconds later, The entire security system of the estate abruptly faltered. Lights extinguished, alarms ceased, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Was this your doing? Sujujen inquit sopti. One could say so. The signal disruption can momentarily incapacitate their devices, but we only have 3 minutes, Xiaoli replied. That will suffice. Let us move. Sujujen uget. Seizing her arm as they swiftly made their escape amidst the chaos. They ultimately broke through the encirclement and reached a secure area outside the estate. A black SUV awaited them, and Zhao Qingyang poked his head out from the vehicle. Hurry, get in. Once Xia Li and Su Yuchen boarded, the vehicle rapidly sped away from the estate. Along the way, Xia Li scrutinized the data retrieved from the chamber. The documents were even more intricate than she had anticipated. This web is far larger than we conceived, Xia Li remarked. This is the real game board, Zhao Qingyang sighed. We are merely standing at the periphery. Yet this data is sufficient to draw us deeper into it. Upon returning to the safe zone, the team conducted a comprehensive analysis of the data. Ultimately, they unearthed another communication record between Cassandra and Geminis. In this record, Geminis referenced an operation codenamed Final Reset, which would serve as his ultimate scheme. What is Final Reset? Based on the contents, it appears to be a comprehensive assault on the global financial system. Zhao Qingyang elucidated. Geminis aims to reshape the power structure through the orchestration of an economic collapse. We must thwart him, Xia Li stated coldly. From this moment forth, every second is of the essence. Chapter 38, The Hidden Truth. The lights in the safe zone shone as brightly as day, and a palpable tension filled the air. Xia Li stood before the screen, her gaze fixed on the recently decrypted documents, which contained the core content extracted from the Geminis chamber data. These files meticulously detailed the steps of the Final Reset plan and included clues regarding the identity of Geminis. His name had finally surfaced. Zhao Qingyang excitedly pointed to the screen. Here were his early communications, revealing his true identity as Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan? Su Yuchen furrowed his brow, the name sounding unfamiliar. What was his background? He was once a financial elite, sanctioned by international financial institutions a decade ago for economic crimes. Zhao Qingyang swiftly retrieved relevant information. Yet it was evident that he had not only evaded justice, but had also used this time to establish his own influence. So, was Geminis driven by vengeance from the very beginning? Xia Li inquired coldly. Not merely revenge. Zhao Qingyang opened another document on the screen. According to these plans, he intended not only to undermine the global financial system, but also to reshape the international economic landscape through the creation of chaos. He referred to himself as the architect of disorder. Within the conference room, the team commenced an analysis of the Final Reset plan. This scheme was divided into 3 phases. The first phase involved exploiting vulnerabilities in the global financial network to trigger a cascading economic collapse. The second phase entailed the implementation of new economic rules in critical industries through multinational corporations controlled by Geminis. And the third phase aimed to establish his influence's legitimacy on the international stage through clandestine cooperation with certain high-level government officials. This plan is overwhelmingly vast. If he succeeds, the world will be plunged in a prolonged chaos. But he requires a starting point. Xia Li pointed to a marked section within the documents, which mentioned that the core of the plan would commence from a particular financial hub. We must identify this starting point and thwart it. Just as the team was intensely deliberating, the alarms in the safe zone suddenly blared, and the surveillance footage revealed that someone was approaching from outside. Several black SUVs halted nearby, and a group of fully armed individuals clad in black exited the vehicles. The people of Geminis have found us. Zhao Qingyang swiftly operated the surveillance system. They intend to reclaim this data. Everyone entered combat readiness. Su Yuchen commanded calmly. Xia Li, evacuate with the data through the emergency exit. We will hold them off. We cannot allow them to recover anything. Xia Li nodded, transferring all core files to a portable device before hastily departing the conference room. The black-clad individuals moved with remarkable speed and precision, quickly breaching the first line of defense. As Xia Li retreated through the emergency passage, she heard gunfire and explosions erupting behind her, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart. Through the communicator, Su Yuchen's voice resonated. Don't look back. We will hold until the end. Stay safe. Xiaoli quietly replied, gritting her teeth and pressing onward. After a harrowing evacuation, Xiaoli arrived at the designated safe house. However, just as she uploaded the data to the cloud backup server, she received an urgent message from her family. Lier, you must return immediately. Her father, Xia Qingtian, sounded unusually frantic. Something had gone awry within the family. What is it? Xia di inurit, furuing herburoth. Someone has leaked your operational plans, resulting in a significant blow to our family's core assets, and the Su family is facing a similar predicament. Xia Qingtian replied in a hushed tone. Both families are now under immense pressure. Upon returning to the Xia residence, Xiaoli found the atmosphere in the family conference room to be charged with tension. The elders' gazes were rife with skepticism and indignation, while Xia Qingtian's expression was as dark as stormy waters. Lier, your actions have plunged the family into jeopardy. One elder accused. Geminus has already begun to target us, and there are traitors within the family who have divulged your plans. Who is the traitor? Xiaoli's eyes glinted coldly. It cannot be confirmed at this time, but it is certain that the traitor is among us, Xia Qingtian stated. This operation has provided Geminus with leverage, and many of the family's assets have already been frozen. This predicament stems from Geminus' retaliation, not from my actions, Xiaoli retorted icily. If we do not counterattack, his plans will not only obliterate the family, but also endanger countless innocents. The elders were momentarily silenced by her fervor, yet the rift within the family was evidently surfacing. Simultaneously, the Su family erupted into a similar crisis. Su Yuchen returned to his clan, only to find the elders interrogating him about his actions. The core members deemed that his behavior had not only exposed the family to Geminus' assault, but had also led to the collapse of critical collaborations. The family's interests have never been a reason for compromise, Su Yuchen stated coldly. If you continue to choose forbearance, the ultimate outcome will be destruction. You think you can save the family? One elder scoffed. You are far too naive, Su Yuchen. This is not a problem you can resolve. On the same night, both Xia Li and Su Yuchen faced their family scrutiny, yet neither faltered. Instead, they initiated an internal investigation into the traitors. By analyzing the family's financial flows and communication records, Xia Li uncovered several suspicious transactions that pointed to a core member of the Xia family. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen also discovered that certain high-ranking individuals within the family appeared to have prior contact with Geminus. This is not merely a matter of traitors. Xiaoli communicated to Su Yuchen. Geminus has been attempting to divide our two families. His schemes have infiltrated deeper than we anticipated. But this is just the beginning, Su Yuchen replied. We need to unite more forces to utterly annihilate him. Chapter 39. Division and union. The midnight light seeped through the curtains, casting indistinct shadows upon the walls of the Xia family's conference room. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air as each individual seated at the long table bore a keen gaze, as if engaged in a silent contest. Xiaoli stood at one side of the table, holding a report just received from Zhao Qingyang. This document revealed that the leakage and freezing of family assets were due to someone willingly providing our internal information to Geminus. She spoke calmly, her eyes sweeping over those present. Lier, are you suggesting that there is a traitor within the family? Inquired an elder with a furrowed brow. This is not a suggestion. It is a fact, Xiaoli replied, laying out a stack of documents and pointing to a record of fund transfers. These funds had moved from the family account to an offshore account, linked to the control network of Geminus. On what grounds do you assume this is the work of a family member? Another elder questioned skeptically, suggesting it could be an external hacker's attack. A hacker would not target a single account, Xiaoli scoffed, presenting further evidence. These records indicated that the transfer of these funds required high-level permissions from the internal network, permissions only core family members possess. The conference room fell into a profound silence. All present rendered mute. Xia Qingtian's gaze was piercing. Lier, do you have clear leads? Not yet on a specific individual, but I will uncover the truth. Xia sarta resolutely. Whoever it may be, such actions must bear consequences. Meanwhile, the internal meeting of the Su family was descending into chaos. Su Yuchen stood at the head of the table, calmly observing the elders opposite him. The documents in his hands similarly pointed to internal financial issues. These transactions indicate that someone has handed the lifeblood of our family to Geminis, Su Yuchen stated with a steely tone. If we do not identify this individual, our family's future will be perilously at stake. Yuchen, you are being overly rash, one elder retorted. These transactions could merely reflect normal business dealings. Would normal dealings bypass the core family accounts, funneling through clandestine channels to offshore companies? Su Yuchen slammed the documents onto the table. Let's not deceive ourselves. Such behavior is nothing short of betrayal. What evidence do you possess? Another elder inquired tentatively. Currently, there is no direct evidence, but I have identified several suspicious individuals. Su Yuchen replied calmly. The existence of a traitor is beyond doubt, and I will find him in my own way. The rift between the two families deepened amidst the undercurrents of turmoil. While Xia Li and Su Yuchen both endeavored to unearth the internal traitors, they simultaneously faced external pressures and the retaliatory strikes from Geminis. Zhao Qingyang discovered through surveillance that Geminis had mobilized a cadre of elites, preparing to launch a comprehensive assault on the core industries of both families. These attacks would encompass not only economic fronts, but also extend to cyber and public opinion realms. He aimed to obliterate us through a concerted offensive. Zhao Qingyang remarked, if we do not unite, the situation will deteriorate. The words resonated simultaneously through the communicators of Xia Li and Su Yuchen. Indeed, you must cast aside the prejudices between your families and combine forces against Geminis. Zhao Qingyang continued. Only through collaboration can we hope for success. Several hours later, Xia Li and Su Yuchen convened at a neutral location. Their expressions were grave, clearly aware of the seriousness of the matter. Zhao Qingyang is correct. We must unite. Xia Li spoke first. The internal divisions within our families have already given Geminis an opportunity. If we continue to oppose one another, the situation will only worsen. I concur. Su Yuchen nodded, but the prerequisite for our union is the elimination of internal threats. That is precisely what I intended to convey, Xia Li replied. I have already identified some suspicious financial transactions on my end, but I require your technical team's assistance for analysis. My team is ready to join at any moment, Su Yuchen responded. But will your family agree? As long as the results are compelling enough, they will have no choice but to acquiesce, Xia Li retorted coldly. Once the joint operation commenced, Zhao Qingyang merged the financial flows of both families for analysis. After 2 days of relentless work, a key suspect was identified, Lin Chonghe, the core financial officer of the Xia family, and Zhang Mingyuan, an external consultant for the Su family. Lin Chonghe? Xia Li furrowed her brow. He is one of my father's most trusted individuals. That may well explain how he has managed to remain hidden for so long, Zhao Qingyang replied. As for Zhang Mingyuan, he is the principal liaison for external relations in the Su family, and he has had numerous close contacts with Lin Chonghe. It appears they have been colluding for quite some time, Su Yuchen stated coldly. The pressing question now is how to extract more evidence from them. We need to set a trap. Xia Li's gaze turned steely to provoke them into revealing themselves. That evening, Xia Li and Su Yuchen each orchestrated a false rumor within their families. The content suggested that the two families were preparing to launch a comprehensive counterattack against Geminis and had already amassed substantial internal evidence. This information swiftly circulated through internal channels, soon capturing the attention of the two suspects. Surveillance revealed that Lin Chonghe and Zhang Mingyuan had contacted an offshore number, which was identified as a communication node for Geminis. They have finally exposed themselves, Zhao Qingyang exclaimed with excitement. Now, we can follow the trail to uncover more leads. Ultimately, Lin Chonghe and Zhang Mingyuan were apprehended during a clandestine meeting. The two attempted to destroy evidence, but Zhao Qingyang's team had intercepted their communications in advance, securing comprehensive proof of their collusion with Geminis. At last, we have eliminated the internal threat. Xia Li observed the documents with a piercing gaze. Next, we shall confront Geminis directly, Su Yuchen declared with resolute conviction. Chapter 40. The ultimate confrontation. The darkness before dawn enveloped the city, yet the air was thick with a palpable tension. Xia Li and Su Yuchen stood before the command center's large screen, their gazes fixed upon the incessantly updating intelligence. The ultimate plan of Geminis, known as the Final Reset, was on the verge of activation, and this time there was no retreat. According to decrypted documents, the plan was set to unfold simultaneously across 5 global financial hubs. Zhao Qingyang reported swiftly, stating that we must thwart these critical nodes. Otherwise, once the final reset was initiated, the consequences would be unthinkable. Time was of the essence. Xiaoli turned to Su Yuqin, declaring, "Our objective is the headquarters control center. If we can obliterate its main server, the plan will become unfeasible." "What about the 5 nodes?" Su Yuqin inquired. "We have coordinated with international forces, with different teams poised to engage simultaneously," Zhao Qingyang replied. "But the success of these efforts remains uncertain. Thus, we must ensure the main server is destroyed." The operation commenced. Xiaoli's tone was steely as she tightened her grip on her weapon. The target was the headquarters control center of Geminis, concealed on a desolate island. This island, situated in international waters, was surrounded by towering cliffs and dense jungles. Leading an elite team, Xiao Li and Su Yuqin approached aboard a stealthy speedboat. Based on satellite imagery, the island boasted 3 defensive lines. Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the earpiece, the first being the outer patrols, the second an infrared monitoring zone, and finally, the core defense system of the underground control center. Understood. Su Yuqin checked his equipment, his resolve unwavering. The night provided them with a natural cover as the team stealthily infiltrated the island's periphery. Xiaoli took the lead, swiftly neutralizing 2 patrolling guards with her dagger. Simultaneously, Su Yuqin guided another group to eliminate the remaining adversaries. "With the periphery cleared, we press on," Xiaoli whispered. Upon entering the infrared monitoring zone, the situation grew increasingly intricate. Surveillance devices were densely packed, and each step risked triggering an alarm. Utilizing a jamming device, Xiaoli successfully disrupted part of the monitoring systems. Yet navigating this area still demanded exceptional skill. "Caution to the right. There are thermal detection devices," Zhao Qingyang warned. Xiaoli crouched down, carefully evading the detection range, and then skillfully severed the power lines to the equipment. The team finally traversed the infrared zone, entering the core area of the island. At the entrance to the underground control center, heavily armed guards stood sentinel, the steel door resembling a fortress. Xiao Li and Su Yuqin observed for a moment, realizing that the guard rotation was alarmingly brief, leaving little opportunity for a direct infiltration. "We need to create chaos," Su Yuqin murmured. Xia Li nudda, quickly setting a small-timed explosive device and placing it on the opposite side of the entrance. "Detonate." At the whisper of the command, the device exploded, billowing smoke and drawing the guards' attention. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Li and Su Yuqin led their team through the entrance, dispatching the remaining guards. Through the remote cracking of the door code by Zhao Qingyang, they successfully infiltrated the underground control center. Inside, Geminis was already prepared. A cohort of fully armed men in black awaited them, and a fierce exchange of gunfire erupted. Bullets whizzed through the air, sparks ignited, and alarms reverberated throughout the space. Time was of the essence. As Xiaoli retaliated, she swiftly approached the main server. "I'll cover you," Su Yuqing declared, rushing forward to suppress the enemy with precise shots. Xiaoli reached the main server, only to discover it was protected by a complex multi-layered encryption. She quickly connected her decryption device and commenced the cracking process. "It will take 5 minutes," Xiaoli stated. "Hold on." Understood, Su Yuqing gritted his teeth, engaging in a fierce battle with the adversaries. Seconds ticked by, and the progress bar advanced slowly. The enemy's onslaught intensified, resulting in increasing casualties among the team, and the situation grew increasingly dire. "Progress at 80, Xiaoli reported calmly. "Hurry up," Su Yuqing shouted, a bullet grazing his shoulder, yet he persevered through the pain. At last, the decryption was complete. Xiaoli swiftly inserted the destruction program, and the main server screen began to flash with red warnings. The control center's power system gradually faltered, plunging the entire space into darkness. "The main server has been destroyed. Xia Li Gaspat. Retreat." Su Yuqing promptly rallied the remaining team members to flee the control center. Just as they were departing, the voice of Geminis resonated through the speakers. Do you think this is the end? The real game has only just begun. Xiali halted, turning to face the speaker, coldly retorting. Your plan has failed. There is no chance for a comeback. Geminis replied with a hint of amusement. Failed? You have yet to see the full picture. You have merely disrupted a portion of my layout. The true final reset has already been initiated. A chill ran through Xia Li as she quietly inquired of Zhao Qingyang. Is he telling the truth? Zhao Qingyang's voice was filled with anxiety. It's possible. He may have set up backup systems elsewhere. Continue the pursuit, Xia Li said coldly. We must locate his final position. After successfully evacuating the island, the team conducted an urgent analysis at a safe point. Through interpreting the remaining data, they uncovered that Geminis indeed had another backup system, located on a covertly modified mobile base at sea. That will be the final battleground, Su Yuqing stated, determination evident in his gaze. Prepare for action. Xiali clenched her fists, resolute that this time he could not escape. Chapter 41. Infiltrating the solitary sea. The night was as dark as ink, with the sea breeze carrying the briny scent sweeping in. Xiali stood at the bow of the ship, her gaze fixed upon a glimmer on the distant horizon. This was their target, Lin Ziyuan's maritime mobile base, a colossal modified cargo vessel, designated as a contingency launch point for the revival project. According to reconnaissance, this cargo ship boasted a 4-layered defense structure. Zhao Qingyang's voice emanated from the communicator, stating that the upper layer housed the command center. The middle layer contained servers and data warehouses, while the lower layer comprised the power compartment and backup systems. The objective we needed to obliterate resided in the middle layer. What is the status of the surrounding patrols? Su Yuchen inquired quietly, checking his equipment. There are 6 patrol boats encircling the cargo ship, equipped with sonar and thermal radar. Zhao Qingyang continued his report. However, their patrol routes follow a fixed pattern. If we time our approach correctly, we can infiltrate undetected. Then let us proceed according to the plan, Xiali said coldly, tightening her grip on the dagger. This time, he shall not be afforded another chance to turn the tide. The speedboat raced through the waves as Xiali and Su Yuchen led their team closer to the cargo vessel. Their target was an access hatch located on the ship's left side, just above the waterline. This was the vessel's vulnerable point. It's time, Zhao Qingyang alerted them. The patrol boats have just departed. You have a 3-minute window. Xiali and Su Yuchen swiftly plunged into the water, donning waterproof stealth suits and carrying breaching tools. They cautiously approached the cargo ship's access hatch. The sea was frigid, and the hatch was guarded by 3 layers of protective mesh. Employing an electromagnetic cutter, they rapidly breached the defenses and successfully entered the ship's interior. Inside, the environment was exceedingly complex. Narrow corridors and intersecting pipes made navigation difficult. Armed with prior knowledge of the ship's schematics, Xiali and Su Yuchen quickly split up. I'll head to the command center to draw their attention, Su Yuchen whispered. You take the team directly to the middle layer servers and destroy them as swiftly as possible. Don't be reckless, Xiali warned, her expression serious. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Su Yuchen smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have no intention of dying here. Xiali led her team swiftly towards the middle layer, encountering the occasional patrolling guard in the corridor, yet their movements were discreet enough to evade notice. Upon reaching the server warehouse, they were halted by a formidable alloy door. Zhao Qingyang, this door's lock requires time to crack, Xiali murmured. I am working on it remotely, Zhao Qingyang replied. It will take 2 minutes. However, 2 minutes felt like an eternity. Footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. The enemy patrol had evidently sensed something amiss and was drawing closer. Disperse and defend. We cannot allow them to approach, Xiali commanded coldly, simultaneously setting several small explosive devices to buy time. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen had already infiltrated the upper command center. He swiftly neutralized several guards and intercepted Lin Ziyuan's real-time orders with his device. Lin Ziyuan had just issued a command to activate the backup systems. Xiali, you must expedite your efforts, Su Yuchen relayed through the communicator. The door is open, Zhao Qingyang's voice came through. Xiali swiftly led her team into the server warehouse, a labyrinth of flickering lights resembling a digital maze. According to prior intelligence, their objective was the main server located at the heart of the facility. She commanded her team to initiate the destruction program, loading the necessary software onto the servers to commence the dismantling of its core data. Just then, an alarm blared, and the red warning lights bathed the entire warehouse in a crimson hue. A multitude of guards surged in from all directions, their firepower ferocious and overwhelming. They reacted with alarming speed. Xiaoli quickly took cover while retaliating, knowing that the program required a minute to complete. They had to hold out. "I'm on my way." Su Yuchen's voice crackled through the communicator, and shortly thereafter, he led another group of team members from the rear, engaging the enemy in a fierce frontal assault. The two worked in perfect harmony, gradually suppressing the enemy's offensive. However, the adversaries continued to flood in, and the situation grew increasingly dire. At last, the destruction program reached completion. The server lights extinguished, and the systems within the warehouse began to falter. "The backup systems have been compromised," Zhao Qingyang exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice. "The revival plan cannot be initiated. We must retreat," Xiaoli ordered decisively. During their evacuation, the cargo ship's defense systems activated fully, with numerous automated weapons and patrol units concentrating their fire on their escape route. Xiaoli and Su Yuchen led their team through the fray, ultimately reaching the deck. "The evacuation boat is on the east side," Zhao Qingyang indicated. However, as they were about to board the escape vessel, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Lin Ziyuan stood at the edge of the deck, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon them. "You may have won this round, but do not presume that anything has changed," Lin Ziyuan sneered. "The chaos of the world has only just begun." "You have done enough," Xiaoli retorted, her voice laced with a cold fury. "No one will allow you to continue." Lin Ziyuan smiled faintly and pressed a button on the remote in his hand. The cargo ship's power chamber began to tremble violently, followed by a deep rumbling explosion. He had activated the self-destruct sequence. "You must leave immediately," Zhao Qingyang shouted. Without hesitation, Xiaoli and Su Yuchen leapt onto the evacuation boat. As the explosions intensified, the cargo ship started to list, colossal flames illuminating the entire surface of the sea. On the evacuation boat, Xiaoli gazed at the sinking vessel, her heart a tumult of emotions. Although they had destroyed the backup systems of the revival plan, Lin Ziyuan's escape left her unsettled. He would not cease his pursuits. "We shall continue the chase," Xiaoli murmured. Su Yuchen's eyes were resolute. "As long as he remains unpunished, we will never relent." Chapter 42. The final barrier of the planter, the sea breeze, still carried the briny scent of salt, yet the dawn light gradually illuminated the horizon, painting the ocean with hues of crimson. Sitting in the evacuation boat, Xiaoli gazed at the cargo ship sinking beneath the waves, her heart devoid of any sense of relief. Lin Ziyuan's escape rendered their triumph incomplete, and the threat of the revival plan lingered ominously. "Zhao Qingyang, have you tracked Lin Ziyuan's whereabouts?" Xiaoli inquired through her communicator. "I am currently analyzing the data retrieved from the cargo ship." Zhao Qingyang's voice was tinged with fatigue. "One document mentions a concealed base on land, possibly his final stronghold. What is its precise location?" Su Yucheng asked. "The coordinates indicate a mountainous region, near an abandoned military facility," Zhao Qingyang replied. "I will continue to extract more information, but you must depart immediately." Xiaoli nodded and said to Su Yucheng, "We must capture him. This time, he cannot escape." A few hours later, they reached the outskirts of the mountainous terrain. The area was a labyrinth of complex topography, dense forests and rugged paths that concealed numerous passages. Lin Ziyuan's secret base lay hidden here, and he appeared to have anticipated their pursuit. According to reconnaissance, his defense system is even more intricate than that of the cargo ship, Zhao Qingyang continued. "The entrance is fortified with multiple layers of security, and there may be traps within. We do not have time to hesitate," Xiaoli stated coldly. "Split up, draw their fire while simultaneously searching for a flank to breach." "Understood." Su Yucheng led a portion of the team, preparing to launch a feint at the main entrance, while Xiaoli took another group to infiltrate from the side. At the entrance of the base, the guards were well-equipped and highly vigilant. Su Yucheng directed his team to create several localized explosions, successfully diverting the enemy's attention. Their focus is on the main entrance. "Xiaoli, what is your status?" Su Yucheng inquired through the communicator. "I'm approaching the side door," Xiaoli replied. The side door was concealed deep within a thicket, surrounded by infrared surveillance and automated weaponry. Utilizing jamming devices, Xiaoli disrupted the infrared systems and stealthily approached the side entrance. With the decryption code provided remotely by Zhao Qingyang, she swiftly unlocked the door, leading her team into the base. Inside, the passages were narrow and intricate, exuding the coldness of metal. Xiaoli advanced cautiously, every step akin to walking on thin ice. Attention! There is a patrol ahead. Zhao Qingyang's timely warning came through. Xiaoli gestured for her team to halt and quickly set up a small sound wave disruption device to divert the patrol's attention. Seizing the opportunity, she guided her team further into the core area. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing and his team engaged in fierce gunfire with the guards at the main entrance. Though the enemy's firepower was formidable, they leveraged the terrain to gradually subdue the opposition, buying Xiaoli precious time. The enemies near the entrance have been cleared, Su Yuqing reported. Xiaoli, have you located the core control room? We are just approaching it, Xiaoli replied. The entrance to the core control room proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Zhao Qingyang's decryption device required time to unlock it. However, during this interval, the adversary could strike back at any moment. Establishing a defensive perimeter was imperative to prevent them from advancing. Xiaoli commanded her team to set up the explosives they had brought at the corridor's entrance, creating a secure blockade. The unlocking process was slow and fraught with tension. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew ever closer, Xiaoli gripped her weapon tightly, prepared to confront any conflict. When the door to the core control room finally swung open, the scene within left Xiaoli in awe. A massive screen displayed the intricate flow of global financial data, while a series of complex programs were running on the central console. This was the final activation sequence for the revitalization plan. Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the earpiece as they attempted to remotely connect to a backup node. It was imperative to thwart this endeavor. Xiaoli swiftly entered the destruction program into the console while simultaneously intercepting the data on the screen. However, as the program executed, Lin Ziyuan's figure appeared at the opposite end of the control room, weapon in hand, his gaze coldly fixed upon Xiaoli. It was a surprising turn of events. Lin Ziyuan sneered, "You actually managed to find this place. Your plan has already failed." Xiaoli stood her ground defiantly. "Stop this now, and you may still have a chance at redemption." "Redemption?" Lin Ziyuan scoffed derisively. "Did you think this was merely my scheme? The entire world has long since decayed. I am simply hastening its rebirth. At the cost of countless lives? Xiaoli raturta isili." Lin Ziyuan offered no reply, but instead swiftly raised his weapon and fired at Xiaoli. She deftly evaded the shot and returned fire, igniting a deadly confrontation between them. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing arrived with his team, engaging Lin Ziyuan's guards in a final skirmish. With precise shooting, he suppressed the enemy, granting Xiaoli precious time. Ultimately, Xiaoli succeeded in subduing Lin Ziyuan, escorting him to the console, and coldly stated, "Behold your failure." The console screen displayed a message confirming the system's destruction. All nodes of the revitalization plan had been irrevocably severed. Lin Ziyuan's expression darkened, and he murmured, "Do you think this is the end? The true crisis has only just begun." Xiaoli disregarded his threat, entrusting him to her team for custody before directing the evacuation. In a secure area outside the base, Xiaoli and Su Yuqing gazed at the distant site engulfed in flames. Although the revitalization plan had been dismantled, both understood that this struggle was far from over. "He still has remnants of power," Su Yuqing remarked quietly. "We must eliminate these threats." "Indeed," Xiaoli nodded, her gaze resolute. "No matter what schemes he may still harbor, we will not allow them to come to fruition." Chapter 43. The Rebellion of the Remnants as dawn cast a crimson hue across the horizon. A palpable tension lingered in the air. Though Lin Ziyuan had been successfully apprehended, Xiaoli felt no semblance of relief. Analyzing the data from the base revealed that his remnants had already disseminated across multiple regions, and these lurking forces still posed a significant threat. "Zhao Qingyang, what is the progress on the data analysis?" Xiaoli inquired, her gaze fixed intently on the communication device beside the command vehicle. "I have just completed a preliminary analysis," Zhao Qingyang replied. Lin Ziyuan's influence extends across three major areas: an offshore financial center in Southeast Asia, a multinational corporate network in Europe, and an illicit arms market in the Middle East. If these nodes are not swiftly eradicated, his plans could resurface. It appears his reach is even deeper than we anticipated. Su Yuqin murmured, "We need to act independently to swiftly sever these connections. Time is of the essence. We must commence our deployment immediately." With a steely gaze, Xiaoli declared, "Our first objective, the offshore financial center in Southeast Asia." Xiaoli personally led a team to Southeast Asia, a crucial hub for Lin Ziyuan's financial maneuvers. An unassuming financial skyscraper concealed a web of illicit transactions and clandestine accounts. Through data analysis, they pinpointed the top floor, which housed an illegal financial operation disguised as a standard corporate headquarters. Although the number of guards was limited, the defense systems were intricate. Zhao Qingyang reported via satellite imagery. "The building is equipped with state-of-the-art surveillance devices. Your every move may be detected. We do not have time to hesitate." Xiaoli adjusted her communicator and infiltrated from the rear of the building, advancing floor by floor. As night enveloped the city, the team moved swiftly. They entered through the fire escape at the back of the building, utilizing jamming devices to obscure some of the surveillance. En route to the top floor, they encountered several patrolling guards. Xiaoli executed her moves with precision, neutralizing them one by one. Within the office on the top floor, a key member responsible for fund transfers was directing his team for the final account transfers. Xiaoli burst through the door, her gun aimed squarely at his head. "It's over." The man's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to activate the alarm, but Xiaoli shot him in the wrist, rendering him incapable of resistance. "All data backups have been secured." Zhao Qingyang's voice came through the earpiece. "The account network has been successfully severed. Mission accomplished." Xiaoli decisively ordered a retreat. Second objective, the European multinational corporate network. Simultaneously, Su Yuqin led another group to Europe, where Lin Ziyuan operated under the guise of legitimate business. His subordinates had embedded key figures within various multinational corporations, manipulating supply chains and markets. "Our target is the headquarters of a logistics company," Zhao Qingyang noted. "On the surface, it appears to be a standard business operation. Yet they are utilizing this company to launder money and transport equipment for the revitalization plan. We must capture those core members and dismantle this supply chain," Su Yuqin whispered. As the operation commenced, Su Yuqin stealthily guided his team into the logistics company's warehouse. They discovered that not only was a substantial cache of forged commercial documents concealed here, but also a batch of high-tech equipment yet to be transferred. These devices could potentially serve as core components for backup nodes, analyzed Su Yuqin. Just then, a group of guards detected their presence, igniting a fierce exchange of gunfire. Su Yuqin directed his team to utilize the cargo within the warehouse as cover, gradually suppressing their adversaries. Ultimately, he successfully infiltrated the office and apprehended the company's leader. Through his testimony, Lin Ziyuan's European network was thoroughly exposed. The third target, the illicit arms market in the Middle East. The final objective lay in a remote area of the Middle East, a crucial stronghold used by Lin Ziyuan for procuring and storing arms, protected by a mercenary force. This would prove to be the most perilous operation, Zhao Qingyang remarked, as the enemy was well-equipped and familiar with the terrain. Xiaoli and Su Yuqin resolved to conduct a joint operation, leading an elite squad for a surprise assault. They capitalized on the cover of night, approaching from the rear of the stronghold and swiftly dismantling the enemy's communication tower. Upon entering the stronghold, they encountered a staggering accumulation of weapons and ammunition, evidently prepared for a larger-scale operation. Once the mercenaries detected the intrusion, they quickly launched a counterattack, plunging both sides into intense combat. "The firepower here is overwhelming. We require greater support." Su Yuqin called for reinforcements via the communicator. Just before the support arrived, Xiaoli and Su Yuqin tenaciously resisted, gradually breaching the enemy's defenses. Eventually, they succeeded in seizing control of the stronghold and destroying all munitions. Lin Ziyuan's arms supply chain was severed. Zhao Qingyang excitedly reported that this time, he had no chance of a comeback. The threat of Lin Ziyuan. After accomplishing the three primary objectives, Xiaoli and Su Yuqin returned to the command center. Although Lin Ziyuan's network had been entirely dismantled, His demeanor remained unervingly calm. Do you think you have one? Lin Ziyuan sneered as he was escorted to the interrogation room. The chaos of the world is inevitable. You have merely delayed it. No amount of lies can mask your failure, Xiaoli retorted coldly. From this moment forward, you shall face the judgment of the law. Lin Ziyuan refrained from further rebuttal, casting a lingering gaze at Xiaoli, as if concealing unspoken secrets. Chapter 44. The truth emerges. Sunlight filtered through the small window of the interrogation room, casting a glow upon Lin Ziyuan's face. His expression was calm, tinged with a hint of derision. Xiaoli and Su Yuchen stood before the table, their gazes icy as they regarded the man who had once teetered the world on the brink of chaos. Lin Ziyuan, your power has crumbled. Your revival plan has been utterly dismantled, and you possess no leverage, Xiaoli spoke, her voice low and piercing. Leverage? Lin Ziyuan chuckled lightly. My leverage is not power, but the truth. Do you believe it has all come to an end? If there are any unresolved mysteries, now is your sole opportunity to reveal them. Su Yuchen's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on Lin Ziyuan. After a moment of silence, Lin Ziyuan's eyes flickered, seemingly weighing his options. He spoke slowly. Do you genuinely believe the revival plan was merely about financial collapse and power reconfiguration? That is but the surface. The true purpose of this plan was to eradicate the corruption of the rules and establish a brand new order. At the expense of countless lives? Xiali Skufa. Is this what you deem a new order? True order has never been one of equality. It demands sacrifice and cost. Lin Ziyuan fixed his gaze upon her, his voice deepening. And behind this plan lies a more formidable force. They're the true architects of everything that unfolds. His words sent a jolt through Xiaoli and Su Yuchen. Clearly, they had merely dismantled the superficial layers of the plan, while the deeper manipulators remained hidden. Clarify, who else is behind this? Su Yuchen pressed urgently. Do you think I am the sole mastermind? Lin Ziyuan scoffed. Behind me lurks a cadre of shadows concealed at the pinnacle of power. They reside within the upper echelons of various nations, controlling the economy, politics, and military. They're the true puppeteers. What are their objectives? Xiaoli inquired. Objectives? Lin Ziyuan smiled faintly. They do not require goals. Their very existence is the objective. They're the architects of the rules, while you are mere pawns within those rules. The atmosphere in the interrogation room grew increasingly tense. A more intricate picture began to unfold in Xiaoli's mind. If Lin Ziyuan's assertions were true, their struggle was far from over. A greater threat lurked within the shadows of power. We need more information, Su Yuchen stated coldly. Is there any further action from these shadows? Their actions will not cease. Lin Ziyuan's voice carried a chilling undertone. However, I can divulge one name, Alpha Protocol. What is the Alpha Protocol? Xiaoli pressed further. A grander game. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Lin Ziyuan's eyes. My failure has only made them more vigilant, but the Alpha Protocol will fundamentally alter the existing rules of the world. If you wish to obstruct it, you must locate its core. After the interrogation concluded, Xiaoli and Su Yuchen presented Lin Ziyuan's testimony to Zhao Qingyang. The name Alpha Protocol had never before surfaced. Zhao Qingyang quickly sifted through the documents. If this is true, we must ascertain its specifics without delay. Where do we begin? Su Yuchen inquit. Lin Ziyuan's confession alluded to the presence of a formidable group of influential forces behind him, spanning multiple domains. We may glean clues from the remnants of his network. Zhao Qingyang responded. Simultaneously, the Xia and Su families were engaged in fervent discussions on how to confront an impending crisis of greater magnitude. Standing in the family conference room, Xia li raconta Lin Ziyuan's testimonio. The elder's expressions darkened, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. If his assertions hold truth, this crisis exceeds our capabilities. Xia Qingtian sighed, expressing the need for additional allies. But what if this is merely his final ruse? One elder questioned, should we invest our family's resources in such an uncertain battle? Regardless of its veracity, we cannot afford to be complacent, Xiaoli asserted firmly. This is a familial duty and a pursuit of justice for all victims. Discussions within the Su family were equally fervent. Su Yuchen addressed the family elite with a composed tone, persuading them of the urgency. We have become targets. Should we fail to act proactively, we will inevitably be engulfed by a greater tide. Su Yuchen stated. The family must unite with external forces to establish a more robust defense system. Is it worth the risk to ally with the Xia family? An elder inquired. This is our only option, Su Yuchen declared resolutely, not only for the family, but also for justice. Ultimately, the two prominent families resolved to collaborate and, leveraging their international networks, to gather further intelligence regarding the Alpha Protocol. Zhao Qingyang's technical team extracted an encrypted file from Lin Ziyuan's device, containing an incomplete blueprint. This document indicated that the essence of the Alpha Protocol lies within a clandestine research facility situated in the Arctic. This could be our point of breakthrough, Zhao Qingyang remarked, indicating the screen. This facility may serve as the central hub of their operations. Therefore, our next objective is this location, Xia Li stated with a steely gaze. In this battle, we shall not yield again. Chapter 45. The conspiracy beneath the ICC. The howling winds swept across the snow-covered expanse, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the faint light of the sun. Xia Li stood at the doorway of a stealth transport aircraft, her gaze penetrating the cabin as she looked towards the distant, frozen expanse of the Arctic. According to the intelligence provided by Zhao Qingyang, the core facility of the Alpha Protocol lay hidden within this desolate landscape, serving as the ultimate objective of their mission. Time was of the essence, for the target facility resided within a concealed cavern beneath the ice cap. Through the communicator, Zhao Qingyang relayed that the surveillance system there was exceedingly intricate. However, the fortunate news was that remnants of Lin Ziyuan's network had furnished them with some internal blueprints. How many layers of defense does the facility possess? Su Yuchen inquired, standing beside Xia Li as he examined his equipment. It comprises 3 layers. The outermost layer consists of automated patrol devices. The middle layer houses laboratories and servers, while the core area is the command center, Zhao Qingyang replied. You must reach the core area swiftly, locate the complete contents of the Alpha Protocol, and destroy it. Understood. Xia Li nodded, her expression resolute. The transport aircraft halted 5 kilometers from the target point, and the team transitioned to snow vehicles, gradually approaching the designated area. The biting cold of the icy plains necessitated utmost caution with every step forward. Utilizing their camouflage devices, they evaded the patrolling drones and successfully arrived at the entrance of the cavern. The entrance was secured by 3 locks requiring remote hacking. I will need 10 minutes to complete the unlocking. You must ensure safety, Zhao Qingyang stated. Xia Li and Su Yuchen positioned their team around the entrance, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Despite the profound silence enveloping them, every individual's nerves were taut with tension. Their SA heat signature to the left, a team member whispered. Xia Li raised her hand, signaling everyone to be on high alert. Indeed, a few automated patrol robots were slowly approaching across the icy terrain. Leave it to me, Su Yuchen murmured, swiftly leaping into cover and deploying electronic countermeasures to disrupt the robots' control systems. Moments later, the machines became immobilized, reduced to mere heaps of cold scrap metal. Unlocking complete, Zhao Qingyang's voice echoed. Quickly, enter the cavern. The interior of the cavern was slightly warmer than the exterior. It still bore an icy chill. Thick layers of ice coated the walls, while the passageways were lined with a myriad of complex surveillance devices and sensors. Xia Li cautiously navigated their path, leading her team deeper into the shadows. Within the mid-level laboratory, they stumbled upon a colossal data server, its screen scrolling with an overwhelming array of research data. The information pertained to gene editing, global energy control, and military strategies, evidently constituting a vital segment of the Alpha Protocol. This is the critical point, Xia Li proclaimed. Zhao Qingyang, back up the data. We require complete evidence. Zhao Qingyang quickly connected to the server, initiating the data extraction. However, at that moment, alarms blared abruptly. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. The enemy had clearly detected their presence. Prepare for battle. Su Yuchen decisively commanded his team to establish a defensive line, simultaneously employing many explosives to seal off sections of the corridor. The enemy's assault was ferocious, equipped with the latest weaponry and vastly outnumbering their expectations. Xia Li and Su Yuqin fought back to back, the gunfire echoing through the narrow corridor, flames illuminating the entire space. The data extraction was complete, yet a full 10 minutes were required to obliterate the server. Zhao Qingyang's voice was laced with urgency, urging them to endure. Understood, Xia Li rapidly calmly, skillfully taking down an enemy. The fierce battle raged for several minutes. The enemy's firepower gradually waned, yet they were evidently awaiting reinforcements. At that moment, a team member exclaimed, "Heavy infantry approaches from the other side. We are surrounded." Su Yuqin stated coldly, "Hold your ground." Xia Li gritted, "Hertit, her, vipon skarsi paising." As the countdown for the server destruction reached its conclusion, the laboratory's equipment extinguished one by one, plunging the entire area into darkness. Data destruction complete. Zhao Qingyang's voice rang out, "Evacuate swiftly." Xia Li and Su Yuqin led their team rapidly towards the core area. They had to dismantle the final control device of the command center to eradicate the threat of the Alpha Protocol once and for all. The core area lay deep within the cave, adorned lavishly, starkly contrasting with the frigid exterior. A man clad in a black suit stood before the console, his gaze coolly fixed on Xia Li and Su Yuqin. "You have finally arrived," he spoke in a deep, calm voice. "Welcome to the final act of this game." "Who are you?" "Xia Li Nkiratisili. I am merely one of the shadows," the man replied with a slight smile. "But even if you destroy this place, the larger picture will remain unchanged. The core of the Alpha Protocol has been activated. It will redefine this world. Dream on," Su Yuqin declared without hesitation, raising his weapon. However, the man pressed a button on the console. Instantly, the entire core area began to tremble, fissures appearing in the ice walls. The man sneered, "This shall be your tomb." A bomb. Xia Li swiftly assessed, retreat. Under fierce enemy fire, Xia Li and Su Yuqin led their team in a desperate breakout. The core components of the console had been programmed for destruction by Xia Li, but the countdown was merely 5 minutes. As they evacuated, the tremors intensified. The ice began to collapse, colossal blocks crashing down from the ceiling. The team's endurance was nearing its limit, yet none faltered. 3 minutes remaining. Zhao Qingyang's voice echoed through the communicator. "Full speed ahead." Su Yuqin supported an injured teammate, leading the charge out of the cave. Xia Li followed closely. As she reached the exit, a deafening roar erupted from behind, and the cave collapsed entirely. The team successfully evacuated, though each member was utterly exhausted. Standing on the icy expanse, Xia Li and Su Yuqin gazed at the distant billowing smoke, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The Alpha Protocol has been destroyed. Zhao Qingyang's voice conveyed relief. Yet we still require time to investigate the network of these shadows. This is merely the beginning, Xia Li whispered. There are more battles awaiting us. Chapter 46. Shadows emerged. The collapse of the Arctic cave momentarily hushed the world. But this tranquility was merely a prelude to the impending storm. Xia Li sat at the long table in the command room. The screen illuminated with fragments of data extracted from the facility, some of which remained undestroyed. Complex graphs, encrypted information streams, and obscure communication records painted a picture of a conspiracy far grander than the Renaissance Project. The data revealed that the Alpha Protocol was not an isolated initiative, but rather a component of a global scheme. Zhao Qingyang's voice emanated from the speakers, detailing its implications across financial, military, medical, and even technological domains. The scale of this web far surpassed our imagination. Xia Li murmured, her fingers gently tapping the tabletop. "We have dismantled the core of the Arctic facility. Its roots extend across the globe." Particularly notable was this record. Zhao Qingyang switched to another interface, revealing an encrypted communication log, wherein Lin Xian alluded to a shadow network, explicitly naming an organization known as the Council of Fate. The Council of Fate? Su Yuqin furrowed his brow, pondering the existence of a clandestine organization capable of dictating global regulations. No wonder Lin Xian was merely a pawn on their chessboard. Based on the available data, their next strategic move appeared to be monopolizing medical and gene editing technologies. Zhao Qingyang continued, "If they succeed, the world's medical resources will be entirely commandeered. and the gap between the wealthy and the impoverished will be irreversibly entrenched. We must thwart them, Xiaoli stated coldly. What are our immediate objectives? Zhao Qingyang brought up a world map, marking 3 critical points in red. These are their most significant nodes: a gene research center in Europe, a pharmaceutical laboratory in East Asia, and a military bioweapons facility in the Americas. Let us split up, Su Yuqin decisively proclaimed. We cannot afford to wait. First target, the European Gene Research Center. Xiaoli led her team to Europe, where the Council of Fate orchestrated its gene editing technology from a core facility. Intelligence indicated that this research center lay hidden beneath an ancient castle, its exterior masquerading as an ordinary historical relic. The center was fortified with a 3-tier defense system, which included surveillance, patrols, and a permanently stationed team of mercenaries. Zhao Qingyang reported, however, their vulnerability lies in the fact that the system is not entirely isolated from the outside world. Does this imply we can remotely infiltrate part of the system? Xia Linkidat. Indeed, but we need to access a relay station near the castle, Zhao Qingyang replied. As night descended, Xiaoli led her team into the castle's periphery. They first neutralized the patrolling guards and successfully connected to the relay station. Zhao Qingyang's intrusion swiftly commenced, and the surveillance footage from the research center appeared on the screen. The laboratories were located on the 1st and 2nd underground levels. Zhao Qingyang marked the locations, instructing, "Your objective is to destroy the core data of the gene editing project and acquire pertinent evidence." Xiaoli guided her team into swift action, evading surveillance and patrols, ultimately locating the data center on the 1st underground level. Within this repository lies a vast array of research findings pertaining to gene editing, with certain technologies already employed by the Council of Fate to regulate the health of specific populations. Initiate the backup and destruction protocols, commanded Xiaoli. However, the alarm was swiftly triggered, and adversaries rapidly encircled the laboratory. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the intense exchange of fire reverberated throughout the research center. Hold your positions. Xiaoli directed her team with composure, returning fire while safeguarding the data backup equipment. After a fierce battle, the backup was completed, and the core systems of the laboratory were utterly obliterated. Xiaoli led her team in a hasty retreat, successfully retrieving crucial evidence. The second target, the East Asia Pharmaceutical Laboratory. Meanwhile, Su Yuqin's team engaged in another confrontation in East Asia. Their objective was a large pharmaceutical company's laboratory, ostensibly a legitimate drug development institution, yet in reality, a pivotal component of the Council of Fate's global pharmaceutical supply chain. Within the laboratory, there existed a concealed underground space. There lie the latest drug developments, Zhao Qingyang remarked, and if these drugs reach the market, they will irrevocably transform the medical industry. The operation commenced. Su Yuqin guided his team into the laboratory, infiltrating the core area by masquerading as employees. In the underground chamber, Su Yuqin discovered a plethora of undisclosed medications, some evidently designed to target specific genes, clearly intended for the control of certain demographics. We must eradicate these drugs and procure samples. Su Yuqin instructed his team with calm resolve. During the operation, the laboratory's security system was activated, and a multitude of armed personnel rushed to thwart them. Su Yuqin led his team in a valiant struggle, ultimately achieving their mission. The third target, the military biological weapons base in the Americas. The final objective was a military biological weapons facility in the Americas, concealing newly developed biological weapons from the Council of Fate. Intelligence indicated that these weapons possessed not only immense lethality, but also the capability to genetically select specific targets. This is the most perilous operation, Zhao Qingyang stated. The base's defense systems are exceptionally robust, yet we must obliterate these weapons. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Xiaoli and Su Yuqin joined forces, leading 2 teams in a simultaneous assault. Through meticulous planning, they successfully infiltrated the base and located the storage area for the biological weapons. However, just as they prepared to destroy the arsenal, the base commander appeared. With a derisive smile, he proclaimed, "Did you truly believe you could oppose the Council of Fate? You will never win this game." Without hesitation, Xiaoli pulled the trigger, but the adversary appeared to be prepared, activating the base's self-destruct mechanism. Evacuate, Su Yuqin decisively ordered. The team surged through the chaos of flames and explosions, ultimately achieving a successful withdrawal. Despite the obliteration of the base, the threat posed by the Council of Fate remained far from extinguished. "This is merely the beginning," Xiaoli murmured, gazing at the distant billowing smoke. Chapter 47. The Web of Fate. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow upon the command room screens, while the electronic map on the wall displayed 3 devastated facilities. Xiaoli sat at the table, cradling a freshly brewed cup of coffee, her expression grave. Despite having dismantled several pivotal nodes of the Fate Council, she understood that this merely tore a small fissure in the conspiracy. The true threat lay concealed in deeper shadows. The data gleaned from the operation had undergone preliminary analysis. Zhao Qingyang's voice resonated through the communicator, revealing that this information unveiled the global architecture of the Fate Council, which maintained clandestine strongholds across various continents, infiltrating sectors such as finance, healthcare, and energy. "Can we confirm the identities of the core members?" Su Yuqin inquired, his gaze sharp as he stood before the screen. "We have tentatively identified several names, including the chairman of a premier European bank and a shadowy figure behind a major energy corporation in East Asia," Zhao Qingyang responded, switching the display to reveal profiles of several suspicious individuals. "It appears they not only control resources, but also manipulate international decisions." Xiaoli remarca coldly. "We must concentrate our efforts and systematically dismantle these key figures." Intelligence clash, unveiling the Council's core according to the data analysis. The core members of the Fate Council were scheduled to convene secretly in Switzerland in 1 week. The purpose of this meeting was to strategize responses to the current situation while advancing the Council's next steps. "This presents an opportunity for us to infiltrate their inner circle," Zhao Qingyang asserted. "I can forge identities and arrange for you to attend the meeting as investors." "The risks are substantial," Su Yuqin replied solemnly. "If we are discovered, we will find ourselves encircled by the enemy." "This is our only chance," Xiaoli declared, her gaze fixed resolutely on the meeting's location displayed on the screen. "We cannot wait for them to act. We must disrupt their plans." Infiltration in Switzerland. Under currents of deceit 1 week later, Xiaoli and Su Yuqin assumed the roles of representatives from a multinational enterprise in East Asia, arriving in Switzerland aboard a private jet. The venue for the meeting was a clandestine estate nestled in the mountains, heavily fortified with security. The attendees were all core members of the Fate Council, each having undergone meticulous scrutiny regarding their backgrounds. Zhao Qingyang discreetly reminded them, through their hidden communicator, "You must exercise utmost caution." Dressed in splendid attire, Xiaoli and Su Yuqin entered the estate and blended into the assembly. An elegant middle-aged man approached them, introducing himself. "Welcome, friends from East Asia. I am Branco, the chairman of the European Investment Bank." Xiaoli offered a slight smile, engaging in fluent conversation. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Branco. We have heard that this meeting will discuss new directions for the global economy, and we are very much looking forward to it." Branco narrowed his eyes, seemingly appraising them, but soon turned away. Meeting conspiracy. The truth of the council. As the meeting commenced, Xiaoli and Su Yuqin were seated at the back. The conference hall of the estate was adorned with opulence, the crystal chandelier overhead radiating a soft glow. Yet, beneath this veneer of luxury lay a chilling conspiracy. Blanco stood at the podium, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, our plans are progressing steadily. Although we have recently encountered a few minor setbacks, these shall not deter our momentum." A presentation commenced on the screen, revealing the next phase of the Council's objectives: to radically transform the global distribution of resources through gene editing and energy monopolization, thereby ensuring the Council's supremacy in power. Xiaoli's fists clenched instinctively as she swiftly recorded this information on her portable device, transmitting it to the distant Zhao Qingyang. "This is utterly insane." Zhao Qingyang's voice conveyed a hint of shock. They not only sought to control resources, but also aimed to manipulate the future of humanity at a genetic level. Identity exposed. Escape in pursuit. Just as Xia Li and Su Yuchen prepared to gather further intelligence, a guard approached them, whispering, "You too, please come with me." A chill ran down their spines. Clearly, their identities had been exposed. At this moment, revealing their operational plans would be tantamount to suicide. Xiaoli maintained a composed smile as she followed the guard out of the conference hall. In a small meeting room, Blanco stood by the window, casting a cold gaze upon them. "Who are you? I do not recall the council extending an invitation to you." "Mr. Blanco, we are merely concerned about the future of the global economy," Xiaoli replied, her demeanor unwavering. Blanco's eyes grew even colder as he clapped his hands, and several fully armed guards entered the room. "In that case, we would not mind a more in-depth discussion." "Now," Su Yuchen whispered. Xiaoli swiftly drew a dagger concealed at her waist, dispatching one guard in an instant. Su Yuchen seized a weapon, and together, they swiftly incapacitated the remaining foes. Blanco attempted to flee, but was intercepted by Xiaoli. She regarded him with a frigid stare. "Tell me, where is the headquarters of the council?" Blanco's face drained of color as he trembled. "You cannot destroy it. No one can dismantle the Council of Destiny." A glint of cold resolve flashed in Xia Li's eyes as she struck him down with a tranquilizer gun, swiftly retreating with Su Yuchen. Discovery of the data, the headquarters of the council. Upon returning to their safe house, Zhao Qingyang decrypted the data obtained from Blanco's device. He was astounded to uncover that the true headquarters of the council was located within a secret base in Antarctica, housing the most advanced technologies in the world and serving as the command center for the council. "This is our ultimate objective," Xiaoli murmured. "Only by destroying this place can we truly put an end to the Council of Destiny." "But this is an insurmountable task," Su Yuchen frowned. "The Antarctic environment is extremely harsh, and their defense systems are more complex than anything we have encountered before." "There is nothing that is impossible." Xiaoli's gaze remained resolute. "We have come this far. No matter how arduous the path may be, we cannot falter." Chapter 48 Prelude. At the edge of the ice field, the Arctic winds were biting, and the transport aircraft circled above, while the distant glaciers undulated like an endless expanse of white desolation. Xiaoli and Su Yuchen sat quietly within the cabin, their gazes fixed on the map. This was a high-stakes operation. Their objective was the core base of the Fate Council, concealed in the Antarctic, a clandestine facility known as the Eye of the Pole. According to the data from Blanco's equipment, the Eye of the Pole was not only the headquarters of the council, but also controlled global network nodes. Zhao Qingyang reported through the communicator that all the council's core plans resided there, and to dismantle it would spell the organization's ultimate collapse. "What does its defense system entail?" Su Yuchen inquired. "Extremely complex," Zhao Qingyang sighed. "The entire base is embedded beneath the glacier, with only a narrow ice tunnel as the entrance, and it is equipped with automated weapons, infrared scanners, and biometric systems." It appeared to be an insurmountable task. Xiaoli glanced at Su Yuchen, her tone tinged with bitterness. "But we must see it through." Su Yuchen's voice was as resolute as steel. The council had reached its final stage. If they did not intervene, the world would descend into perpetual chaos. Planning. Infiltration of the Eye of the Pole upon the transport aircraft's arrival at the temporary base on the Antarctic ice field. The team commenced detailed operational deployment. In the conference room, Zhao Qingyang projected the layout of the Eye of the Pole onto the screen. The base comprised 3 primary areas. Zhao Qingyang pointed to the red dots on the screen. The first section was the ice tunnel entrance, heavily guarded. The second section housed the mid-level data center, where the council's core information was stored. Finally, the lowest level contained the command room, which controlled the core programs of the global network nodes. "Our objective is to destroy the data center and the command room," Xiaoli stated. "But how do we bypass the defenses at the ice tunnel entrance?" "Through camouflage and distraction," Zhao Qingyang replied. "I will create a virtual network attack to draw the guards' attention, while you infiltrate through a smaller ice tunnel on the opposite side." "What's the time window?" Su Yuchen asked. 5 minutes, at most 7. Zhao Qingyang's voice was laced with tension. Once detected, the base would immediately enter lockdown. "That will suffice." Xiaoli nodded, her gaze resolute, and the operation commenced. Infiltration operation. The fractured ice as night descended. The temperature in Antarctica plummeted to -40 degrees. Xiaoli and Su Yuchen led their team through the fractured ice, reaching the lateral entrance of the ice tunnel. This was a naturally formed, narrow passage, lined with sharp ice columns. "The entrance is ahead," Zhao Qingyang's voice echoed in their earpieces. "Be cautious not to trigger the sensors on either side." Xia Li was the first to ascend into the ice tunnel, using hands and feet to carefully navigate around the concealed laser sensors hidden among the ice columns. The passage was narrow and slick. A moment's lapse could trigger an alarm. Upon traversing the ice tunnel, they entered the external area of the Eye of the Pole, where patrols of guards and automated weapons were omnipresent. Xia Li employed a disruption device to temporarily obscure the surveillance signals, allowing the team to swiftly advance and successfully approach the data center. Data center, the game of core data situated in the mid-level of the base. The data center harbors all plans and network node information of the Council of Fate. Xia Li led her team into the center, rapidly connecting devices to commence the extraction and destruction of data. Within the plan document, a reference was made to a concept known as the zero-point protocol. Zhao Qingyang gasped, realizing it was a program capable of completely paralyzing the global energy network. They intended to redefine resource allocation through this protocol. "Immediately back up all data," Xia Li commanded, for these were critical pieces of evidence to expose the true nature of the Council. However, just as the data extraction was halfway through, the alarm of the base blared abruptly. The enemy had detected their operation and began to converge on the data center. The evacuation route was sealed off. Zhao Qingyang's voice was laced with urgency. "You must hold your positions until the data extraction is complete. Delay them." Su Yuchen decisively instructed his team to establish a defensive line, utilizing firepower to suppress the enemy's advance. Command room. Racing against time, once the data extraction was completed, Xia Li and Su Yuchen quickly advanced to the command room on the lowest level. This was the core of the Eye of the Apex, the control hub for the Council's global network. Time was of the essence. Zhao Qingyang reminded them, "The defense system of the command room is exceptionally robust. You must locate the backup lines to bypass the main system." The door to the command room resembled an impenetrable steel wall, as Xia Li struggled to pry it open with breaching tools. At that moment, enemy reinforcements arrived, igniting a fierce exchange of gunfire once again. "Hold on." Su Yuchen provided cover for Xia Li, skillfully suppressing the enemy with precise shots. Ultimately, the door was successfully breached, and Xia Li swiftly input the destruction program into the core host. The countdown's red lights flickered ominously, and the base's automated systems began to spiral into chaos. The destruction program had been initiated. In 5 minutes, the base would be utterly incapacitated. Zhao Qingyang's voice brimmed with excitement. "We must evacuate." Evacuation and counterattack, yet. Just as they prepared to withdraw, a core member of the council appeared at the end of the corridor. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, "Do you think the destruction of this place signifies the end? The Council of Fate has already infiltrated the globe. Our plans will endure eternally." Without hesitation, Xia Li fired her weapon, bringing him down, yet his words loomed like a shadow over her heart. With time slipping away, Xia Li and Su Yuchen led their team to a rapid evacuation, ultimately escaping just moments before the base was rendered completely inoperable. Aftermath of victory upon returning to the temporary base. Xia Li and Su Yuchen reflected on the outcomes of their operation. They had dismantled the Eye of the Apex and obtained a wealth of the Council's core plan data, undoubtedly marking a significant victory. However, this struggle was far from over. "The network of the Council is still operational," Xia Li whispered. "Their power is far greater than we anticipated. At the very least, we have torn away their mask. Next, we will need to forge more alliances," Su Yuchen reassured her. Chapter 49. The torrent of truth. The morning sun pierced through the thick clouds, casting its golden light upon the conference room table. Xia Li stood before the desk, where data obtained from the Eye of the Pole was displayed on the screen. These pieces of information resembled fragments of a jigsaw puzzle, assembling the global network of the Fate Council, while simultaneously unveiling a more intricate and perilous conspiracy. According to the data analysis, the Council was not only controlling resources, but also attempting to implement the zero-point protocol by exploiting vulnerabilities within the global network. Zhao Qingyang's voice bore a hint of tension. If they succeeded, It would lead to a complete collapse of the global energy system. Their plan had reached its final stage. Su Yujian spoke Gunli, asserting the necessity for swift action. The challenge lay in the fact that the remnants of the council were scattered across multiple nations and had already commenced their counteroffensive. Zhao Qingyang switched the screen to display unusual activities worldwide, including media smear campaigns, financial market turmoil, and several attacks directed at them. This was an information war. Xia Li's gaze was icy. They needed to command the narrative and expose the council's true nature to the public. Unveiling the plan. Global mobilization in response to the council's counterattack. Xia Li and Su Yuchen resolved to unite international forces and bring the council's conspiracy to light. The Xia and Su families leveraged their resources to establish connections with various governments and media outlets, while also providing crucial evidence obtained from the eye of the pole. This data was sufficient to substantiate the council's existence, yet more support was essential. Xia Li declared that particularly those nations infiltrated by the council must stand by their side. A powerful breakthrough was necessary. Su Yuchen added that exposing the council in a venue such as the United Nations would deal a significant blow. Utilizing technological means, Zhao Qingyang decrypted the council's core documents and created an intuitive chain of evidence, including a list of the council's key members, records of illicit financial flows, and detailed information regarding the zero-point protocol. Time was of the essence. Zhao Qingyang stated that they needed to complete the exposure before the council retaliated. The council's retaliation, however, just as the team was intensively preparing to unveil their plan, the council's counterattack arrived as anticipated. A large-scale information assault swept across the globe, with the government systems of multiple countries being hacked, while the media was infiltrated and began disseminating false information controlled by the council. They were attempting to obscure the truth. Zhao Qingyang defended against the attacks while analyzing the situation. Worse still, they were trying to frame them as scapegoats. The news broadcast portrayed Xia Li and Su Yuchen as international conspirators, even manipulating some evidence in an attempt to reverse black and white. Public opinion plunged into chaos, with conflicts between supporters and opponents intensifying. The council's tactics were more ruthless than they had anticipated. Su Yuchen murmured, but this only clarified the urgency of their actions. United Nations exposure. A desperate gamble in response to the council's assault, the team decided to stake everything on a single, decisive effort. With the support of multiple nations, they sought to deliver a statement at the United Nations General Assembly, unveiling the conspiracies of the Parliament and presenting core evidence obtained from the eye of the apex. Inside the United Nations headquarters, the hall was resplendent, filled with representatives from various countries. Standing before the podium, Xia Li held a remote control, while a screen beside her displayed a series of shocking charts and documents. Esteemed representatives, the existence of the Fate Parliament is not merely a conspiracy. It poses a grave threat to global stability. Xia Li's voice was calm and resolute. Their Zero Protocol aims to redefine global regulations through an energy collapse, at the cost of countless lives. The evidence unfolded on the screen, revealing the core members of the Parliament, their funding networks, and the technical principles of the Zero Protocol, each aspect more astonishing than the last. A momentary silence enveloped the hall, followed by a murmur of disbelief among the representatives, though some appeared deep in thought. However, just as Xia Li was nearing the conclusion of her presentation, the lights in the conference room abruptly extinguished, followed by a piercing alarm. An encrypted message began to display on the screen. Game over. Zhao Qingyang's voice crackled through the earpiece, tinged with urgency. The Parliament has launched a final counterattack. They are attempting to hijack the UN's network system to prevent you from continuing to present the evidence. Switch to the backup system. Xia Li reacted swiftly. I'm trying, but it requires time, Zhao Qingyang replied. Meanwhile, UN security personnel surged into the chamber, striving to maintain order. Yet, the Parliament was evidently not content with a cyber assault. Explosions erupted from outside, indicating a physical attack by mercenaries. Protect the evidence. Su Yuchen quickly commanded the security forces while escorting Xia Li out of the conference room. Outside the hall, gunfire and explosions mingled, plunging the entire UN headquarters into chaos. Xia Li and Su Yuchen, under the cover of security personnel, hastily retreated, yet the evidence in their possession had become the enemy's primary target. The evidence must be uploaded to the global network. Zhao Qingyang's voice resonated in Xia Li's earpiece. This is the only way to prevent the parliament from erasing the truth completely. How long will it take? Xia Li inquired. 10 minutes, Zhao Qingyang replied. But you must safeguard the transmission equipment. They decided to split up. Xia Li would head to a secure location to upload the data, while Su Yuchen would engage the enemy. In the midst of the turmoil, Xia Li finally reached the secure point and connected the device to the global network. Zhao Qingyang began to operate swiftly, uploading the evidence to major news media and social platforms worldwide. As the upload completed, a notification appeared on the screen. Data published. We did it. Zhao Qingyang's voice was laced with excitement. The truth had spread, and the parliament could no longer conceal it. With the truth revealed, a wave of opposition against the fake parliament surged across the globe. Governments from various nations have commenced investigations into parliamentary members, freezing associated assets, and gradually dismantling their networks. Outside the United Nations headquarters, Xia Li and Su Yuchen stood, watching as the distant fireworks slowly faded. Despite their physical exhaustion, a glimmer of triumph shone in their eyes. This is merely the first step, Xia Li murmured. The remnants of the parliament's power still linger. Our battle is far from over. Yet at the very least, we have unveiled their masks, Su Yuchen replied, his tone imbued with a note of resolve. Chapter 50. The cost of truth. The aftermath of the explosion at the United Nations headquarters gradually subsided. However, the elation born from this victory could scarcely obscure the encroaching shadows. Although the core plans of the Council of Fate had been unveiled, the remaining factions still lurked, poised for action across the globe. As Xia Li and Su Yuchen stepped out of the UN building, the structure behind them was bathed in the golden light of dawn. Yet the air was thick with a complex, emotional tapestry. We have successfully exposed them. Yet this is merely the beginning, Xia Li murmured, her tone devoid of any sense of relaxation. The remnants of the council would not remain idle. Their next moves could well transition to more clandestine operations. Su Yuchen interjected, his brow furrowed. We must prepare ourselves in advance. Zhao Qingyang's voice suddenly broke through their thoughts via the communicator. I have just intercepted a new lead. Several core members of the council are attempting to flee to a secret base in South America. They evidently plan to re-establish their network there. We cannot afford to grant them any respite, Xia Li promptly resolved, determining to mobilize for action immediately. South American pursuit. A new lead. The team swiftly set forth for South America, acting on intelligence indicating that the council's core members were utilizing a covert route to transfer resources and key personnel. Their objective lay deep within the Amazon rainforest, at an abandoned military base, which possessed adequate facilities to serve as a temporary command center for the council. This mission is fraught with uncertainties, Zhao Qingyang stated during the tactical briefing. The council's network in South America is not fully established, yet their military resources here are exceptionally abundant. You will face not only remnants, but also a fully armed base. Xia Li scanned the map and pointed to a marked location. We can infiltrate from this flank, avoiding direct fire coverage while allowing us to approach the core area more swiftly. We must act with alacrity, Su Yuchen added. Any delay will enable them to reconstitute their network. Rainforest infiltration. Perils abound. The stifling humidity of the Amazon rainforest stood in stark contrast to the frigid expanse of the Arctic. Xia Li led her team through the dense jungle, the muck beneath their feet rendering each step particularly arduous. There are patrolling guards up ahead. One team member reported in hushed tones. Their defensive line covers the main thoroughfare, but shows negligence in controlling the surrounding areas. Su Yuchen swiftly deduced. We can circumvent them from the side. Utilizing the terrain's advantages, the team stealthily approached the outskirts of the base. Within a concealed cave, they discovered a secret passage leading to the underground facilities of the base. The passage was narrow and dimly lit, flanked by shattered metal supports and aged cables. This passage could serve as their logistical transport line, Xia Li noted. If we enter here, we should be able to bypass the primary points of fire. Inside the base, conspiracy resurrected upon traversing the passage. The team entered the core area of the base. It was an abandoned military facility, yet within, it had been repurposed into a temporary command center. A colossal screen displayed the network nodes from across the globe, as a core member directed personnel to redeploy the Council's resources. This is their command hub. Zhao Qingyang confirmed through remote monitoring that destroying this location would lead to the complete collapse of the remnants of the Parliament's network. Commence operations, Xiao Li decisively ordered. The team swiftly dispersed, securing several critical points. Xiao Li, accompanied by technical personnel, accessed the main server to initiate the upload of the destruction program. However, just as the program reached its midpoint, alarms blared suddenly. "They have discovered us," Su Yuchen exclaimed, drawing his weapon and commanding the team to enter combat mode. The base's guards surged forward, and fierce exchanges of gunfire erupted in the narrow corridors. Bullets struck the metallic walls, sending sparks flying, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. "The program requires 3 more minutes." Zhao Qingyang's voice was laced with tension. "We'll hold the entrance." Su Yuchen led the team in a standoff against the enemy, using precise shooting to suppress their offensive. In a desperate counterattack, core members of the Parliament attempted to escape through an underground passage, carrying a crucial hard drive containing some of the Parliament's confidential documents. "We cannot allow them to take anything." Xiao Li pursued them swiftly. At the end of the passage, she intercepted the core members and engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand struggle to buy time. The adversary was evidently well-trained, but Xiao Li, with her swift reflexes and unwavering resolve, ultimately subdued them. "The hard drive has been retrieved," she reported, breathless. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyang's destruction program reached completion, and all systems in the base began to fail. The network nodes on the screen extinguished one by one, signaling the utter collapse of the remnants of the Fate Parliament. The cost of victory: the team successfully evacuated at the last moment, but the cost of this operation was exceedingly heavy. Several team members sustained injuries during the gunfire, and the base's self-destruct mechanism triggered a massive explosion, engulfing the entire area in thick smoke and flames. Although victorious, we had not entirely obliterated the Parliament's influence. Xiao Li gazed at the distant flames, her expression devoid of any relief. A portion of their core members remained at large, and this struggle was far from over. "At the very least, we have shattered their network and diminished their operational capabilities," Su Yuchen reassured. "Next, we must focus on concluding this matter and eradicating the remaining forces." Future crises. Upon returning to the base, Zhao Qingyang presented a new discovery. Within the hard drive lay an encrypted file mentioning a project codenamed Dawn Plan. This seemed to be a contingency scheme initiated by the Parliament in response to crises. Dawn Plan? Xia di furuit herburoth. Sensing that there was still much to be done. According to the document, the keynote of this plan was located in a desolate region of Africa. There, they may be concealing their final trump card, Zhao Qingyang continued. "We cannot afford to lower our guard," Su Yuchen stated. "Our next step will be to head to Africa."